Hollywood, Mac Connelly with the double biceps. It is in the contract a legal requirement every single time we appear on camera. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. This is Hollywood Mac Connelly with the double biceps. It is in the contract a legal requirement every single time we appear on camera. We are appearing on camera right now, and we're here to talk about MAC Armwrestling 4, which is taking place today. In a few minutes, they are about to start the live stream, and this is a very stacked event. They have a whole plethora of matches here. We've got 9 prelims and then 16 on the pay-per-view. So incredible amount of matches there. And I'm just trying to figure out if the prelims have already taken place or if they're going to be because it says free prelims, so maybe they're going to start at 5 p.m. I couldn't find a stream that said any different that was anywhere on YouTube or whatever, so we shall see how it kicks off, but we'll be here for the event either way. And obviously the main event is Wayne Withers taking on Philip Larson from Sweden. So it'll be the USA versus Sweden in the main event. The co-main event, Artem Taranenko will be taking on Alan Ford, and John Tyrion, the Savage, will be taking on Kirsten Merchicha. I know I'm saying that wrong. Alex from Armwrestling TV will be taking on Tyler Bolson, and Coach Ray will also be facing off against Alan Goya. So we'll be looking forward to seeing lots of those matches. Milo Larratt is also on the card. I think he's the first match up. Actually, let me see. Number 1 match on the pay-per-view card, Milo Larratt. Obviously, Devin Larratt's son there, and he is going against Chris Duchette from Canada as well. So 2 Canadians facing off against each other. There's also a women's match on the card. Danielle Everson will be taking on Alexandra Ozarova. Some of these names get me. But if you're in the chat, say hello. I'd love to always appreciate seeing everyone that's here, and we can enjoy watching this event together. So I won't be displaying the event. If you're keen on watching the event, you can get it at premstream.com, and I'll write that in the comments. Premstream.com. That is where the pay-per-view is available. So that is what is taking place, and we'll wait and see how it kicks off. But we have the loading screen at the moment. I can show you that loading screen while we're waiting. You can see what I'm seeing, and we bring that up for you right there. There we go. All right, so yes, waiting for Mac to kick things off, and we'll commentate the matches. But there is a huge amount of matches, and whether they've done the prelims already, I'm not 100% sure, but either which way, there is 16 matches on the pay-per-view card as well as 9 on the prelims. So we'll see if they kick things off in the prelims. There's 9 matches there. Blake Bullion versus Emil Anderson is listed as the first one off the rank, the first cab off the rank. And so 9 prelim matches are listed. And then we head into the pay-per-view card where we've got 16. So 25 matches in total. But MAC has a reputation for running their events very smoothly, very seamlessly. And they do a tremendous job. Let's see. I just want to refresh this. I think last time this tricked me when I was sitting here watching the loading screen for ages, and then it had actually started. No, okay, it hasn't started yet. But yeah, we can see here. Well, it depends on how small that text is on your screen, but that is the list of matches that are here. I can zoom in a bit for you. So yes, it does say the free prelim card here, and you can see right there, Blake Bullion versus Emil Anderson. That will be the first one that will kick things off with. So we'll wait for them to get it underway. 5 p.m. is the start time. It's just gone past 5 now, so they're probably just finalizing everything and getting it all ready to go. That's one of those things when you're live streaming, is you've got to put all the ducks in a row before you can hit that live button, and you don't want to go live when things aren't working. So they're going to make sure it is all happening the way they want it to happen, and then they will hit that live button and we shall watch some matches for MAC. But the unique thing, the interesting thing about what they do at MAC is they have different designs of their tables. They have different rule sets, and some of the interesting points. So this is what they did on the last one, from what I remember. If you slip, like, so each match starts outside of straps, obviously, but if you slip in that first round, then every round from then on starts in straps. Like, you don't get the option to start outside of straps anymore, which really does help speed things up. Because I mean, if somebody's going to slip, they're gonna slip. You know, they're gonna get away with it. So, but have they started yet? I'm just having a look. I'm hearing something. That's all. No, okay, it's an ad. I don't want to miss anything. That's all. But yeah, so they have a different style of presenting the sport, which is really unique and very interesting. And I love the fact that they're doing different things to everyone else. And I still don't think we've found that ideal balance between the rules, which the athletes are happy with, but they're entertaining enough to make somebody continue to watch the sport. And Phil Woody is in. Hello to you, Phil. He says, nice one. Glad somebody is giving Max some coverage. Absolutely. I'm sure that you'll be watching the event. And yes, if they got the free prelims, then we'll be able to see that. And it looks like we are about to kick things off. We've got that is on the screen at the moment. I can play these because these are the free prelims. So let me see if I can get that up here. And let's have a look. Yeah, so we can have a look at what's going on. And if you want to see this, you can go over to the premstream.com website, and it will, first thing you'll see is MAC Armwrestling. You'll be able to find the stream right there and kick things off. So you can see there Ian Carnegie pointing to the hat, the MAC hat. I think it was Ian Carnegie. I couldn't quite tell. It looked like him. That's the man behind MAC, as well as Matthias and a few others that are heavily involved. But you see a green thing going with the t-shirts there. So I'll make this a little bit bigger. That made it worse. That's better. Okay. And I'm going to swap those. Right, that's no good. All right, that'll do. Here we go. So a lot of people in, and we can see that Coach Ray is doing the live commentary in the position with the commentary desk. And we can see that we're about to get the first match underway here. But premstream.com is where you will find this taking place. Was that Jodie Larrett? I believe that was. She will be in attendance to support her son, Milo, who is competing on this event as well. And we've even got some, looks like some ring girls, which is amazing. So maybe in between rounds, they'll be holding up some round signs or something. But the MC is about to kick things off. You can hear him talking there. I'm going to mute that so that we don't have to talk over the top of him. But yes, this is about to kick things off. So if you are interested in watching this event, premstream.com is where you'll find it. And there's nine free matches. You can just go and you can click and start watching this stream straight away. It's not until after the 9th match that they go to the pay-per-view section of the card. And then there's 16 more matches. So we're going to have a very big night of arm wrestling. And there we go. I can't quite see who the girl is there that is doing the commentary with Coach Ray, but hopefully somebody will let us know in the comments. But about to get things kicked off. You can see that different table design. It's one of the unique aspects of MAC arm wrestling. The table is very different to a traditional arm wrestling table. It has quite large elbow pads and it is curved in the center so that it helps to reduce the elbows coming up. So if your elbow comes up, it's really got to come up to be visible. But we're about to get the first match underway here. And yeah, so what I'll do, because this is their stream and I copyright wise, I can't display it. Obviously, the behind the scenes stuff is something I can play on here. But when it kicks off with their matches, I will minimize this so that we will get the maximum viewership for them on their website. And USS Liberty, you'll never forget, is in. He says, good morning. Hello to you, sir. And thanks for the commentary. Well, thank you for listening. A lot of matches. There's 25 matches on. So it will be a big night of arm wrestling. But we'll see the speed that MAC runs their events through. Because, I mean, if you've got 25 matches, if that was East versus West, it would take 3 days. But MAC will be done in a few hours. They are very efficient. And part of the reason for that is that they do have this different table design, this different rule set, which really does speed things up. As I said before, you start outside of straps. If you slip, then every round starts in straps. You don't have the option after that point. So it looks like Ian Carnegie might be refereeing. I'm going to stop the sharing of the screen here, but if you want to see it, it is at premstream.com, PREM stream.com, and the first thing you'll see is the MAC link there. So it looks like Ian he's either talking to the athletes about the rules, or he is about to referee this match as well. But we've got another gentleman. The down ref is in the traditional referee clothing, and they're swapping sides. So it'd be interesting to see who is actually the head referee here. And usually you don't see the promoter of the event as the referee, only because they're trying to manage so many different aspects of the event. But having a good team around him, Ian Carnegie is able to be the referee. They're about to get started. They are outside of straps. It's Blake Bullion versus Emil Anderson here. And we get a very fast start and a slip. And what is the call from Ian Carnegie here? Let's have a look at the replay. And the hands get closed, thumbs get closed. And he drives forwards in a flop wrist press. The hands come apart. I believe he has a foul. Maybe it was an early start. They've hit again, both top rolled this time. They're both separated hands. We'll go to the strap. All right, so we're underway here at MAC4. And you can see it at premstream.com. And we're about to kick off our very first matchup here. It's Blake Bullion. He's taking on Emil Anderson. And they have slipped so far. The score is still 0-0. But the strap being applied by Ian Carnegie, the referee. And tightening the strap. Can't quite see the leg positionings for the guys, but I believe that Emil is going to press from his stance, and it looks like Blake is in a defensive position because he knows that Emil is going to be hitting hard to get an inside lane. That's what we saw when that slip did occur. And there we go. We get exactly that. A flop wrist press from Emil. He takes the first round. Oh, sorry, it's Blake Bullion. Sorry, Blake Bullion takes the first round. Emil is unable to stop the flop wrist press of Blake there, and he surges ahead. The scorecard reads 2-0, but I don't think that's correct. I think that was the first round, so we'll have to wait and see what they do with that. But we'll have a look at the replay here, and you can see Blake coming forwards, and he didn't even actually flop his wrist press. He had his shoulder behind, but he didn't flop the wrist. He just kept his wrist in a neutral position and was able to push through. You could see Emil seemed to be aware of what the tactics were, and he's standing in the corner with his coach at the moment. They're just discussing the techniques that you need to use to combat that press. But about to get the start for the next round. The scorecard still reads 2-0 for Blake, but they've only had one round, so maybe there's an incorrect listing on the score there, and it's now disappeared off the screen, so they might be adjusting it. But Blake definitely won that last round very comfortably, very quickly with a press. Wasn't a flop wrist press. It was more neutral. It was like his hand was like this, and went sideways like that. It was no flop in there. There was no cup. So very interesting technique, but it worked for him. So Emil is going to have to make the adjustment. And it looks like he's a traditional top roller. So it's an inside versus outside battle here. Oh, we're about to get a start, but they both get a warning for early starts. One foul given to Emil. And here we go. We're inside again. And that press from Blake pushes his way through. He gets the pin. And we'll see if it's first to 2 or first to 3 here. But they've given the pin to Blake there. A great press again. He's very quick off the line. And yeah, very slight flop in the wrist, but he keeps his wrist integrity, which is quite unique. So it is first to, well, they've listed it as a 3-0, but there was only 2 rounds. So it must be first to 2 on the prelims here, but that's all good. We'll keep going with it. There is a lot of matches to get through. There's 25. Well, now there's 24 to go. And Coach Ray is interviewing Blake at the moment, who seems very happy, all smiles. A great win for him. He was very dominant. As soon as the round started, he was in position, was able to get that press position and roll straight through for the pin. So a great victory for him there. And we'll head into our next matchup, which is Oakley Armstrong versus Dustin Warman. And we'll just get both of those athletes up to the table at the moment. And Adam Taranenko is in the commentary booth at the moment. And he will be featuring as the co-main event later on this evening. And so they introduce the next 2 athletes. They're going to make their way to the table. And have a look at this, Phil Woody. Thank you, sir. You've gifted memberships for everyone. Wow. And the people that are receiving them, Deeps has received one. We've got Lucky Wood from Lucky One's Armwrestling podcast, and Sylvester Stallone has also picked up a membership as well. So, and Neil's index finger. There we go. Tremendous. Well, thank you so much for doing that, Phil. That was a wonderful thing. And yeah, it did surprise me the first time that happened, because I didn't realize that memberships were a thing. Let's put it up on the screen for everyone to see here. It will load up in a sec. There we go. All right. So the guys are making their way to the table. And great production here. He trips over on his way out to the table. Almost fell into the fireworks that are going on as the door opened. But he's looking all business as he makes his way to the table. It looks like they're in a pub, I believe. And everyone there wearing the MAC shirts. A lot of competitors will be in. If you've got 25 matches, then you're going to have at least 50 competitors. Well, maybe less if they're competing right and left, but still a very large number of competitors will be seeing here today. And we're about to get this next one underway, and it will be Oakley Armstrong versus Dustin Warman. And guys, I think they were asking if they wanted to start in the strap, but they've said no. Let's have a look here. Okay, the hands are being lined up. They're outside of strap. The hands are closed. They've started, and they've both gone a top roll. They've slipped apart. We're going to go to the strap. Now, I believe that each round will start in the strap from now on, regardless. They don't get the opportunity to slip again, which will speed things up for us here as the viewing audience. All right, Oakley Armstrong versus Dustin Warman. This is the second prelim match for MAC4. It is free to watch right now. It is on premstream.com and you can check it out there. But right now we are seeing the second prelim match between Oakley Armstrong and Dustin Warman. The first matchup was Blake Bullion versus Emil Anderson. Blake Bullion won that 2-0 with two very quick press pins. And well, I think I missed the actual pin. They've gone that quickly. Let me see what happened there. Oh, Oakley Armstrong with the pin. I'm clicking back and forth between screens. I did miss that. They're going to replay it here. It's a classic top roll, and he goes straight through Dustin's wrist. So Dustin, with some work to do here, needs to make an adjustment. We get the ring girls out to show that it is the second round. Now, I believe they should be starting in strap, and it looks like they will be. The referee has the strap out and they are applying the strap. Okay, great. So that rule must still be in effect there for MAC arm wrestling. And this is the second matchup. As I said, we've got two very strong young men on the table. Oakley Armstrong versus Dustin Warman. Oakley Armstrong up 1-0 so far in this matchup. Strap has been applied. Hands are closed. And wow, Oakley Armstrong way too strong there. He just got the top roll positioning, busted the wrist back, stared at Dustin in the eyes as he pinned him, and he gets a very solid victory there. So let's have a look back at it. Yes, he gets the position he needs. He looks at Dustin, who doesn't look at him, and he rolls through for the pin. And it looks like they are doing first to three. Okay, so maybe there was a pin that happened in that first matchup that I missed. But right now, Oakley Armstrong looking all the rage here. He has picked up two very convincing top roll pins. And they're going into the third round now. Let me bring that back over there. Yeah, so they're about to start this third round between these two young men, and the strap has been applied. They seem to be quite quick with their starts, which is fantastic to see. So referee gives a warning for not allowing them to get the position that he wants. They start again. Oakley Armstrong just holds position. He's in complete control of this match, and he hits, but Dustin holds, although it is called a pin. It must have been a parallel pin. And Oakley Armstrong 3-0 over Dustin Warman in the second matchup here at the prelims for MAC4. So a very comfortable win there for Oakley Armstrong. He was in complete control of that match. As soon as the hands were strapped together, he looked very comfortable, and on the go, he almost just held his opponent and just waited to see if there was going to be some threat of a pin his way, but he was in complete dominance and rolled through for the 3-0 victory. That's 2 down, 23 to go. This is the free prelims for MAC4. It's on premstream.com if you want to watch it. And we're about to get the third match underway. The third prelim match will be between Matt Hamlin and Bryce Zachariah. So the MC just introducing the athletes at the moment. And we'll get this next one underway. I'm just going to see if I can change the background of my stream here. There we go. That's better. All right. The other one is for Arm Wrestling Tonight, the podcast that I do with Dave Stockbridge, but we are not doing that one right now. Hamlin is making his way to the table at the moment, and he doesn't trip over the step, which is a good thing. They've got like a big sparkler firework effect machine right by the doorway when these guys walk out. And we did see Dustin in that last matchup trip on the door almost fall into the fireworks. So we'll get this third match underway. Matt Hamlin's already at the table. Bryce Zachariah will be introduced now by the referee. So 2025 Ontario Provincial Champion. It is Bryce Zachariah as he makes his way out to the table. Looking very serious. A nice slow walk for him here. He looks very focused, very measured. He's chewing on either his mouth guard or some very big chewing gum. You see something green in his mouth. It's either a mouth guard or it's a lot of green chewing gum. But he gets some chalk on his hands, makes his way up to the table and chalks up the table as well. So it looks like we'll see if these guys are going to start outside of straps again. The referee and Ian Carnegie is overseeing this one. They've started an early start. Geez, these are quick starts. All right, Ian Carnegie, close the thumbs, close the hands outside of straps. Both guys went a bit early again. One foul given to Matt Hamlin. They've started. They're in a hook. It's a great battle, but it is a dominant victory for Bryce Zachariah. A good start, though, for Matt Hamlin. He was able to get a good position to start with, but they went inside and Bryce getting the pin there. So he's up 1-0 heading into round 2, but these starts are really surprising me how quick they are. It's basically the referee is getting their hands saying, close your thumbs, close your hands, go. And it's like, oh. So that is one of the advantages of having a quick start, is that you can get through a whole plethora of matches. And that's what we're going to see here tonight. 25 matches. You see there the hand being turned palm up. And as soon as that happens, all the weight goes on the bicep muscle. The bicep muscle gets tired very quickly. So Matt Hamlin unable to stop the surging power of Bryce Zachariah in the hook position. They will start outside of straps. They're about to start round 2. And they go inside again. A great round again there, but too strong. And Bryce Zachariah pulls ahead 2-0. Could see Matt Hamlin's game plan there was, it looked like he tried to press. He engaged the inside battle, but the hook power of Bryce Zachariah too strong and immediately turning Matt Hamlin's palm up. He went on his bicep again. He did hold for a second or two, but unable to get back in position. So he's down 2-0 here. I do like that he tried something different there. He tried what looked like a press. Maybe he has an inside game traditionally, but he's quite a tall guy with a long forearm. But they go inside again for round 3, and Bryce looks out to the crowd and surges through for a dominant victory. 3-0. We've seen 3-0 matches here at MAC4. There you go. And a great pin for Bryce Zachariah there as he picks up the 3-0 victory. He is talking to Coach Ray at the moment. But great start to this event here. Phil Woody says you've got to love the sparkles, the low ceilings. Watch out. Absolutely. Yes. Well, I mean, I saw one of the guys almost fall into the sparkles. So hopefully there's no accidents there today. All right, let's have a look at what we've got for the next matchup. Will be, it's Blake Bullion. He's back again, and he'll be taking on Jordan Reska. So it must be a left-handed match. I'm trying to remember what the first one was. I think it was a right hand that Blake Bullion was in for the very first opening matchup. And he'll be back on the table. So he must be doing a left arm match against Jordan Reska. But we will find out in a minute. And we're just watching the replay here. Bryce Zachariah's dominant performance as he gets those pins. All right, they're introducing the next athletes here. Blake Bullion making his way out to the table. Well, they got 2 sparklers going. I'm not sure if they had 2 the entire time. I only saw 1 last time. Maybe they've added a sparkler, but it's always fun to see what wrestling promotions will do for the entrances of the athletes. These guys making their way through the pub and getting lots of slaps on the back from the other competitors that are in the room. And he makes his way up to the table. The other athlete in this matchup will be Jordan Rezka. He'll be heading into this very shortly. Premstream.com is where you will find this. It is free at the moment. You can watch it without having to pay for the pay-per-view. And there's 9 prelim matches. We have seen, how many have we seen? 3 already. So they are moving very quickly through this. It is 5:30 currently. They started at about maybe 8 past 5. So with the introductions and the interviews afterwards, they are getting through these matches very quickly. And we can see here that Jordan Rezka is making his way to the table at the moment. And just stepping up onto the stage. And yeah, it's interesting. This starts are so quick here for MAC. And in every round, it's probably the quickest starts I've ever seen. All right, they are doing left arm. So Blake Bullion versus Jordan Rezka. So Blake is on the right of screen. Oh, now he's on the left. They changed angles. There we go. We get a slip. Oh, and there's an elbow foul on Blake there. Sorry, on Jordan there. So outside of straps, their hands are closed. They go again. They both go to top roll. Another elbow foul for Jordan there. Wow. So 2 elbow fouls. They've slipped both times, both trying to top roll, which always usually results in a slip. But and I think he was so concerned about getting a 3rd foul there. Blake Bullion was able to get on. They've called that a slip to straps. Wow. Okay. It looked like a pin to me, but geez. Okay. Well, where his hand slipped out was very much on the losing side for him, but they've called it a slip. So they're going to go to the strap. So this opening round being a bit tricky to get going. Blake Bullion versus Jordan Rezka, 4th prelim matchup here at MAC4. Strap being applied. And Jordan's on 2 fouls. He's got to be careful here. Oh, wow. What a fast pin there. Fast pin in the top roll from Blake. He surges ahead 1-0 in this matchup, 1st to 3. So maybe a little bit of hesitation for Jordan there, trying to get the slip. He picked up 2 elbow fouls. And then when the match started in straps, it was all Blake Bullion getting the cup position with his wrist and rolling his whole body weight through. So he is up 1-0 here. Will I travel to India again? Says USS Liberty. Never forget. Possibly. We did the commentary for Pro Panja, as you would know, which was a great honor for me. And the fact I was able to do it remotely was a real benefit. But I think maybe next time we might be invited to do it in person. So we'll see how that plays out. But the next season of Pro Panja would be the reason I would be returning. All right. Next round is about to start here. Blake Bullion versus Jordan Rezka. Blake is up 1-0. They are starting in the strap. Blake using a very strong top roll. And hands are closed. He hits again with that top roll. He gets the win. He's up 2-0. Blake Bullion with a very dominant top roll win. He's having a great night here. He's up 5-0 in his matches so far, having done a right arm match earlier. Let's have a look at here. The hands are closed. Did look like Jordan tried to go inside there, brought the shoulder forwards, but Blake just too strong in that top roll, able to get the position and roll straight through the hand. So a great job done by Blake Bullion here today at MAC4. Ryan's wedding. I read that as welding. No, it's not welding. Ryan's wedding, yeah, but maybe, yeah, sure. It depends if they're getting married in India or not. I'm guessing they probably will be, but we'll just wait and see what happens. I don't think they've set a date. But let's have a look at this next round. They do start in straps again because of the rules here at MAC. So Blake Bullion having two very fast dominant top roll pins. This is available for everyone to watch for free on premstream.com. And again, a very fast, powerful top roll win for Blake Bullion. He is undefeated here tonight in both his matchups, going 3-0 in both of them. And a very dominant top roll pin victory for Blake Bullion there over Jordan Resker. So he's going to talk to Coach Ray for the second time tonight. Morning, Matt. Hello to you, Dominic. It must be early in Australia at the moment. What is it, about 7 a.m., I think? Oh, no, that would be in Adelaide. So Brisbane, I think you're half an hour ahead. So maybe 7:30 in the morning. Good to see you here watching MAC4, which you can see for free at the moment. And it is on premstream.com. There are 9 prelim matches before we get into the main card. The main card has 16 matches. All right. So our next matchup will be Eric Denovich versus Richard Lovering. And the MC is just introducing both athletes at the moment. So everyone watching along, I'd love to hear from you guys. Are you watching the matches? Are you just listening to me? And am I painting a good enough picture for you? Dominic says it's 7:36 in the morning. That was a good guess for me. Yes. The conversion for me, I've just got to add an hour and a half and then swap it from AM to PM. That's the easiest way for me to do it. So 5:30 PM here. And there you go. Thank you, Phil. He puts up the link there for everyone if they want to see the event. You can see these prelim matches for free. It is running right now on premstream.com. And Dominic's saying hello to Phil. Phil saying hello to Dominic. As we introduce the athletes still, they're making their way out to the table. And the MC doing a great job here. So Eric Denovich versus Richard Lovering. Richard Lovering making his way to the table at the moment. Looks like a very big, strong man. And he stood in the sparkles for an extended period there. Hopefully he didn't get burnt. Oh, there's Devin Larratt. He's in the room as well. Obviously here to see his son Milo compete later. That will be the first match on the pay-per-view card. First of 16. And Atlantis in real life is in as well. Hello to you, sir. Great to see you in the stream. We're watching MAC4 at the moment. USS Liberty says that he is just listening while he's working. Fantastic. Well, hopefully I can paint a picture of what's happening for you so you don't have to be looking at the screen. All right, we're about to get things underway here. This is the 5th matchup. Eric versus Richard. Super heavyweight division, outside of straps. Ian Carnegie, the referee. We've got an interesting positioning of the elbow. It looks like a press is coming for Eric. And no, okay, we haven't got a start yet. Really strange positioning. He's almost leaning down on his own pad. He wants to go inside, but that is a unique position. Oh, he does try to top roll from there. Wow. Doesn't work out for him. He gets pinned. He did try. That was really quite unique. A very unique position for his elbow. I've never seen anyone start like that before, but it didn't pay off for Richard Lovering. He gets pinned. So he did. Yeah, he was in like a press position, but then he tried to top roll. So maybe he was playing some games, some mind games there, and looking to set up in a unique way that looked like a press, but it was actually a top roll. Anyway, they're going into round 2 here, and he's got a more traditional stance this time. It does look like he's going to go outside, and if anything, looks like Richard. Looks like Eric here is going to go inside. He's got his weight forwards at the table, about to get the start. The outside of straps still. So Eric is up 1-0. Oh, early start there. One warning. Is it a foul or is it a warning? We'll see. All right, about to get the start again. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. And a top roll attempted here from Richard. Oh, yes, he gets through. Let's see what the call is here. Yeah, so Eric, too dominant there. He caught the top roll. Good start from Richard there. He did manage to get a good positioning with his hand and wrist, but too strong for Richard. He was able to contain that and dragged it through in a unique position as well. He was in like a top roll position, but went sort of flat like that. There was no pronation, but it worked out for him. He's up 2-0 here. So Richard Lovering with some work to do as we go into round 3. So these rounds have started outside of straps for all of them. So maybe Eric should look at trying to slip. He goes back into that unique position. He is top rolling from that spot, which is quite interesting. His elbow tucked in very deep. All right, hands are about to be closed. We're about to get the start. Oh, we get a foul for movement in the referee's grip. And another foul for early start. So he's got to be careful here. If he gets another foul, he'll lose this match. Here we go. Oh, he gets a good composition. He comes forward for a press, but Richard able to turn it into a hook, and he rolls through for the win. 3-0. So Richard Lovering. No, was sorry. Forgot the names mixed up here. No, it's they keep bringing the names up and then taking them away, so I forget who is who. But it was a 3-0 victory. And Coach Ray just interviewing him at the moment. But quite a good round, that last one. You can see the different adjustments there. Trying to go inside, and he was pulled into a hook position, and he was able to roll through with the hook. So, yeah, so that was the 5th of the prelim matches here at MAC4. The next one up will be Pierre Cote versus Adam Wallace. So that will be prelim number 6. And Phil Woody says, Richard Lovering is a cool guy. He got everyone a pizza at Valhalla too. Oh, that's nice of him. Wow. How many people was that? And USS Liberty says, your commentary makes me feel like I'm in the building. Oh, thank you very much. That's great. I'm happy that I can paint that picture for you there. Atlantis in real life says, oh, shoot, Auden is pulling too. How much is this one? It is $14.99, but if you use the promo code 98, just the numbers 98, you will get a discount. There is a lot of matchup. Yes, there is. Coach Ray, Philip Larson, Artem Chernenko, Auden Larratt, Milo Larratt is also on the card. There is a lot of recognizable names here. Alex from Armwrestling TV is also on the card. Curtis Cameron, Daniel Everson. Who else is here? Milo Larratt's actually got 2 matches. He must be doing a right and a left. And same with Danielle Everson. She is listed twice here as well. So she must be doing left and right. And then Auden Larratt Let me see if he's on the list twice here. Just checking my list here from Ian Carnegie that he sent through. And looks like he only is listed once from what I can see. But his opponent is Mayan. Oh, wow, that last name is very difficult. Shrinkers. Wow. Yeah, I'm just going to call him Mayan. So Auden versus Mayan. So the first three matchups in the pay-per-view card, Milo Larratt, and then Daniel Everson, and then Auden Larratt straight after that. So three very recognizable matches straight off the bat for the pay-per-view card. Atlantis looks like Mac's best card yet. Yep, it does. It's a great card they put together. 20 plus pizzas. Wow, that's incredible. Signing up now to order it. And sweet, thank you. Yes, just 9.8. Yeah, 9.8 will do the thing. 98% arm wrestling is the promo code. Well, sorry, the promo code is 98, but it is from 98% arm wrestling. I think that you could also type Parliament as well for Brian Parliament from the Through the Fingers podcast, and they do a tremendous job as well. So that will also give you, I think it's the same discount for all the promo codes that are out there, but I used 98 myself and it gave me a discount. So the athletes just being introduced here. They're about to get started for this sixth prelim match. They're outside of straps. Pierre Cote versus Adam Wallace. They've slipped. And there's a call. What's the call there? I think they're going to the strap. Okay. So it must be the super heavyweights again. Strap being applied by the referee. Pierre Cote versus Adam Wallace. And the strap is being applied here. So both men, well, currently they're standing their hips away from the table. We'll have to wait for them to get close. Okay, they're sitting in top roll position. Looks like it's going to be, maybe a press. So we've definitely got a top roll coming. I believe it's Pierre. I didn't see the athletes get introduced. Oh, he goes in for the press, but he started early. He's got a foul. They're going to restart it again. So they're in the strap. About to get the start. Oh, they've hit hard, but yes, it goes into a hook. And Pierre rolling through with a high hook position and getting the pin there. I'll just make sure that is correct with the names. Yes, it is. Okay, Pierre Cote. Sorry, I was incorrect. Pierre Cote going down 1-0 so far to Adam Wallace. So Adam Wallace is ahead 1-0 here. And Pierre coming inside for an attempt at a press, but Adam Wallace able to catch that. And because they were supinated, he was able to roll through and get the pin. Saved $1 US. Well, at least it's better than nothing. So, yeah, there we go. All right. Let's have a look at round number 2 here. They are in the straps. Pierre Cote is down here against, where is it? Adam Wallace. So Adam Wallace with a 1-0 lead. Looks like they're about to get started. And that goes inside with a flop wrist press, but it's caught. They're stuck in the center of the table. He puts his body weight on, and Pierre Cote doing a great job of containing here, but it's coming back into that press position. And Adam Wallace, they get a foul. Okay, we're getting a restart here. Oh, what a great battle that was. Adam Wallace in a flop wrist position. I don't think he wanted to be, but Pierre busted his wrist back, and he was in a great top roll position. He was trying to roll through, but Adam doing a tremendous job. And they've started again, but it doesn't work out this time. So, wow. Yeah, so he goes in for that inside press again, but unable to get the shoulder lined up, and he gets pinned in a hook. So, Adam Wallace. Yeah, Adam Wallace the one. Sorry, Adam Wallace is the one who got the pin there, and it was Pierre that came through with the flop wrist press. Very close for battle. I won't be surprised if they do the exact same thing again for this next round. I'd love it if they kept the names up on the screen, that I wouldn't have to keep trying to guess who's who. I'm live, Coach Ray versus his hot girlfriend. Okay. My money's on her. Yes, thank you for the discount code, man. I feel like more promotions should do this. Absolutely. You're not live somehow. You should be. It is on the premstream.com, and I think maybe if you just refresh your page there, because these prelims are for free, so they should be readily available for everyone on that site. We're about to get the start again. So Pierre Cote looks like he's gearing up for this flop wrist press again. Jeez, I'd love it if they kept the names on the screen. Would make my job a lot easier. They've put it up now. So Adam Wallace surging ahead. And you can see the game plan here. Pierre goes in with that flop wrist press. He's in a great spot here. And Adam holding hard. He's only 2 inches above from being pinned. He manages to bring it back to the center. We get a running foul, I believe. And he's rolling through. He gets the pin. Is it a win? It is given as a win. So a 3-0 victory for Adam Wallace there. I thought the referee may have given him a running foul. They definitely said something during that round, but he was in a compromised position. He was about an inch away from being pinned. Pierre Cote with a tremendous flop wrist press had all of his body weight on there, but Adam Wallace able to contain that and then surge back to the center. And then there was multiple hits that managed to bust the wrist back, and he got through. So well done. Are they strapping up right now? The Atlantis, they are currently interviewing Adam Wallace. So you might have to get the progress bar and just drag it to the end. Because I'm not sure what you're seeing on your screen, but that's where we're at the moment, or that's where I'm up to anyway. So yes, you can see here Adam Wallace, great top roll here, keeping his elbow on the pad. Love these big pads that they've got here at MAC. It is a very unique part of the MAC event. We're getting a little side bet on here. I can't quite hear what the guys are saying. The ring girl is reading out something on the card. There may be some sort of side bet for this upcoming match, but we'll see what happens here. And if you guys can hear it, then let me know in the comments what they're saying. Atlanta's just the prelims at the moment. Yes. Is Bro wearing blue sleeves? Yes, he is. You are watching the live. So he'll probably take the jacket off when they're about to get the match started. But both athletes saying something on the microphone. As I said, I haven't got the sound on, so I can't tell exactly what is being said there. I think it started from the beginnings of the prelims. Yeah, probably. But that's all right. You are up to date at the moment, Atlantis. So it looks like they're going to introduce the next matchup here. It'll be Toby Kalizak versus Thomas Dumas. All right, the MC is just introducing him at the moment. So looks like it'll be a tall versus short match. Be interesting to see if it's an inside versus outside battle. Usually you'll see people with longer forearms tend to top roll. People with shorter forearms tend to go inside with the hook. But it's not always the case. I do like the fact that they're coming out of the staff only area. It's quite funny. As Toby makes his way to the table. All right. So there are 9 prelims that are on this card, and then we'll get into the pay-per-view, which has 16. But you can see the speed of the matches here. These setups are very quick, and we're getting some great battles. This, as I said, there's probably the fastest setups that I have seen. I'm just going to see if I can put the volume on so I can hear what they're saying. There we go. Okay. MC is doing the introduction, and he is introducing Thomas Dumas at the moment. as he makes his way out. A little hesitant there. I think he was blinded by the sparklers. It's quite a unique position that they've chosen to put them. They're very close to the athletes. I wouldn't be surprised if they are literally getting burned by them as they enter the room. They're walking through the pub. So make his way up to the table. At the moment, it is Thomas Dumas, and he'll be facing off against Toby Kalazak. And I'm probably saying Toby's last name incorrectly. It's one of those Russian names with Z's and C's. And yeah, it's like, I'm going to go with Kalazak. How old are these two? They do look young, don't they? So I'd say somewhere between 18 and 25. And the riser coming into play here for Toby, I believe. First time we've seen that tonight. And yes, we are seeing a very tall man here. Okay, and it looks like we're getting top roll versus top roll from what I can tell with their stances. About to get the start. They're outside of straps. So Thomas Dumas with the height advantage, but we're about to see the start. Hands are closed. They both go inside. And oh, is that a pin? It is. Wow. So they both top rolled, but it was a pin for Toby there. He gets the pin. The hand slipped apart, but right as the pin took place. So Thomas Dumas doing a good job trying to get out there, but he went beneath the height of the pin line on the slip. So Toby picks up the match. They're starting the second round. These are quick matches here at MAC4. All right. Both guys outside of straps. Hands are getting closed. They both top roll. They get the slip. They're going to the strap. And Thomas smacking the table in celebration of getting the slip. Always kind of funny for me. Bro's got a booster as a short king. I support that. It is the first time we've seen the riser being used. Strap is being applied for these two athletes here. Thomas Dumas versus Toby Kalazak. Or Kalachek, maybe. All right. Well, the scorecard hasn't been updated. It's still saying 0-0, but there was a pin in that first round for Toby. But now they're starting in the strap. And the strap's just being applied by the referee here. So it does look like both guys are top rolling. Okay, we got one foul for Thomas. What was the foul? Maybe the elbow? he's hit the table. They're just showing a slow-mo replay. He hit the table. His microphone flew off his shirt. All right. The strap has been tightened here. So Toby with a 1-0 lead over Thomas. And we're about to get the start. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. And wow, another dominant top roll victory for Toby there. He just rolled through Thomas's wrist. Was it Thomas? I think. Oh. The confusing thing for me here is that I don't know which athlete is which because they don't put the names up. I keep guessing and then I keep saying it's this guy who's winning, but and then I'm not sure. It's 2-0 for one of them, and I will find out as soon as they put the score up on the screen. It'd be great if they would keep it on the screen. Make it a lot easier for me. I think the shorter dude looks stronger here. Maybe I'm wrong. No, you are 100% correct. All right, we're about to get started for round 3. I want to see the names on the screen, please, so I know who's who. Okay, so Toby is the tall man, and Thomas is the shorter in this. So Thomas is the one up 2-0, and he's looking very dominant in this matchup. It's top roll on top roll, which is pretty standard for somebody who's got that height. But for the shorter man, it's quite unique. And hands are closed. Oh, he gets the position he wants. And wow, Toby concedes. He doesn't even, he just lifts his arm off. He knew that the match was done. And Thomas with the victory, 3-0. I think every match has gone 3-0 so far, which is really strange, but it's working out for them. It's great for us as the audience. We get to see these matches flowing through very quickly. They've been running for just under an hour, and we have seen 7 matches so far. So 2 more prelim matches to go. Jim Clement versus Matt Smith. I do know who Matt Smith is, so at least I'll know who's who. And John Prolix will be taking on Matt Oliver in the final prelim matchup. And then the pay-per-view card does start. It is 16 matches. And we're seeing names like Milo Larratt, Danielle Everson, Auden Larratt, Artem Taranenko, John Terrian, Alex Biagazirov, Coach Ray. You've also got, who else is on here? Wayne Withers. We're taking on Philip Larson in the main event. So there is a lot of action here. Brandon El Cesor as well. He is competing on this card. So we're about to see the next matchup here. Matt Smith versus Jim Clement. MC is just introducing everyone at the moment. Nice. Okay, I think they're just... Okay, they're going to talk to Philip Larson and Wayne Withers. Probably as a promo to hopefully entice people to buy the pay-per-view. And the ring girl, I'm going to call her the ring girl, even though there's no ring. But you know what I mean when I say that. The ring girl is the one reading the question, holding the microphone too far away from her mouth. You can barely hear her, but that's okay. Milo and John Tiernan, yes, absolutely, the Savage. So a lot of recognizable names here. And Wayne Withers will be taking on Philip Larson in the main event at 4. The MC rising up the crowd. He's about to introduce the next matchup. It will be Jim Clement versus Matt Smith. So training partners apparently. From Canada, both of them. All right, we'll find out who's coming out first. So Jim Clement on his way to the table, getting burnt by the sparklers as he takes a drink. Probably try to cool himself down. He's got a nice little wry grin on his face there. He has a nice nod and a smile, handshaking and fist bumping everyone on his way to the table. There's all smiles here for Jim Clement and his opponent about to be introduced, Matt Smith. Great to have you guys here watching with me. MC, what does MC stand for? Oh, Master of Ceremony. And with the microphone, the Master of Ceremony. There you go. Trivia facts for you. It could also be Matt Connelly, but it's Master of Ceremony. All right. So Matt Smith about to come out. And here he comes. He's got is it a beanie or a hat? I can't figure it out yet. And he walks his way through the flames, and a very confident look on this man's face as he walks his way out to the table. This man being involved in some absolutely incredible wars, and hopefully we'll see him in another one here tonight. But he's going up against Jim Clement, who is his training partner of all people. Kind of funny that you would fly to another country on the card and then you're facing the guy that you see every week at training. But that's what we're about to get underway here. So Matt Smith with it is a hat, it is a red baseball cap. It's backwards. He's got everything ready to go. He's got that an crazy inside game, and he hooks his leg around the leg of the table. And Jim Clement looking like he's going to top roll. And we go inside. We get the supination position straight away for Matt Smith. He rolls through for a very quick pin. Although, is it a restart? No, I think they've given the round. Okay, so Matt Smith 1-0 ahead here. He turned that inside very comfortably, and he's able to surge ahead 1-0. That is the game of Matt Smith. You've got to keep him from supinating, because once he gets there, he is a nightmare to deal with. We're about to get the start for the second round. They're outside of straps. It's going to be hook versus top roll, and an early start for Jim there. He did get a great position, but he started early to get it. They're restarting it. So Ian Carnegie, the referee, is going to line the hands up, and we'll get another start here. He's got to get the elbows on the pad to make sure everything's even. Okay, and the thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. They've gone inside almost instantly. They get a warning, both of them, for early movement. They haven't started yet. Hands are open. Hands are closed. We go inside, but it's a great position for Jim Clement. He's in a top roll spot, but Matt Smith holding hard with his bicep there. He looks very calm. I think he might be toying with Jim here a little bit, but he surges his body around. They are stuck in the center of the table. More of a dominant wrist position for Jim Clement here. And they're very much in a hook. But Jim trying to pronate through, although he gets pinned. Matt Smith just turned it inside even further and put his body weight behind it, almost a hook press in a way, and he gets the pin. He's up 2-0 here in this 8th prelim at MAC4. Big B, great cornerman I've pulled with Matt Smith. Firm hand in him for sure. Good in a hook. Yes, absolutely. As you can see, that is taking place right now. And Jim getting a really good position off the start. He had pronation. He had cup. He was in the fingers of Matt Smith, but Matt Smith looking extremely calm, and he was almost waiting for his opportunity to explode. He took that moment and got the pin. So it's 2-0 for Matt Smith. And Jim Clement must be wondering what he needs to do here. He had pretty much everything you would want as a top roll. Great pronation, really deep cup, but he was not able to get past the center line of the table. All right, we're in the strap for round 3. We're going to see the exact same thing again. It's going to be inside versus outside battle. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. We go inside, but Jim rolling into a top roll, but his arm's getting pulled out. He's dropped into almost a king's move position. He gets a foul. They're going to restart it. His elbow came either up or off the back, but he was surging with everything, but his hand stayed in the center of the table while his body continued. Well, we get a restart, but there's an early start for Jim there. He's on 2 fouls now. He's got to be careful here. One more will make him lose the match. We're about to get the start again. So Ian Carnegie, the referee, just explaining the hand positions. Thumbs are closed. Okay, hands are closed. Here we go. We're inside, and a very comfortable, easy pin for Matt Smith there. He didn't waste any time on that one. He just rolled straight through in a hook and gets the 3-0 victory over Jim Clement. So very, very strong young man. And he was in one of the best matches you'll ever see at Arm Gods against Connor Sale. It was inside versus inside, and it was an absolute battle. I'm surprised neither guy had a broken arm by the end of that. Connor Sale actually taking a timeout to go and throw up halfway through the match. All right, so we've got one more free prelim, and that is John Prolix versus Matt Oliver. And then we'll head into the pay-per-view card. So Premstream.com is where you can see this taking place. So they have moved through 9 or 8 matches very quickly. In 1 hour, we've seen 8 matches. I think literally every match has been 3-0, which is very strange, very unique. All right. The MC is introducing the athletes. And he's introducing just listen to the MC. Prox, okay, Jonathan Prox. I swear he said the Slim Reaper as his nickname, the Slim Reaper. I don't know if I heard that correctly or not. But John Prox making his way out to the table looks a very tall man. He must be close to Devin Larratt's height as he walked past Devin there, and they look of a similar statue. So John Prox is out, and his opponent, Matt Oliver, will be making his way out next. So John Prox looking like the tallest man we've seen on the stage here tonight so far. And Matt Oliver being introduced at the moment. You guys enjoying the prelims? Has everyone purchased the pay-per-view? We're going to just listen to a good painted picture of the commentary here for you. But Matt Oliver making his way out, very determined. He's got his eyes set on the table, and all business here as he makes his way out. So he's going to be at a height disadvantage here, but as we know in arm wrestling, it doesn't always mean that the taller man is going to win. Just you give an indication as to what style or technique they're going to be employing. Doesn't always pan out that way, but usually people with a long forearm will top roll, and people with shorter forearms will either hook or press, but it's not always the case. And you do see a lot of athletes that have the ability to utilize all those techniques. So we're about to get the start here. You can see the massive height discrepancy between these two guys. Looks like top roll on top roll. They've started now outside of straps, and John Prox gets the hand and gets the pin. He is fired up here. He's yelling and screaming to the audience, and he's putting on a show here. John Prox 1-0 over Matt Oliver in this night prelim match. Big B is there. This Big B, the guy that was at Arm Gods in Ireland, and he was cornering Pork Chop, I think. You have to let me know if you're Woody. I think he's in the background of every time they come up to the table where he's sitting in a black t-shirt with a black hat. So let's have a look at this round number 2 there. Outside of straps here. And hands are closed. We go top roll on top roll where John Prox has the better of it. He gets through. He's up 2-0. He raises his arms and bows to the crowd. So Matt Oliver with some work to do here. He's down 2-0. It's heading into round 3. These are fast matches, aren't they? Matt Oliver asking the referee if John had started early, but looking at the slow-mo replay here, it doesn't look like it at all. The referee almost looking shocked that the question was asked. So maybe Matt Oliver they've decided to start in the strap here for round 3. So John probably is extremely confident at this point in time. He's up 2-0. He's had 2 very dominant top roll pins. That's one of those things, if you've got the height advantage over your opponent as a top roller and they are also top rolling, it's very hard for the opponent because they can't match your height. Like, they physically are unable to match your genetic advantage. So it can be quite tricky for people that used to top rolling, but then somebody has just an immediate advantage over them. All right, about to get the start here. Round 3. They go in the strap. They get it. Here we go. John Prox repeats what he did in the first 2 rounds. Great top roll victory. 3-0 for him. Every match on this prelim card, 3-0. Well, that was wow. If you were able to bet on that happening, the odds would be astronomical. And you think he was there with Beer Man, maybe? Yeah, okay. And John is talking to Ray at the moment, but he was very, very dominant there. He's just talking about Devin Merritt there. He said he's just some guy that's really good at arm wrestling. That's a pretty good description. So that is the last of the prelim matches on premstream.com. We'll go into the pay-per-view card now. So if you haven't purchased the event, now is the time. If you use promo code 98, we'll give you $1 off what Atlantis in Real Life has done. So the MC is introducing all of the athletes that will be competing on the pay-per-view card. 29 athletes will be competing in these matchups. There's 16 matches. Because somebody is competing twice. So it doesn't make any sense. There's 2 people in each match. There's 16 matches. This should be 28. But if people are pulling twice, it should be less. I don't know how he says 29, but maybe he's discounted there. All right. Sweet says Atlantis in Real Life. Yes, we're about to get things underway. So you can see the prelims are wrapping up here. They have all of the athletes that will be competing on the pay-per-view card on the stage at the moment. And they went through that entire prelim card in just over an hour. 9 matches in 1 hour. That's amazing. I mean, most cards that you'll see are about 10 matches usually, and they'll go for 3 or 4 hours. So they did all of that in 1 hour. All matches being 3-0 would have helped, but the rule set that they have there definitely helping. The MC just introducing John Milne. So I might mute that for a second so that I can talk to you guys rather than hearing the MC, because they'll probably do some promo stuff to try and get people to buy the pay-per-view. And also, Schoolboy's brother is pulling. Yes, Alex, however you say his last name, from Armwrestling TV is also on the card. And I think he's the older of the 2 brothers. So it's quite interesting that he's going in this matchup, and people know his brother more than they know him, which is quite unique, because I think Alex was the one that really kicked things off, and their YouTube channel is very, very big, has an enormous following. Mayan is pulling twice. Yeah, there's a few people that are pulling twice. Let me see. I'm going to bring up the list here. So Milo Larratt is also pulling twice. Daniel Evertson as well. Who else? Let's see if I can find any more double pulls on here. Mayan, yeah. So Mayan, and I think that's it. But yeah, so a lot of athletes choosing to have both left and right arm matches. It's an interesting choice, and it paid off. We saw in the prelims for Blake Bullion, he was able to get a 3-0 victory on left and right. But usually it's not advisable, because you do kind of gas yourself out leading up to the match. And true, he was the original Alex Top Roll. That's right, absolutely. And eventually Schoolboy blew up on his channel, which I'm sure he was more than happy to have happen. I mean, I think another thing that really took them into not mainstream, but like that really helped them blow up was those matches that they would do in New York, and they would just set up a table and put $100 note on the table, and it's like, anybody who can beat this Schoolboy gets $100. And of course, no one had a chance against him. He was a world champion, but he had that look, that he was, because he was quite young then, the glasses, the Mickey Mouse t-shirt, the backpack, and it's like, oh, I can beat that dude. It's like, you can't even move him. So it was great to see that take place. And I think they were one of the first people that did that, and we've seen several other athletes repeat the same thing. I'm always hesitant to do those sorts of events because of the danger factor, the risk that somebody might get injured, especially if they've just walked up to the table as a man on the street and they may injure themselves. It's like an insurance nightmare. So always very hesitant about that. Maybe they get them to sign a waiver or something, but you would hope that they would have protection there in case of an injury. So all the athletes are on the stage at the moment. MAC4 pay-per-view about to start. They are introducing themselves, I believe. And so many athletes are trying to fit on that stage. They're sort of standing in front of each other. You can't quite see everyone there. But regardless of that, there's going to be some great matches upcoming here. MAC4 at the pay-per-view event. Hitler's handicapped helper. Wow. Gary Roberts is still upset about the channel name. Is he? Wow. Okay. Why? Armwrestling TV? What's Gary Roberts' channel called? I haven't heard from him for a little while, Gary. I mean, he might still be out on the scene, but I haven't seen anything with him recently. But Gary, what's his channel called? And what is his issue with Armwrestling TV? Be interested to hear. And great username there. Hitler's handicapped helper. Triple H. That's great. Well, I haven't seen you in my streams before, so welcome. And we're watching MAC4, Major Arm Wrestling Championship 4. I forgot about Gary Roberts. Yeah. Well, so I believe Gary was one of the first guys that started filming a lot of events around the US and around the world. And he has a stack of footage from all of these tournaments and events that took place that nobody else has. So, Arm TV and Arm Wrestling TV. Yeah. It's kind of a bit silly to be upset about something like that, I think. I mean, if you've gone with a very generic Arm TV and then they've gone Arm Wrestling TV, it's like, but I don't think that's anyway, regardless of that. All right, so they've taken a break here and they'll be back with the pay-per-view. And the first match on the pay-per-view, Milo Larratt will be taking on Chris. And these last names, because I believe this is a French-Canadian last name, Doucette. And you could say it two different ways, like the English pronunciation or the French pronunciation. And whichever way I say it will be the wrong way. The algorithm, similar thing. Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, if you're typing in arm wrestling, you'd probably be more likely to find the Arm Wrestling TV channel than the Arm TV channel. But regardless of that, I mean, Gary has tremendous footage, and he was one of the key players in seeing a lot of these old tournament matches. And yeah, he's definitely an important figure in the history and the growth of arm wrestling. Atlantis says that's dope. Kind of like Cobra Rhodes and stuff I've heard, but none of it ever gets shown, sadly. Yeah, it's one of those things. If you have hours and hours and hours of footage, maybe a lot of it isn't really interesting stuff. Maybe he just kept the camera rolling and there was a lot of backstage stuff and a lot of in-between stuff. And it's like, if I want to present that, you've got to go through and edit it all. And it's like, editing is tiring and boring and annoying. And it takes a long time. And then, you finally finish it. And then you've got to do a thumbnail, and then you've got to write the description. Then you got to come up with the hashtags, and then you got to upload it. It's very annoying to go through all of that, and then you put it up, and then 12 people watch it, and that's it. That old footage, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get what you mean. But yeah, as I said, I mean, instrumental in the matches that we've seen from those years, which we wouldn't have seen otherwise. And all right, they're still on a break here. If it does come back up, somebody let me know, because I had that happen last time with Mac, and I was waiting and waiting and waiting, and they were playing the intro, video on repeat. And I was like, when is this stream going to start? And then someone's like, refresh your screen. And I was like, I refreshed it, and it was playing, and I'd missed the first 5 minutes. And I'm like, So, yeah, I'm aware of it this time. They're not going to trick me. So the pay-per-view about to kick off, and it will be Milo Larratt, the son of Devin Larratt, who you may have heard of. He has arm wrestled a few times around the place. And both of his sons, Milo and Auden, will be competing on this card, and in the first 3 matches. So it'll be Milo Larratt, and then we'll see Danielle Everson take on Alexandra Ozarova, and then the third matchup will be Mayan versus Auden Larratt. So you'll see some names that you'll recognize throughout this. Matt Smith will be. Oh, sorry, that's Mike Smith. We did see Matt Smith on the prelims, who managed to pick up a 3-0 victory over his training partner in Jim Clement. But Milo is pulling left and right. I'm not sure which match is which. He's probably going to do left arm first. Usually that's the way that you'll see things take place. But he's facing off. Milo Larratt will be taking on Chris Doucette, and it's probably a left-handed match. And then, so that's match number 1. Match number 7 is Milo Larratt versus Peter Brana Jr., also from Canada. So a lot of Canadians on the card here. And our main event will be Philip Larson versus Wayne Withers. The co-main, Artem Taranenko versus Alan Ford. That is going to be fireworks. Atlantis says, if I remember, he was basically taking credit for bringing arm wrestling to YouTube. It's been years, though. Maybe I'm wrong. It's one of those things. If it doesn't really matter. It's I mean, they're the number 1 YouTube channel by a long way. Although Propanja might be rivaling them. Propanja had like 100 million views or 100 million followers or something. He sent me a screenshot of it was like in that last month throughout the season, they had 100 million visits, which is absolutely astronomical. And it was on free-to-air TV over there, Propanja in India. 70 million people watching each episode, 100 million watching the grand finals. So if you talk about viewership, I mean, wow, that's second to none. I mean, 100 million people watching your event is... There's 25 million people in Australia. So 4 times the amount of every person in our country watched. Absolutely crazy. And Atlantis says he was trying to at least drink long-winded drunken rants years ago. Okay. I've only seen a little bit of Gary. He seemed very passionate about the sport. I did see him blow chalk into Ryan Grondin's eyes when they had a match, and he leapt over the table, sort of like slid, like he came out for his match and slid over the table, and he was firing up, and it was a very unique individual. But as I said, very passionate about the sport, and he was having a good time that night. I think Ryan Grondin was a bit taken aback and didn't know exactly how to handle him there. But it was quite an interesting moment. Propanja is insane. Absolutely. I completely agree. True, he was passionate. Is he still around? Is he still doing stuff? As I said, I haven't heard anything from him for a little while, Gary Roberts. But he used to pop into streams every now and then that I would see, and he would comment, a few things. But I haven't seen him for quite a while. be interested to see if he is still out and about. And I know he has got a ton of footage that he hasn't released, which, as I said, I mean, he's probably got to go through it all, edit it. It just takes so long, and especially if, it's a daunting task. Like if you've got, let's say, 100 hours of footage, and you're like, oh, it's like a mountain, an Everest to climb to start editing that. Atlantis says, I feel like it's been years now since I've seen him. Yeah, it probably has. I mean, maybe at least a year, maybe two, since I've seen him in any chats or anything like that. I can't remember how long ago it was for the match with Ryan Grondin, but it would have been around the 2 to 3 year mark. So yeah, but arm wrestling is one of those sports where you can jump back into it at any point in time. And we see the interesting thing, and this is one of the most crazy and unique things about the sport of arm wrestling, that it seems to be the peak performance era is like between 40 and 55, which is so strange for I guess a combat sport or a strength-based sport. Usually it's your 18 to 30 is your peak prime years, and then everything starts to slowly decline from there. But arm wrestling, it seems to be the complete opposite. It's like once guys hit 40, that's when they start coming on, and everything starts working out for them. And you get, I mean, if you have a look at the top 15 guys in the world, the vast majority of them are over the age of 40, which is very, very unique, and several over the age of 50. I mean, we saw John Brazing only just recently retire, and I think he's 60 now, but he was still competing and being very, very competitive at 59 years old. It's just insane. And Devin Larratt, I think is he in his 50s now? So, he's sort of, I guess, universally ranked number 2, pound for pound, or not pound for pound, sorry, in the super heavyweights. Obviously, Levan is his nemesis at that number 1 spot. Actually, I saw Extraction 2 the other day. I don't know if you guys have seen that. And Levan Saganashvili is one of the villains in that, which was very interesting. He did a good job. He only had one line, but he was in quite a few of the action sequences, and he shot a couple of people, and then he got shot. I think he was about to kill like a mother and daughter. He was a real bad guy. And then when he was about to hit them with a hatchet or something, he got killed. But it's a great movie if you haven't seen it, Extraction 2. Atlantis says, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Are any of these guys doing it naturally, you think, or it's from extra T minimum? My guess, and this isn't from insider knowledge or anything, but I would heavily bet that all of them are on the source. Yeah, it's not tested events, and you need to have a very high level of strength. So those two things combined usually leads to performance enhancing drugs. But that's not to say that everyone in the sport is using it, but I would say a vast majority, especially at the upper echelon eras, are heavily into it. But the unique thing about it is that we're seeing different sorts of performance enhancing drugs being brought out, and it's not because obviously with the bodybuilding side of things, that's where they kind of got their most attention, and it was very easy to look at sort of the freaks of bodybuilding, these enormous 140 kilo, like what is that, 315 pound guys at like 3% body fat, and say, well, that does not look human, that looks ridiculous, that looks insane. And then you find out, they're using drugs to look like that. Okay. And that sort of got spread across anyone who's using drugs is going to look like those guys, or anyone who's using drugs is going to be ridiculously strong. And so a lot of people got in their head that was the relationship between performance enhancing drugs was their immediate thought was bodybuilding. But we're seeing these days that a lot of these things, these compounds, are being used as anti-aging compounds, and people are really able to get a lot of health benefits and support themselves into extended living and having a better quality of life because of using testosterone or using stem cell therapy or growth hormone, or those sorts of things. As we know, over the age of 30 for men, you lose 1% of your testosterone naturally every year on average. It's going to be different for each person, but that is the average. So by the time you're 40, you're down 10% naturally, 50, 20% down. And, that's not going to come back. So we are seeing, especially people that are in a position of wealth, where they're going to these anti-aging clinics, they're being prescribed testosterone, they're being prescribed growth hormone, they're being prescribed stem cell therapy, and they're getting tremendous results because these things are really allowing them to get these health benefits. They're not abusing them, but they're just bringing themselves back to those levels of where they were when they were in their early 20s, that sort of thing. Atlantis says, indeed, but you're right. In other strength sports, the PEDs aren't enough to dominate once you're older. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. It's so unique for arm wrestling. It's one of the weirdest things. I mean, you look at guys like, what is it? Todd Zilla started when he was like mid 30s or early 40s or something. And he's one of the top guys in the world, and, continues to get better. He's getting better all the time, and he's getting older. The lucky ones. Lucky is in. She has a super chat here, $1.99 USD. She says, Matt, hi, hello to you, Lucky. Thank you so much for your super chat there. I know you've got a show on later tonight. The Lucky Ones podcast, Females in Arm Wrestling, is on every Saturday night. They do a tremendous job, and they promote the sport specifically for getting more women involved in the sport of arm wrestling, which is amazing to see. So thank you for that again, Lucky, and great to see you here in the chat. We are watching MAC4, which is on premstream.com. The code 98 will get you a $1 discount. You can also use Parliament from Brian Parliament. That will also get you a $1 discount, but you don't get to stack them. I'll use it once. Atlantis says, people like Tom Brady and LeBron James come to mind. I don't know if you know those guys. Yeah, Tom Brady, I believe he's from the NFL, and LeBron James from basketball. So, yeah, but it's not just those athletes that are getting these benefits. You're seeing it more and more prevalent, and I see it in the gym all the time. People are talking more about growth hormone or about IGF-1 or these different peptides that are out now, and SARMs, and there's all sorts of things. So quite interesting, quite unique. And like he says, thank you, Phil Woody, for the membership. It was a very kind thing there, Phil Woody, if he's still watching. He gifted 5 memberships to the Hollywood Matt Connelly channel, which is a wonderful thing. And it is, Lucky was one of the lucky ones to receive that gift. And you get the double biceps from Atlantis in real life. There you go. Ooh, it's funny the lighting can make such a difference. Have a look at the difference between my left and right arm. Because you can see the oh, that's this one. You see the shadow when you can't see it there. Anyway, it's important that you know that it's the lighting. Hitler's handicapped helper says, have you heard or seen the Brian Johnson reverse aging guy? He is kind of creepy. I haven't seen that. Wow. Okay. No, I haven't heard of that. But yeah, reverse aging. I mean, that's one of those things that we were just talking about with, the ability to use, I guess you'd say, performance enhancing drugs is kind of an umbrella term for, your steroids, your peptides, your SARMs, growth hormones, all those sorts of things. They all sort of fall under that umbrella. But yes, the whole purpose of using those compounds is to extend your quality of life. And if you're naturally diminishing muscle and strength and motivation as you age, then these compounds can bring you, or they can slow that down, they can stop that completely, they can help to reverse that, so not to reverse aging, but to reverse the negative effects of having lost those natural tendencies of those compounds being produced by your body. $13.99 with 98 discount. Thank you there, Atlantis in real life. And yeah, that guy is creepy indeed, Triple H. I haven't seen him. I'll have to look him up afterwards. Kevin says, I hope to see on East versus West. Matt, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. That's a great compliment there. East versus West putting on big events, and they had one in the USA just recently, and we saw it was a great production. I think Brian Shaw's company was the ones who was in charge of the production there, but they did a tremendous job, and it looked it was significantly better than what they usually do. I'll put it that way. Atlanta says, I can confirm the left bicep peak usually wins. Yeah, it's so weird. I'm right-handed, but so that's my right arm there. I don't know if it's mirrored on the camera or not. Right arm. But then the left arm, we'll see if we can get that in the shadow. There we go. It's weird. I don't know. It's the left arm seems to look aesthetically better, but it is my weaker arm. It's worth checking out. Okay, I'll have to have a look. The reverse aging Brian Johnson. Okay. So we're waiting for MAC to kick off the pay-per-view event. There's 16 matches. They might have ran through the prelims faster than they thought. So it's one of those things, and we've seen that happen with the UFC, is that the athletes, this is what used to happen with the UFC. So they would be allocated a certain amount of time to put on their pay-per-view. And if there was a knockout, like a very quick knockout in the first round, they would be putting the next match on pretty much straight away. And so if you were in the back as an athlete, you had to sort of be aware as to, well, when is my match coming? And okay, the match before me is on now. I need to be ready to go, because they might go to decision, which would be, if it's 3 rounds, 18 minutes, 15 for the thing, 1 minute in between, as well as the walkout. So you probably need like 25 minutes total, but you could also get the call up to get out to the cage very quickly if there was a knockout. And we saw that happen with George St. Pierre the night he tore his adductor muscle. And he said the reason that he tore it, he didn't have time to sufficiently warm up, but he didn't blame anyone else. Said that it was his responsibility as an athlete. He was supposed to be watching the order of the fights, but he thought that there was going to be more time than there was. And so he sort of got a little bit caught out there. And that's the way they used to run it. So if there was a knockout, then they would be like, let's get the next match on there straight away. What they do now is they allocate the time for each match regardless as to what the result is. So if they get a very early knockout, say in the first 15 seconds, then they still take 25 minutes for that fight. They just replay the thing. They talk to the athlete. They might have an interview with the coach. They might do some back and forth, but they'll use up that 25 minutes regardless as to what the result was. And so you do see that. If you do see a quick knockout on UFC, you could expect to have 20 minutes of talking before the next match will start. Don't know how I got onto that, but yeah. It was Handicapped Helper says, what match are you most interested in, Matt? I'm very interested in the Artem Taranenko versus Alan Ford match. Alan Ford has been putting on a tear lately, and we know that Artem Taranenko, the Russian spy, is the top roll king. He is very, very skilled at this sport, and it should be a great technical battle there. John Terrian as well, the Savage, always great to see him compete. I'm very interested to see Alex Toproll. His form, I think, because I think he was ahead of his brother when they first started, and we saw him compete in a few tournaments around the USA and do quite well. But then I think when Schoolboy took off, I think that he put more of his time and effort into the channel and editing the videos and making sure that content was being produced, as opposed to spending as much time training. And it looks like Schoolboy, to me anyway, it looks like Schoolboy has surpassed him in skill, and I haven't seen a lot of Alex Toproll in the last couple of years, really, from the competitive side. So great to see him back here, though, and I'll be interested to see what form he's in. Brandon El Cesor is also somebody that you always want to watch. That man is never in a boring match. So there is some very, very good matches on this card, 16 in total. Hey, Atlantis says, lucky. And Atlantis says, hello back. Did you order the pay-per-view? I did. S13, can you go check T10? Oh, there we go. Martin Wiley is in the house. Hello to you, Martin. I haven't heard from you for a long time. One of the guys I used to work with in Adelaide doing security, and S13, security 13. Yes, I think Martin was, what was Martin? No, S10 was Rick. I'm trying to remember Martin's number. 15, 14? No. Oh, I've forgotten. But Martin, great to see you. Atlantis in real life says, I'd never thought about that. I would be on the edge the entire day before into the day until my match. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that's very interesting with the way that people approach matches or fights or those sorts of things. The psychological element is huge in arm wrestling and fighting and combat sports, in, I guess, anything. If you've got, let's say, you've been training for, it was S5, thank you, Martin. If you've got training, oh, you're hurt now. Okay. He's hurt. It's been 20-something years, Martin. But yes, we are talking about this MAC4 event that is taking place at the moment, but they are in between the prelims and the pay-per-view at this point in time. So we'll kick things off again once they get going. I've just double-checked again to see if they have restarted, but they haven't yet. So I think they went through those prelim matches faster than they were expecting, and they may have told all the athletes, look, we're going to start the pay-per-view card at 7 p.m. and they ran through that whole prelim card by 6:10, I think it was. So there was 50 minutes there where they used some of that time to fill with having the athletes come up on stage, and right now we are just seeing the loading screen, I guess, the little promo video that plays while we wait. But I'm guessing that it will be 7 p.m. that they'll kick it off. They probably allocated 2 hours for the prelims, and they only used 1 hour. Every match went 3-0, which was just very, very unique. And I don't think I've ever seen that happen in a card before, every single match being 3-0. That speed actually was pretty impressive. Absolutely, completely. The starts keep catching me off guard because I'm so used to every other organization where, the guys get to the table and you got like 3 minutes before they actually start because of the amount of messing around, and then they'll slip, and then they get the strap applied, and then it's like, okay, we'll just come back in 5 minutes when they're actually ready to go. But not here. It's pretty much the guys. I'm still talking like about them walking up to the table, and then they've started. I'm like, I wasn't ready. So, yeah, it's very, very fast starts. It's almost like they're just saying, like, close the thumbs, close the hands, go. It's like, wah! And very quick calls from Ian as well, like the head referee and the other gentleman who is refereeing. They're like, no, hang on. Early start or foul, and it's very, they've been really onto it. They're doing a great job. It's 13. Yeah, it's crazy. Thanks for jumping in, Martin. Always good to see you, and I haven't seen you for a very long time. I am in Miami at the moment in Florida, and I hope that you're still over in England, and hopefully we'll be able to catch up at some point. But yes, we're just waiting for the next matches to kick things off. Milo Larratt will be the opening match, and he'll be taking on Chris Doucette. Doucette. I'm going to go with Doucette because it's the way I am going to say it. And Yeah. When we did Pro Panja, a lot of the Indian names were very, very difficult. And I'm sure that I was saying a majority of them very wrong. But that's what I was just saying it phonetically, like the way it was written. That's the way I'm going to pronounce it. Yeah, unless they tell me otherwise. And yeah, we saw some incredible matches there. It's a lot of back and forth. I'll show you what I'm seeing here for MAC. Bring up on the screen here. There we go. So we are seeing the loading screen rolling back and forth. And you can see these tables here from MAC. They are very unique, very different to a traditional arm wrestling table. You see the really big elbow pads and the curved table in the center. So it does lend itself to preventing as many elbow fouls as you see with those standard. I think it's 7x7 is the traditional sized pads, 7x7. And then in WAL, they had 7x9, and the 2 inches that were longer was for like if you're using more back pressure and you had 2 more inches of room, which is why we saw the King's move being so effective for guys like Michael Todd, because they were able to sit really at the very edge of the table, because the pad almost extends to the edge of the table. And you could sit almost like this. Your opponent's like way over trying to use leverage and not able to get through that position. So not being as effective on the 7x7 size elbow pads. Obi Zen, it is Randy Snyder Jr. He is in the house. He says, I'm about to sit down and enjoy the card myself. Well, thank you. Very good to see you here. Randy was my guest on the podcast last night, and it was fantastic to talk to him about the sport of arm wrestling. Atlantis says, did you see the video of that table Dennis Saplenkov made with the laser above it? I haven't seen that. Should I? Is it on YouTube? Let me see if I can find it. But something that I did implement for a while in our super matches at our club, the SA Titans, I got a laser pointer, which was on a little keychain thing, and I would hang it from the roof. And so the laser would point straight down. And then I had measured the very center of the table, and I put a sticker, like a dot sticker there. And then I would line the very center of the table up with that laser dot. And then when I would set the athlete's hands, you could see the laser dot, and it would be like here, and be like, okay, well, you've got to have it there for this to start, for you guys to be in the middle of the table. And it was really handy and really useful, because you could see, and the athletes could immediately see, oh, okay, I need to come forwards, or I've got to go back. I'm not in the right position, and you can't start the match unless that dot is lined up. So, but then the batteries ran out, and I haven't replaced them. So that's the reason I haven't used it since. But I did like it. Tom Stubblebine has it on YouTube. Let's have a look and see if we can find it. That's a tricky last name. Stubblebine. I like that thinking. We need something like this if we want strict matches. Yeah, it's just another tool we were trying out to see how it would work. I did like it. The athletes seem to like it as well. Tom Stubblebine. Let's have a look and see what you can find here. I'll bring it up for you guys so you can see what I'm seeing. We can all enjoy the search process together. Okay, Dennis reveals new invention for arm wrestling. Okay, this must be the
guys. Check out
here. So let's see if we can find it. And it may be very similar to what I was talking about. Yeah, so they've got, okay, great. Oh, is it fixed to the actual table? Okay. Yeah, so no, that's exactly what we were doing. Fantastic. Yeah. But it looks like he's built it into the framework of the table. Honestly, it looks a little bit cumbersome. I guess that you can swap it back and forth, but that does prevent the athlete from being able to use that space. So I think it may be better utilizing it from where the handles are, like the handles that you have to hold on to. It may work better having it across the board that way. But yes, it's essentially the exact concept I was just talking about. So great to see that. But yeah, that's one of those things where we're looking at innovation and different techniques and different things that can be utilized for the sport of arm wrestling. And I do like that. But the way that they've put that together, it does look a little bit, and I will say, I don't want to be critical of it, but it looks a little cumbersome in the regard as to if you're now not able to move here, or sorry, I guess if you're going that way and you had the pole, on this side, ideally you'd be going that way if you're pinning, but if you're trying to, move backwards or you're trying to defend, you're going to run into that pole. So I don't know, maybe some adjustments need to be made for that there. I always call him Stubble Buys. He's actually pretty big though. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that frame is a problem. Yeah, I think if they just adjusted, so instead of being diagonal, if they brought it to the middle, that would work better. Yes. And Randy doesn't like the frame on that table either. I agree with you, Randy. It's a good idea, and I like that. I think what their point of it is that they've got it diagonally so that if you're going from right hand to left hand, you can just lift the poles and lock them in again. But you wouldn't need to do that if you put them in the center. I guess the referee is probably going to have a restricted view though if there's a pole in his field of vision. So, there's no good answer there. I think that it requires a bit more experimentation. Maybe quite a thin pole would work, because you don't need, it's a laser. It's not heavy. You don't need it to be a thick pole. You can have a very thin pole so the referee can still see what's going on. It's in the right direction. I think maybe they can keep modifying it. Someone show Toddzilla. Yeah, the way I did it was like the in the training room that we utilize. It's those ceilings you can push up. They're like panels, and so I would just push the panel and just put that key ring in there, and then it would just hang down. So that worked out, and it was free. I didn't need a frame or anything for that. But obviously, if you're outside or if you're in a different location where you don't have access to that, it's going to be a bit more of a challenge. I had to put sticky tape because the laser pointer, you got to press the button to turn it on. I had the sticky tape around over and over to get that laser to stay on. And then I would forget that it was on. And that's why the batteries went dead. So, yeah. And they're really hard to get those batteries there. Those really small watch batteries? It was like that, but not the same size. It was slightly different, and you could only get them from a certain place, and it was like, yeah, it's too difficult. I'm just going to leave it. So let's have a look and see if they've kicked things off yet. No? Okay, well, it's close to 7 o'clock here. So 6:57, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are looking at starting this card off at 7. And maybe just a little bit past 7, because they had the prelims scheduled for 5 and they started at about 5:08. So hopefully they will get things underway for us here at MAC4. Whereabouts is this taking place? Is it in New York or something like that? It says Carlton Arm Wrestling Club, but they may be a sponsor. I wonder if I can find that out. Let me see if anybody knows. MAC4. Let's see here. It's in Canada. Okay, that's why we're seeing so many Canadians on the card. It is in Ottawa, I believe. Let me see. What does it say here? It's in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. That is why you're seeing all of these Canadians on the card. Right. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay. Yeah, so obviously Devin Larratt is in Canada. He's a Canadian man, and him and his family are in attendance. Both their sons will be competing. Auden Larratt and Milo is the first match you'll see, and then Auden is the third, and then later on again you'll see Milo. He is doing left and right arm. And thank you, Randy. He says it is in Canada. There we go. And Atlantis says, yes, those damn little circle batteries. Yeah. Oh, I'm annoyed about it now. This is years ago. Oh, man. But then we're, I don't want to go on about it, but it was like your normal size watcher batteries, those little circle ones. This was like, they were a little thicker than that. So they were very, you couldn't get them anywhere. It was like you had to order them online somewhere and they had to be shipped over from, I don't know, China or something. Randy says, we are ready for some action. Very nice there. And let's see if they've started. It is 7 o'clock now. They haven't kicked it off yet, but they hopefully will get this pay-per-view underway. And if you haven't ordered it yet, you can still do that at premstream.com. I'm going to put it in the chat. Premstream.com. There we go. There's probably a way to tag that on the top in the YouTube comments or whatever, but I don't stream from YouTube. I stream from a different platform. So I don't have that option. I use a platform called Restream, and it allows you to bring up comments on the screen, that sort of thing. There's a few different ones around, StreamYard and that sort of thing. I think Streamlabs as well. Yeah, I think you'll see like the Aussie arm wrestler will use StreamYard. I think he uses StreamYard. They're all pretty similar. But yeah, this one comes with a few different features where you can, change the backgrounds and, put your own stuff up there. And they've got some preloaded ones. Let's see, what's that one there? Oh, we're in space. Okay. So that is handy. And then you can obviously play your videos as well. So let's play a quick video here. Hollywood Mac Connelly with the double biceps. It is in the contract a legal requirement every single time we appear on camera. And you got outros and all the rest of it. You can put an overlay. We support Ukraine overlay, which is a built-in feature there. What's this one? Oh, sunglasses. Okay, I don't see any use for that whatsoever. It's just going to block the streamer. What's this one? Let's have a look. The mic check. Okay. And the be right back. Well, that's probably handy, actually. That's probably useful. I didn't even know that was on there. Thank you for watching. If you don't feel like saying thank you for watching, you can put up that message. You can say thank you for watching, or you could just click that button and then it's implied for you. It's right there on the screen. You didn't have to say it at all. You've saved 1 second. What else is here that I could show you guys? It's kind of funny. I can change the shape of the lettering. Can make it rounded. That's the default. Oh, it sounds like they may be starting things. Yes, they are. Okay, they've gone live. So we were correct on the guess that they were going to start around 7 o'clock. They have, and we're about to kick things off. I just got Restream, and it's going to level up my whole podcast. Absolutely. It is very user-friendly and very easy to be able to bring up all the different options that I was just showing you there. But the advantage of Restream and the reason it's called Restream is that you can stream your stream your live to multiple platforms at the same time. So for me right here, I'm live on YouTube, on Facebook, under 3 different accounts on Facebook: my Hollywood Mac Connelly one, the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club, and the AWE Facebook as well. So that is an advantage. And that's why sometimes you see people say, "Oh, where are you seeing these comments from?" I'm like the only person watching, and it's like maybe they're the only person watching on Facebook, and they're not seeing all the comments that are coming up from YouTube, which is why I always bring up everyone's comment, regardless as to where it's from. So it doesn't matter which platform you post from, it will come up here. I will put it up. So the MC is firing up the crowd at the moment. And let me put the volume back up so I can hear it. listening to what he's saying. He's changed outfits. He's put a suit on. So he didn't have the suit on before. He's put the suit on now, and he's firing up the crowd. Jake Beefcake. Jake Beefcake. That's great. Oh, they've said 15 matches. Oh, there was 16, so maybe we had an injury or something. Because I've got a list of 16 here. And first match is about to start. Thank you for joining me here for this event. Always fun with Armwrestling fans. And Milo Larratt is being introduced at the moment. 22 years old. 227.8 pounds. Important to know there is 0.8 there. That's heavier than me. I'm too tall. All right, let's have a look at mine. Oh, he does look tall. He's obviously got his father's genetics there. Very serious. He probably looks more like Devon than Auden does, I would say. He's got his game face on. Makes his way out. Alan Ford is there in attendance, cheering him on. As he makes his way up, he's in jeans, and he stares across at his invisible opponent. Takes some deep breaths. He is very focused here. All right, his opponent being introduced now. I think he's taller than Devon. Yeah. He must be. His opponent is 48 years old. I want to hear how he says his last name. Doucette. Okay, I was correct. Chris Doucette is making his way out to the table at the moment. Getting burnt by the sparklers there. And he's swinging the arms, warming himself up, getting slaps on the back, fist bumps from the people in the crowd as he makes his way to the table. So this should be interesting to see how Milo Larratt does. Haven't seen him compete before. I've seen him in some of Devon's videos, some training stuff on the table, but he was very young in those videos. So I know he competed at the last MAC event, but I didn't see the result of that. So I'll be very interested to see his style and what he does. Jeans and work boots, ready to clock in. Absolutely. All right. Chris Doucette and Milo Larratt, they're starting outside of straps. Milo talking a lot to the referee, the same as what Devon likes to do, Devon in the corner, and Jody as well. Thumbs are closed. Both look like they're going to top roll. They do, and we get a slip, but the referee saying, I think they both elbow fouled. So he said they're going to start it again. They're outside of straps again. The referee lining up their hands. So thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. Oh, and we get a slip. They're going to go to the strap. But it looked to me like Chris Doucette was changing his hand position quite significantly as the match was about to start there. But regardless of that, they have slipped apart. He won't be able to do that again in the strap. The strap restricting the ability to manipulate your hand position as much. So the strap being applied, Milo is very vocal here, as we saw with Devon traditionally and Auden as well. They do like to make sure that they get any kind of advantage that they can, or that their opponent does not get any advantage. The setup does look very fair from where the strap has been applied. Milo looks like he might be trying to press here. He's brought his shoulder right in. I think he's going to press, and Chris needs to be aware of that. Chris in a top roll position. Milo fired up. He's yelling at Chris. They start. He does try to press. Chris drops down into an open arm top roll, and Milo gets the pin. He yells in the face of Chris. told you guys. He looks like a crazy man at the moment, but he is fired up here. He's up 1-0 over Chris Doucette. Quite an interesting round. Chris dropping into an open arm top roll King's move position, but his elbow came off the back of the pad. It didn't work out for him. And Milo, right in his face, yelling and screaming, almost headbutted him. So, a lot of passion being displayed on the table at the moment. Milo won in the last event. Well, thank you very much, Lucky. Is he? He looks like he would be a top roller, but he pressed in that last round. Randy says Milo could really build out his frame if he wants to go far in the sport. Absolutely. Okay, we're about to get the start. They will start in strap because the rules here at MAC are if you do slip, then every round starts strap regardless. So the strap is being applied at the moment. Neither guy is in their stance that they are going to be pulling in. So a little hard to tell what technique is going to be utilized, but I think that Milo is going to be pressing again. He's looking like he wants to get that shoulder in nice and tight. And yeah, I would say he's definitely going to be pressing. And I'd say Chris is going to be top rolling here. Milo complaining that he's not near the center of the table for the start. And we're about to get the start. The strap has been applied. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. We get a start. He does go for that press again. They're in a hook. And the open arm top roll being utilized by Chris again. The referee is standing in front of the camera. I can't see what's happening. I think there's a foul on Milo. Don't know. We'll see. They're restarting it. They went into a hook. And Chris using this top roll, open arm top roll position, like a King's move position. Let's have a look. They're about to start again. It's the same battle again. Milo is stuck in the center of the table. They're both in an open arm top roll position here. The hands are very horizontal, and maybe an elbow foul for Milo there. They haven't been called. It's a double King's move here. Double King's move, very rare to see in arm wrestling. And they are stuck in the center of the table. Neither man able to get an advantage, and we get a win being called or a foul being called. What is the call from the referee there? I think maybe there was a foul on Chris, but he might be giving him the round. There's no microphone on the referee, so I'm trying to guess based on his hands, but he is signaling that Chris won that round. So it's 1-1. Wow, that's a very rare thing to see, a double King's move. And you could see they both dropped into that position. Milo did initially engage in a press, but he wasn't able to get through. And Chris is doing like a drop into this open arm position. And Milo was not able to get through with that press. And then he dropped into an open arm top roll position. They were both stuck in the center, like this, for quite a significant amount of time. But the referees called the pin, or the win at least, for Chris. But regardless of that, it's 1-1. Strap is being applied here for round number 3. And Milo is going to be pressing again. He already has his shoulder lined up behind his hand. Be interested to see if Chris utilizes that open arm top roll position again. He's really using that as a defensive tool, but he wasn't able to get past the center line. And Milo Larratt, I'm looking at Devin on the screen. Wow. And we're getting abuse from Milo here towards the referee of swearing and carrying on. That he is going to be pressing absolutely. Probably should have his shoulders a lot more square than they are. But we're about to get the start. We're going to see a top roll versus a press again. And hands are closed. One hands up. Hands are open again. Referee trying to get Milo's shoulders square. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. They go into early start for Chris foul on him. So they're going to start it again. Round 3. Both men need to settle down here. We're going to get a start to this round. Chris on 2 fouls. Oh, Milo turns him inside for a quick press pin. He's up 2-1. in this opening matchup here on MAC4, the pay-per-view event. So Milo with almost a flash pin there. You can see Chris trying to drop down, but his arm getting pinned. So it's 2-1, first to 3. And I don't believe that they get a minute break between rounds even. There must be only getting like, it looks like 30, 40 seconds, which is great for us, more action. So both at the strap is being applied. Milo's still fired up. He is yelling in the face of Chris. Chris not even paying any attention whatsoever. He is very focused on his hand. Quite an interesting aspect to the sport, isn't it? The difference in styles of technique of how people get fired up for a match. Some people are very cool, calm, and collected. Others need to fire themselves up. Milo looks like the latter there. All right, about to get the start. The strap has been applied. Milo's going to be pressing, and Chris is in a top roll. Although stance, no, he's definitely going to be top rolling. I was going to say he looked like he might be also going inside, but he adjusted his hips. Milo talking to the referee there. Milo doing a lot of talking with the referee. And we're about to get the start. And close the thumbs, close the hands. And it's another quick pin for Milo Larratt. He gets the victory here. And it's on the left arm. We'll see him again later on tonight for his right arm match. But he gets the win 3-1 over Chris Doucette. Opening match here at MAC4. So I've got a list of 16 matches. The MC did say 15. So there might have been a scratching of one of the matches that I'm not aware of. But 15 to go on my card here. And USS Liberty says, I thought this table design discouraged the King's move. Potentially, but that's the thing. If both guys go into it, what can you do? It was a very unique match. Hey, USS is lucky. The usual suspects in the chat. So a good win for Milo Larratt there. 3-1. He will be back later on. And he's probably happy that it was a dominant victory. A lot of the rounds were very quick, so he didn't utilize a lot of energy. And that's one of the key aspects. If you're going to be pulling both arms, you don't want to be getting into a war in your first match because you're going to be absolutely wrecked for your second one. Usually they will try to put the matches as far from each other as possible on the card. Sometimes it's just a little impossible. Like if you've got your main top 4 matches, and then somebody who's more on the undercard is having a left and right, the biggest gap you might be able to get might be 3 matches or 4 matches. So, an hour potentially to recover. All right, next matchup is being introduced at the moment. So we've got the 70-kilogram weight division for the women. Danielle Everson taking on Alexandra Ozerova. Ozerova. Danielle Everson on the way to the table at the moment. Oh, they're playing some entrance music. I think this is the first athlete that's getting an entrance song. I don't know if they've been playing that throughout the event, but we haven't had it playing on the stream. But it is playing on the stream for us now, and the entrance song is like a Celtic ballad. So Danielle Everson on the table. She's ready to go, waiting for Alexandra to be introduced here. And Jake Beefcake, what's his name? Jake Beefcake is the MC. All right. So Alexandra trains with Alex Toproll and Schoolboy. She used to be a pro skier. Alexandra on their way to the table at the moment. Oh, they only have one sparkler going this time. She has a shy smile on her face as she makes her way out. Looks like a very measured walk. I think maybe they were instructed on how fast or how slow to walk because she is walking slower than what she looks like she's comfortable walking. Here she goes, makes her way up onto the table, gives Ian Carnegie a fist bump. So Danielle Everson versus Alexandra here, and this will start outside of straps, as all of them do, and it is a left arm match. So lining up, looks like Danielle is top roll here. We have an early start for Alexandra, but they haven't kicked things off yet. Hands are still open. Referee is doing a great job of blocking the view with his head. Cameraman trying to get past him. All right, here we go. Referee having a little bit of an issue getting the hands fairly from Alexandra. She is moving, she's trying to get as much height as she can. Start, they do slip apart. So it was top roll on top roll. They'll go to the strap, and it looks to me like Alexandra is trying to go to hand as vertical as possible in the setup. The referee trying to prevent that from happening. So strap being applied at the moment. Mrs. Top Roll. He's very strong. Is that his girlfriend? It said that she trains with Alex Top Roll and Schoolboy, but are they dating? Are they married? So the strap is being applied at the moment. Yeah, so Coach Ray is saying that there is 16 matches, so maybe the MCs know something that we don't. All right, strap being applied. About to get a start to the first round here. Hands are closed. Danielle manages to get the stop. They're stuck in the center. And Alexander trying to go inside, but she gets pinned. Danielle with the superior top roll, and she won the center. They were stuck there for a couple of seconds. Alexander changed to a press, and it didn't work out for her. She lost her hand, and Danielle rolled through her fingers and got the pin. So a good start there for Danielle. She did miss the start a little bit, but she was able to contain, and she was able to get the hand and flop it back and roll through for a 1-0 lead here. I believe they're married, but I could be wrong. All right. We'll see if we find out from any of the commentary or I did see Alex Top Roll filming her on the way in, so potentially. All right. Round 2 is going to start in strap. Strap is being applied. And they're tightening it now. So Danielle up 1-0. It's a left arm match. She will be on the table again later in a right arm match. So she looks like she's catching more here. I think we're going to see a press from Alexandra here. Shoulders, no, she does go for it's like a top roll, but she's trying to use side pressure. Danielle has caught it. They're stuck in the center of the table. Neither girl able to get through. They're both surging, but their hands are staying in the center of the table. This is a war right here. Alexandra trying to get the shoulder behind her arm. It's side pressure and side pressure here. Neither girl able to get a cup at all. The hands are locked in the. Oh, wow. Danielle gets the cup and she gets straight through. What a great adjustment that she made there. She got more height. A regrip got her more height and she rolled through the hand and wrist almost instantly as soon as that height was gained. But what a battle there. Both women stuck in the center of the table and Danielle able to collapse the wrist of Alexandra and she gets the pin. She's up 2-0 here on left arm. Match number 2 on MAC4. So in the corners at the moment, and Alexandra, you can see she's trying to utilize a couple of different techniques there, but she's sort of she's in between a top roll and a press. And her shoulder is in a position of a press, but she's trying to top roll with that. And then it looks like she stops the top roll and just goes with side pressure. So it's quite unique, but it is not working out for her so far in this match. And round 3 is about to start. They are in the strap. So Danielle is up 2-0 here. She's been doing very well, and it's been a great battle. Both ladies performing brilliantly. It's been the best match of the night so far. Strap is being tightened. So we'll see if Alexandra is able to make some adjustments. She has been utilizing this interesting technique, which she's putting her shoulder almost in line like a press, but she's utilizing a top roll position with her hand. She's in that same position again. She's got her leg up on the leg of the table, so she's probably going to be trying to press here, but maybe she just can't supinate in. All right, hands across. She gets a great start, Alexandra, but they're brought back to the center. Danielle has brought it back to the middle of the table. Neither girl able to get an advantage. Danielle surges. She's got the hand. She's got on top for a press, and she gets through for a 3-0 victory. So fantastic victory there for Danielle Everson over Alexandra. And great battle, a great showing of techniques. And you can see Danielle there dropping into a press move to get the pin. She was able to get the wrist flopped back with the top roll, but then transitioned to the press to finish off the round and get the 3-0 victory. Danielle is talking to Coach Ray at the moment. So if you're interested in seeing this event, you can see it on premstream.com. If you use the code 98, you'll get $1 off. So $13.99 US if you use the promo code, $14.99 if you don't. It was a good match. That was probably the best match of the night in terms of technique that had to be utilized, different adjustments, and a very closely contested match. Even though it was a 3-0, it was a very close battle, but a good win for Danielle Everson. We will see her again later on this evening. She will be taking on Courtney Hayek, I believe. That's how you say it. Some of these last names. I should wait for the MC to pronounce it. So next match will be Auden Larratt. We'll see him up against Mayan from Israel. This should be a great battle. I love that this guy's name is Jake Beefcake. It's very memorable. It's one of the reasons that I gave everyone in the club nicknames, because it's very easy to remember somebody's nickname than their actual name, which is where the Hollywood came from. It's one of those things where you're trying to come up with a nickname for yourself, and it's like, it's an impossible task, because whatever you pick, it's going to sound very self-conceited. You're like, oh, I'm the executioner. And it's like, no, you're not. But sometimes we get people like, when I edit the videos together, I try to put a nickname on somebody, but sometimes they will want their own particular nickname. And there's a few of them I was like, I don't know if that's a good nickname. But if you want to use it, then yeah, sure, go ahead. Like one of the guys in our club is an Indian fellow. His name's Ash, and he wanted his nickname as Goku from Dragon Ball. And I was like, isn't Goku a Japanese guy from a cartoon? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you're an Indian guy. He's like, so? All right. But it suits him now. Everyone knows him as Goku. So, yeah. It's a fun thing. Does anyone in the chat have a nickname You can see Obi Zen. Where does Obi Zen come from, Randy? What is that? Lucky, obviously, is one of the nicknames. What else we got? USS Liberty. That's a pretty tricky nickname. And Atlantis, obviously. Atlantis in real life. I wonder if that's a nickname for you as well. All right. So they're just getting things ready for the next match. Are we frozen? No, we're okay. We've got Danielle in the commentary booth. Looks like she hasn't broken a sweat at all. She just came out of an incredible match. And you can see they're showing the replay. And Danielle able to bust the wrist back of Alexandra and get through. So Jake Beefcake is on the mic. He's just thanking some of the sponsors of the event. And they are moving through a rapid pace here again with MAC. It's 7:30 p.m. here. They started at 7, and we have seen how many matches? We've seen 3. This is the third one coming up now. Grant Law is the law. Gotta love that. It is. Sometimes the nicknames just write themselves, Grant. I wanted to go with Judge Dredd. I think that would have been better. But Grant the law. It's it works. You guys will have training tonight there for you guys. It's Sunday morning there. Was it about 9 a.m. I believe, Sunday morning in Adelaide, South Australia. The SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club, 5:45 p.m. on Sundays. Kilbank every week of the year, regardless. I think the only time we haven't done it is when it was on New Year's Eve. All right, so we're going to see the next matchup. It will be Barrett. We'll be taking on Mayan from Israel. It's quite a unique thing, isn't it, with the way that the Larrett's set up. They're very vocal to the referee about how the hand is positioned. It's one of those controversial topics about respect for the officials and where is the line for use towards referee or language towards referee. So they're introducing the next athletes here. And I believe mine is coming out first. Shenangus? Yeah, I wasn't going to get that right. Mayan Shenangus. Shenangus? It's S-H-T. I'm going to write it in the chat because I want you to see how difficult this name is to pronounce. All right, I'm just going to copy it, paste it, and there we go. Have a go with that, ladies and gentlemen. Shenangus. Mayan Shenangus. Now that I'm saying it, I enjoy the way that it sounds. Shenangus. And it's probably wrong the way I'm saying it, but that's the way he said it, so I'm saying it like him. So Mayan Shenangus making his way out to the table. He looks like he has a serious look on his face, but he's trying not to smile. Looks a little nervous, to be honest. And Auden Larrett being introduced now in the hometown of Ottawa. 20 years old, 225 pounds, heavier than me, 20. I wonder how tall he is. He was introduced as having no idea how to arm wrestle and being incredibly lucky. Well, luck not usually a factor in an arm wrestling match unless you get a foul called your opponent that they didn't do. And Auden all smiles as he makes his way out to the table, past the burning sprinklers of fireworks. And he stands very tall and gives a nice little flex and a yell He's fired up here for this match. 20 years old, Auden Larrett makes his way up to the table. This is the third match on this MAC4 card. Well, the ring girl, I'm going to call her the ring girl, she tripped over, but she caught herself and she's now pretending like it didn't happen. But I saw it happen and I'm telling you that it happened. All right. And Mayan Sharangus, I'll just say Mayan. Mayan, they are lined up. It is a left arm match. All right, let's have a look at this first round between these two young men. They are outside of straps. Auden already complaining to the referee. They haven't even put their hands together yet. All right, they haven't got anything going yet. The hand's still open. All right, close the thumbs, close the hands, and oh wow, Mayan with a very dominant pin over Auden there. He yells in the face of Auden, who has a bit of a cheeky grin. He got outclassed right then. I think he missed the start, but Mayan, very dominant, got a great pin, and it was almost all side pressure. It didn't look like he had pronation or supination in the hand position. Let's have a look here. Oh, no, it was pronation. So he got pronation right at the bottom. So a great top roll there by Mayan. They are lined up for round two already. Both guys just walking to each side of the table and getting straight back into it. So outside of straps, and Auden complaining a lot. The hands are open at the moment. Referee giving him the talking to listen to my instructions. Close the hands, close the thumbs. Oh, and a big movement from Mayan there. So he's going to get a foul for early movement. It's a warning. Okay. All right. Hands are being lined up again. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed, and an early start from Auden this time. Is it one foul on? A little confusing here as to what the call is. I think maybe they've both got a warning. Let's have a look. What's the call here? So it looks like both guys are moving early. All right. I don't know what the foul call is. They are not putting it on the screen, but it is about to start again. They get the start, they get the slip. So they're going to go to the strap. All right. Mayan is up 1-0. He's wandering around the stage, needs to get back on the table. Yeah, as Auden says to him, you've got to get back up here, which is correct. You can't be wandering around. It's always a frustration as the audience watching an event when you get a slip and then both athletes disappear for 5 minutes to go and chalk again and get a drink and talk to their coach, and it's a slip. It's not the end of the round. So Mac doing a great job here of making the action continue to flow. And strap being applied. So Auden Larrett down 1-0 so far to Mayan. And looks like both guys are going to be top rolling here again. Referee has the strap applied. He is lining the hands up. Auden being very vocal here. Close the thumbs, close the hands, and early movement again from Auden. That 2 fouls. This is just my own personal frustration. I wish that they would keep the names and the score up on the screen. They keep flashing it and then taking it away, and I don't know what the foul count is. So it would be handy. I think maybe that is something that could adjust. They've started the round. Auden's dropped into a king's move, but Mayan is too strong. He rolls through. Good stop from Auden, but he was not able to contain the power of Mayan there, and Mayan pulls ahead 2-0. So an open arm top roll king's move from Auden Larrett. It wasn't effective. He dropped into it, and he got a stop, but he was palm up. That's the difference there, ladies and gentlemen. And I've talked about that a lot throughout my commentary career, that your hand gets turned so your palm is facing the ceiling, everything is so much more difficult because the pressure goes from the bones of your forearm into the bicep muscle. Bicep muscle gets tired very quickly. Bones don't get tired. So you get that king's move position, the open arm top roll position. It really relies on you keeping your wrist pronated. If you get turned palm up, that's where you're going to get pinned, and potentially you're going to get arm barred, depending on how low you've dropped your body. So let's have a look at round number 3. The strap is being applied. And both guys have settled down a bit here. Less talking going on from Auden. Now he started again. All right. And the strap's been applied. Looks like top roll and top roll again. I reckon that Auden's going to try to get the open time King's move again. He did. But he started early, and they're going to restart it. He is on 1 foul. Very early start from Auden. Mayan almost laughing at how early that was. Both referees shaking their heads. All right. About to get the start again. And hands are closed. Yes, Auden's dropped into the King's move again. I think his elbow may have come off the back. Jody Larrett trying to get involved in the match. But Mayan going for the surge. He's not able to get the pin. Oh, that had to go underneath. No, it hasn't been called yet. There it is. And Auden complaining about something, but it's a very dominant win for Mayan. Auden Larrett there. And Auden going into the open arm top roll King's move position again. But Mayan staying disciplined. He surged and looked like he got a pin to me, but then they didn't call it. And a second surge was even more convincing. That was the pin there. Coach Ray asked him a question, to which Mayan has said, "Can you ask the question again? I don't have oxygen in my head at the moment." So interesting technique utilized by Auden Larrett there. Maybe he felt something in the hand and wrist that he was outmatched, and he wanted to utilize a more defensive style of arm wrestle, as opposed to trying the traditional battle for the cup position. But it was similar to the way that Devin Larrett will sit into that open arm top roll position, as he did. The most famous example of that was against Levan Saganashvili in their opening round of their second match. And you can see Devin sitting in that position, to which Levan waited, thought about it, moved forward, got the press. So Mayan didn't press. He stayed in the top roll position and surged through and got the pin. So a 3-1, was it? It was a victory for Mayan. So that is the first 3 matches on this card. The next one up is Dave Morocco from the USA, and he is going up against Christian Gilbert from Quebec. So the 4th match is about to kick off here. You guys enjoying the card? Are you having a good time here with MAC? They are doing a great job with the speed of their event. 43 minutes into this pay-per-view, and this is the 4th match already. 16 on the card. The prelims were lightning fast. 9 matches done in 1 hour. All of them 3-0s. So introduction being done now for Dave Morocco. 255 pounds. Restores classic cars. Right? Here we go. Okay, Jackson. That's not the name that I've got on my list. That may have been one of the adjustments that he was talking about before. So, JJ Jackson makes his way out to the table. the dyed beard. I think it's dyed. Maybe it's grey. I don't know. It reminded me of that Hulk Hogan style where he would dye like the moustache and then have the other bits black, this bit would be blonde. It's not like that for JJ, but it just reminded me of it. That's all. All right, let's see. I wonder why they made that change. Let's see who the opponent is and if they've changed the order of matches here. 50-year-old, 268 pounds. Just waiting for the name here. So I want to see which matchup they're about to announce. I can't see JJ Jackson on here at all, unless that's a nickname for Dayton Walker. Okay, Christian Gilbert. We've got listed on here on the list that I got from Ian Carnegie this morning. It's Dave Morocco versus Christian Gilbert. That was or JJ Jackson is a nickname for Dave Morocco. If you know in the chat, let me know. Because I'm unaware of which one is correct. But Christian Gilbert makes his way out to the table to face off against JJ Jackson. Match number 5 of 16 scheduled for MAC4. And both men walk their way out to the table. Very big men. This is obviously the super heavyweight division. And about to get the things underway. Both athletes sort of wandering around the stage at the moment. I think the referee is about to call them to the table. Yes, here we go. Okay. So right arm, first to 3, JJ Jackson. Okay, so this was made yesterday. Okay, so there must have been an injury for Dave Morocco. So JJ Jackson versus Christian Gilbert. Outside of straps, we get a start, and it's both guys trying to top roll, and hands coming apart. They both wander away from the table, and they are called back by the referee. All right, they're back at the table now, and the strap is being applied. It's not the strap on, it is the strap being applied. That is one of those things that I have had to train myself to not say. Still slips out every now and then. Gotta hate it when the strap on slips out. All right, the strap is being applied. And JJ Jackson versus Christian Gilbert. Trying to see the leg positionings for both these guys. I think we're going to see top roll versus top roll. All right, strap's been applied. Referee's about to get this one underway. Close the thumbs. Close the hands. And we get a great start here for JJ. He's in a dominant position that he's stuck in the center of the table. Christian bringing it back. He's utilizing a King's move here. He has a great position with his wrist, and he is using this King's move to perfection. He is keeping that pronation in his wrist, and JJ Jackson position up there. I think his elbow came off the front of the pad, and he just stopped pulling. So they'll get a restart with one foul on JJ Jackson. But an interesting battle there. It looked like JJ had the better of the start, and he does again on the restart. But Christian able to drop into that open arm Kings move again. He has pronation in his wrist. We're seeing double Kings again here at MAC. This is the second time we've seen this on this pay-per-view card. And JJ jumps up for a press. He can't quite get through. His wrist is flopped back. They're back in the center of the table again. And Christian trying to get high with his hand, but now they're both on horizontal. Their arms are virtually horizontal completely here. And they're both stuck in the center of the table, but the win is given to JJ Jackson. I think both hands dipped beneath the height of the pin line, and JJ managed to get him 1 inch on his side of the table. Wow. That was a very interesting style matchup there. Double Kings for the second time. So that was the first round in this match. And JJ Jackson getting the pin, but it was a very ugly round. Both guys sitting in a virtual horizontal position. You guys have stopped writing comments here. What's going on? I always appreciate when you write the comments and then we can chat about what you're thinking and your thoughts on the match or the event. So both guys taking a lot of recovery time here. It was a very tough opening round for these men. So 0 for JJ Jackson over Christian Gilbert. And Christian is back at the table. Oh no, JJ Jackson is back at the table looking absolutely wrecked. Both guys breathing heavy. That first round took out a lot of energy from both men. So they're going to start this second round in straps, as they will for the remaining rounds, as one of the rules at MAC. So strap is being applied. It looks like top roll again. I wonder if we get another double kings. That would absolutely wreck both of these men. All right. Looks like both posting very high. Right at the edge of the front of the pad. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. And we get king. Top roll. Sorry, Kings move again. They're both stuck in the center of the table. And Christian are trying to get height, but they drop back into that horizontal position again. JJ surging and pushing, trying to get through. He manages to get the pin. And Christian is not happy about it, saying that he doesn't think that it went beneath the height of the pin line. But referees have called the pin for JJ Jackson there. This is a very interesting match. We're seeing this double kings being utilized by both men. And both their hands are going beneath the height of the pin line, but it is JJ Jackson that's getting it on his side of the table by about an inch, which is the only difference there and the reason that he's getting the win. So that was another exhausting round for both men. Yeah, I'm just showing a replay here now, and it's so horizontal in the positioning. It's probably the biggest example of literal horizontal arms that I've seen in Armwrestling. And they've done that in 2 consecutive rounds so far. Thank you again for joining us here on the live stream. We are watching MAC4. It is available for pay-per-view purchase on premstream.com. There are 16 matches on the card, and this is match number 4. So still plenty of time to jump in and watch some of the big names that are coming up on the card later on. Main event is Philip Larson versus Wayne Withers. Then the co-main, Artem Taranenko versus Alan Ford. Then the Savage John Terrian will be taking on Kirsten, or that last name, Mashaya. Alex Toproll is also featuring on the card, as well as Coach Ray, Brandon Elsessor. Oh, we're about to get the start again for round 3. We've got an early start for what? Oh, wow. No, that can't be a pin. What? It looks like a very early start there for Christian Gilbert, but it's called a pin. That was wow. There was a huge early start. Yeah. Wow. That's probably one of I mean, you never want to criticize the referees. They do their best, and they look to try to make everything as fair as possible, but that was a bit of an error right there. That was a very obvious early start, and the referee calling it a pin. JJ Jackson couldn't believe it. It was probably a second before he almost took the referee's arms with him to the pad. Wow. All right. Well, they're going to do it again. We're going to see another round here. So it should be 2-1. JJ Jackson is in front against Christian Gilbert here. But wow. All right. Let's see if they're able to get a better legal start here for round number 4. All right. The strap has been applied. Thumbs are down. Hands are down. Yeah, we get a start. It's fair this time. They both drop into a King's move again. I think we may see a repeat of the other rounds. They're both stuck in the center of the table, but they're slightly on the side of JJ Jackson. And again, Christian Furious is dragging the hand of JJ Jackson, yelling at the referees. But it did look like he went beneath the height of the line on JJ Jackson's side. Might be hard to tell from his perspective, but we're seeing it on the replay here, and it is very obviously a pin, even though Christian not happy at all. But JJ Jackson getting the win there. A very interesting match, 3-1. So Christian's opponent was not able to be in attendance, which is why JJ Jackson stepped in last minute. But it worked out for him because he got the win. Just while we're in between matches, I'm going to grab a drink quickly, and I'm going to use my little I'll be back thing. Be right back. I will be right back. I'll just go to the fridge, get a drink, and come straight back. All right. Thank you for allowing me that drinks break. Hurry back. Yes. I've been gone for 3 hours already, Lucky. I had a drink earlier. I had a Red Bull, but that was gone a long time ago. So I've gone with the 0 sugar Dr. Pepper. Don't see these in Australia. Triple Kings move tonight. I'm gonna lose it. What did you think of that early start? As I said, I don't ever want to be critical of the referees, but it's probably one of the biggest false starts I've ever seen that got called as a pin. The referee's hands was here, and then he went there, and then he said no. Anyway, it felt like it. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're getting the next matchup introduced here. Is Rick Heidebrick. He's making his way out. He will be taking on Zach Shannock, both from Ontario, Canada. So let's have a look at Big Rick. Wow, he is a big man. A very tall man making his way to the table, getting a slap on the back from Alan Ford there. And Adam Taranenko in the corner, or he's on that side of the table. Might just be watching nice and closely. I don't know if he's going to be assisting Rick, but we're about to see Zach get his introduction. It was the stuff from yesterday. It was very egregious. Is being a referee really the most difficult job in arm wrestling? I don't think there's too many jobs in arm wrestling. But you've got to think that when people are getting lined up, that if they get their hand there instead of there, that can win them the match. So they're going to be trying everything they can, and ideally, they'd probably want to be like this or like this. And so every single competitor is trying to get something, and you as a referee is trying to make them be level and fair. So it's very, very difficult. And not only that, but you're trying to look at so many different things at once. Their elbows, whether they're on the pad, the wrists, whether or not they're straight, the shoulders, whether or not they're square. You can only look at one thing at a time. You say go. Sometimes pins happen before you can even get your head down to be able to see if it was a pin or not. A lot of the time, guys that are really explosive, so say that's your pin pad there, and they say go, and it's like, was that a pin or not? I don't know. It's like unless you've got a replay, it can be almost impossible to tell. And like he says, it is the most thankless job. All right, both guys here getting lined up. It's Rick Heidebrick versus Zach Shattuck. So Rick versus Zach. They go for the start, early start that was called this time. Early start from Zach. It's just a warning, I think, not a foul. So Rick is a very tall man. He has the height advantage. Looks like it's going to be top roll on top roll. And Rick will have the height over Zach here. About to get the start. It's outside of straps. The hands are closed. We get the start. They're stuck in the center of the table. They slip apart. And it looked to me like Zach tried to get through. He was not able to. And he let go. It wasn't Rick that Rick was quite happy to stay in that position. But Zach wanting the strap gets the slip. They are applying the strap as we speak. All right, so this is match number 5 of 16 here at MAC4 Major Arm Wrestling Championship. Strap has been applied. I could hear Danielle Everson, who's doing the commentary. She said the strap's been applied. I do like that term has become universally accepted as the way to say it instead of putting the strap on. All right, here we go. Strap's been applied. Thumbs are closed. Both going to top roll here. First round between these two super heavyweights. We do have a foul on Zach. They get a start. They're both stuck in the center of the table, but Rick's getting the better of it. He's dragged it to his side. They are in the center, but he's slowly getting the cup that he needs. And Zach trying to surge, but he's getting pulled away from his shoulder, and he gets pinned there. So Rick with a 1-0 lead. A good battle between these men here in the opening round, but it almost looked like the body weight of Rick there was a significant factor. He was able to utilize that and drag with back pressure. And all he got was maybe an inch or an inch and a half on his side of the table, but it was enough to extend the hand away from the shoulder of Zach. And as we know in arm wrestling, the further away your hand is from your shoulder, the more difficult it is leverage wise. You can't utilize your body weight out like this. It does have an effect if you're dropping into an open arm King's move or something like that, but really you've got to be a bit of a specialist to be able to get that position. It isn't something that you can just frivolously jump into. All right, both these guys are getting the strap applied again for round number 2. So we're getting straight back into it. Rick Heidebrick is up 1-0 over Zach Shattuck here. So the strap being applied. It's not being put on. Very tight strap. The referee putting all of his body weight into that. Oh, and they said it's a bit loose. Can you make it tighter? I don't think he can. All right. It looks like Zach may be trying to go inside here. Yeah, he's definitely looking like it. Okay, we're about to get the start. Hands are closed. He goes pure side pressure, but he's caught by Rick, who has a good pronation position. They're stuck in the center of the table, but there's that back pressure coming into play for Rick again. Zach tries to push forwards, maybe trying to get the elbow off the back of the pad, but doesn't work out. He's got a decent position here, but he's slowly getting pulled over to Rick's side of the table. It's a great battle here between both men, with Zach jumping between going inside and outside, but he gets an elbow foul. So they're going to restart this one here, but this is a great battle here. And it looks to me like Rick has got the stronger hand and wrist, but Zach is able to get in a press position. He gets a great start here on the restart, but his surge gets caught by Rick, who throws him almost to the pin pad. So 2-0 for Rick Heidebrick over Zach Shattuck here at MAC4. USS Liberty says, Lucky, do you know Shauna Wagner? She seems strong. We'll find out. She may be gearing up for her podcast, which will be on later this evening. So you can see on the replay here, if you're watching along with me, that Rick was able to contain that surge from Zach. He went with a very strong side pressure position, got about 3/4 of the way to the pad, but Rick able to get the stop and then threw his body weight against Zach and went flying across the table. So 2-0 for Rick over Zach here. I believe both men are from Canada. Let me have a look. Yes, both from Ontario, Canada. All right, so they are getting the strap applied for round 3. I might say this to Ian, if they would keep the graphics on the screen. It's a little tricky to who is who. Well, I know who's who in this match, but in previous ones, I was really struggling. And what the score is and what the foul count is. So it's critical information. I'd love it if they would keep it on the screen. All right, about to get the start. Looks like top roll on top roll again. Rick looks very calm here. Zach a little bit hesitant. Well, we got a foul on Rick for early movement. About to close the hands. Early movement from Zach. What? Wow, they've called the foul on Rick for some reason. Rick says, all right. I don't think he is too fast. He just wants to get the match started. Surprised that he got the foul there. It did look to me like Zach was the one that moved early, but anyway, we're going to get the restart. Thumbs closed, hands closed. They go in. Zach tried to get it inside, but the hand and wrist dominance of Rick there. He surged, but he didn't get through. The second surge gets the pin. So a victory for Rick Heidebrick over Zach Shattuck there. And yeah, so a very dominant performance, but a good battle between these two men. And they both obviously seasoned in all the techniques that are available in arm wrestling, able to transition seamlessly between all of them. And Rick almost walking off the stage. He is walking off the stage. Coach Ray has the microphone and is asking Rick to please come back so we can interview you. You forgot about that bit, but that's okay. He's back there now. So he's talking to Coach Ray. They haven't turned on the microphone for the stream, so we can't hear them, but that's all right. Sometimes these things happen. Now they've got it on now. It's one of those elements of production that can be very difficult, is switching between audio channels. So we hire people to do it for us because I don't know how to do it. And I don't want to be worrying about that while I'm trying to commentate. But the production's been very good for Mac here, and they continue to get it better and better. One of the very big advantages is speed of their matches, the setups, and the time between rounds. I really do like that rule of the straps. If you slip in the first round, that every round, therefore, their onward starts in strap. Really lowers the amount of time for setups because if somebody wants to slip, they're gonna slip, and you get them lined up, which takes a certain amount of time to get the shoulders square, the hands thing, everything ready. They know they're just gonna let go and bail out, and it's like just wasting everyone's time. So they eliminate that, and we're gonna see the next matchup here, match number 6 of 16. It is Mike Smith from Ontario, Canada, against another Ontarian in Brendan Lemon Mulville. So Mike Smith is being introduced at the moment. Jake Beefcake doing the master of ceremony work. All right, Mike makes his way out. They turn on the smoke machine, and they get the double fireworks burning the athletes as they make their way out to the table. You wouldn't want to put your arms out like this when you're walking out. You literally put them through fire. Oh, it's great. All right, as he makes his way out to the table, Mike Smith looking very relaxed here, all smiles. Looks very grateful to be here and have this opportunity. Put some chalk on the elbow, and he covers the other hand with chalk as well. A very important aspect of arm wrestling is the grip, and the chalk does help to prevent slipping. All right, we're about to get his opponent introduced, Brendan Lemon Mulville. Jake Beefcake doing the introductions here. And he says that Brendan is ready to make a statement here. Trains with the Ottawa High Hookers, which is a legendary club in Canada. That is where Devon Larratt is from. So we might see a lot of shenanigans in the setup here. Tends to be the style that they implement at that club. And Brendan makes his way out to the table, burned by the fireworks as he walks his way to the table. Tuck the shirt into the track pants. It's a unique look there. All right, as he makes his way up to the table. All right, both men ready to go here. Although Brendan is wandering around, but now he's made his way to the table. So Mike Smith versus Brendan Lemon. Brendan Lemon Mulville, BLM. He is ready to go. And he has a very unique starting position. His shoulder is almost touching his own pin pad. It's a very defensive position to start with. And Mike has almost a vertical position with his forearm. It's a very unique style with BLM here. So BLM with a strange starting position. They've slipped apart, but one foul for BLM. Now, will they go to the strap or will they start it again? No, they're starting it again outside of strap. BLM has to careful about his elbow positioning off the front of the pad. Such a strange stance that he's in. I don't think I've ever seen this before. He's almost laying sideways on the table. And we're about to get the start. And Mike has a very good top roll position. Oh, early start there. No, BLM saying that it should have been a pin. Referees need to confer with each other, I believe, see what the call is. And BLM saying that he got a pin, but he did start early from what I could see. And I think that they're going to go to the strap. Yeah, all right, so they're restarting in the strap, and there's one foul on BLM at this point in time. But he did get the better of that start. We'll see if it's different in the strap here. Such a strange position for BLM. If you could see the position, if you're looking at me, he's like this. But he's very strange. All right, let's see if it pays off for him here. And if it's been applied, the referee is trying to line up their hands. And as we said, there tends to be a lot of talk to the referees from the Ottawa High Hookers pullers, and that is indicative of BLM here. Strap's been applied. All right, the hands are being lined up. You're going to see, oh, maybe Mike is going to go for a press. His shoulder has really come in here, but maybe he's okay. Joseph top roll, but he loses his hand, and BLM is just staring at him here. He has Mike's hand completely flipped back. Mike is in a compromised position. BLM is taunting him here, and he gets the pin. So BLM up 1-0. And you can see Mike Smith there was not able to break through the wrist of BLM. He drove forwards, and his wrist collapsed into a flop wrist position. The match was over at that point, but BLM dragged it out and made sure that Mike knew that he was not going to go anywhere in that round. So BLM right up here, a lot of talk from him. And Mike Smith having a deep discussion with his coach in the corner. Yeah, you can see there his wrist was compromised. As soon as that happens, if you're a top roller, it's very hard to come back. Really, your only option is to transition into a press or get your shoulder behind in some aspect and try to turn it back. But that is a very difficult maneuver to pull off. Next plan. Yeah. Like he says, next plan. That is what Mike Smith called out there. So maybe he is trying to utilize a few different strategies here. We're going to have an intermission after match number 8. All right. About to get the start again. Oh, early start again from BLM, but not called. He's got the dominant hand position. He's staring at Mike Smith in the eyes. They've gone inside. A lot of elbow fouls from Mike Smith, but they're not being called there. And BLM talking trash as he gets the pin. He's up 2-0. Jeez, I don't like these early starts that they're not getting called. As they're closing their hands, these guys are surging. It's I'd rather I shouldn't get my own opinions in here, but it is frustrating to watch that you want to see a fair start, and I'm not seeing that here. Seeing people starting early. It's one of the difficulties in the style of setups that they're doing here, because they are so quick. The athletes are taking advantage of that, and they are starting early. But it's not being called. That's the frustrating thing about it. It was earlier in the night. Seemed to have lost a little bit of the discipline with that. Frustrating as an audience member watching this. Like he says, he probably thinks that she wouldn't do well with MAC rules. I'm way too slow. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way. Frustrating. Because you want to, I mean, ideally, you'd like to see whoever is better at arm wrestling gets the win, as opposed to whoever cheated the best. So, yeah. And I mean, it is what it is. You get away with it, you get the win. But all right, we're in round 3, and the strap's being applied. We'll see if we get an early start again here. Just the shoulders as well are just completely not square. I mean, this is a different style of matches here. All right, here we go. Start. I know. Early start again from BLM. Oh man, he gets the hand position. He's looking at Mike in the eyes. He has Mike's hand completely flopped back. He's just biding his time here, and he's going to surge through at some point. He regrips, and Mike pushes forward, gets his hand back. They're inside now in a hook position. BLM regrips again. He's trying to press here. He is, and he gets it. Gets the press. But oh boy, you guys that are watching this along with me, what do you think about those starts? Lucky said, if I get dressed, you want to co-host? Absolutely. If you want to jump on, Lucky, that would be fantastic. It's Facebook, probably the easiest way to send you the link, I'm guessing. I will grab that here. I'll find you on Facebook. I'll send you the link. There you are. All right. And there we go. Bring up my list of matches here again from Ian Carnegie. So BLM with a victory over Mike Smith there, but I didn't like the way that match took place, but it is what it is. So yeah. I mean, you guys are watching this as well. What did you think? I was a little frustrated with that. Jake Beefcake is back on the mic. All I can think of is that South Park episode of Eric Cartman saying beefcake. So the next matchup will be Milo Larratt again. He'll be taking on Peter Brana Jr. And Jake Beefcake is yelling at the audience to listen to him. So I'm just watching the MC who's kind of yelling at everybody. Okay, so Milo Larratt will be the next matchup. I think that he's talking. The MC is. It's a little hard to hear for me here. Sorry, guys. He's talking about one of the athletes that was not able to make the event, and there might have been health issues or something. I'm not sure, but yeah. So Milo Larratt stepped in as the replacement here for the matchup against Peter Brana. So Milo Larratt, fresh off a victory in the opening matchup on left arm, 3-1. 227 pounds for Milo Larratt. Makes his way back out to the table. Second match for the night for Milo. And he put his arms out. He went through the flames. to make his way out to the table. A little bit calmer this time. Still giving that death stare. It's funny to me because he's staring at what you would think would be the opponent, but he's the first competitor to walk out to the stage. There's no one there. But anyway, it's obviously his intensity, and he is fired up here for his second matchup of the night. And his opponent, Peter Branner Jr. So he's in the 4A tough match against Milo Larratt here. Trains with the Easy Rollers. 26 years old. 36 years old. Must be 36. 200 pounds, 90 kilos. Self-proclaimed toughest guy in New York. Okay. Peter Branner Jr. makes his way out through the flames. Does a double bicep, but they've burnt both arms there. He makes his way to the table. No pats on the back yet. See if he gets any. Oh, no, he didn't get any pats on the back at all. Well, maybe he's in a hostile environment there. Milo Larratt being the hometown favorite. And Lucky joins us here. Hello to you. How are you?
Sorry.
How's everything going there?
It's going all right. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you all good.
Wait,
We're about to get the start of this one here, but I can hear you, Lucky. Yep, we're outside of straps, and I'll just call this round here. So Milo Larratt versus Peter Branner Jr. And wow, Milo yelling in the face of Peter.
He looks exactly like Jody right now.
Yep. Jody right behind Milo, yelling. And look at that crazy look on Milo's face there. It's like he wants to kill Peter. Peter's actually started to smile. Referee is saying they're both fighting for the position. And we'll get the things closed. We'll get a start to this one. They're outside of straps. They're both likely going to top roll. Although Milo might be going inside. His shoulder is very close. Yes, he does go inside. It's in a hook. They're stuck in the center of the table. And Peter gets the win and receives a headbutt to the arm from Milo. Wow. Is it a win? Yes, it is. Okay, great. What do you think of that one, Lucky?
Oh, I love hook matches, so that was legit. That was really cool.
Yes.
That was a deep hook, too.
I don't know if Peter wanted to go in the hook, but he ended up there. And it was that second surge that got him through. And Milo, being so fired up, he's actually headbutted Peter in the arm as he got the pin. So what are we seeing here in this one, Lucky?
So I think they might try to. I think Milo will try to slip out, honestly.
Yeah, so we get a early start there for Peter, but they've lined up again. Thumbs are closed.
Ooh.
And here we go. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. And a very dominant pin for Peter Branner Jr., the self-proclaimed toughest man in New York. And Milo is trying to fire himself up. Oh, I think they're restarting this. No, okay, they've jumped straight into round 3.
Yep.
What can Milo do differently here, Lucky?
I don't know. I think if he can get that slip, I think if they can try to go in the strap, but
well, he manages to get to the strap now.
Right.
He's fired up about that. And I always think it's funny when somebody celebrates a slip, but he is very happy to be
Don't break the table. It's $1,500. Those are expensive tables. Be careful, Milo.
Yeah. I love the intensity that comes from the Larretts, and he shakes the table when he got that slip. It's, the strap being applied here. Peter in a great mood. He's all smiles. And let's have a start here. Round 3. They're in the strap. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. And Peter goes for a press. He's lost his hand, but he gets through anyway. Wow, what a victory for Peter Brandon Jr. there.
Wow.
What do you think, Mickey? Did you enjoy that one?
That was, I mean, and yeah, Milo did everything right. He came up high. He took the hand. It just, he couldn't get through that press. So,
Yeah, it's interesting, wasn't it, the position, because it looked like Peter surged, lost his wrist completely, and got pulled back. And it was like, oh, usually you'll see somebody go straight through, but he was able to get the stop and then sort of bring his shoulder through and get the pin. So very, very strong young man, and he gets the 3-0 victory over Milo Larrett, who does step in last minute. And Peter Brandon Jr., the self-proclaimed toughest man in New York, picks up a 3-0 over Milo Larrett.
And this was Milo's step-in match, correct?
This is number 7. Yeah, that's right. So the next one up is Victor Belov from Canada and Russia. He is taking on Clifton Erickson from the United States, but it also says ND. Where's ND?
North Dakota.
North Dakota. Okay, great. Thank you.
I didn't think about it. I was like, no.
It wasn't an obvious one.
Right. I know my states, I promise.
Which one are you in?
I'm in Virginia, VA.
Yeah, that's a nice, easy one there.
Right. No, it's funny. I was driving, and it was literally 2 a.m., and I was driving with a friend, and we were so tired, and we were doing the license plate game to try to keep us awake, and we passed a truck, and it had NV, and I was like, New Vegas! And she was like, you mean Nevada? And I was like, yeah, that.
She's like, yeah, that one. Oh, that's great. Yeah, sometimes license plates can be quite amusing.
Oh yeah. I have I just need Hawaii and New Mexico to fill in my little thing on my app.
Oh yeah. I saw one the other day, a license plate, and it was WAP, like WAP.
Right.
So good. It would have been better if the numbers were 069, but it wasn't. It was something else, but a missed opportunity.
Definitely.
All right. So Victor Belov makes his way out to the table here at MAC4 match 8. This is the halfway point for this pay-per-view event, and he is fired up, ready to go. We're going to get Jake Beefcake to introduce Clifton Erickson. I do love that name. I think it's tremendous.
You both of these guys. You see them in a lot of different chats in the arm wrestling on the arm wrestling podcast, and I know they're both friends with Brian Parliament. So Brian was kind of going back and forth on who he was going to cheer for. So, yeah, so it's cool. It's fun when you see that the worlds collide, and then you don't know who to cheer for.
That's one of the worst things about doing the club matches, the super matches at the club, because it's it's dead silent because no one wants to cheer for either of them. They want both guys to win. Yep.
So that's how I feel about women's matches when I have to promote women's matches, because I'm just I want them both to win.
Yeah, you're like, go for it. Do arm wrestling better.
Right, exactly. Well, it's been kind of this summer. like a trio of us here in Virginia. It's been me and my two friends, and me and my one friend had to go against each other on Saturday. And the girl recording it was like, "Go Lucky, go Kaylee, I'm conflicted, go besties."
That's great. Yeah, well, it's one of those things. If you're friends with both people, how do you cheer? It's like, because if you cheer for one of them and the other one hears, it's like, hang on a sec, I
Right.
thought we were friends. All right, so these guys are getting lined up here. It is Victor versus Clifton. They're outside of straps. Looks like Victor is going inside, but it looks like Clifton is happy to match him there. I think we're going to see a press attempt from Victor and maybe the same or a hook from Clifton. Both guys have their shoulders very far forwards. And here we go. No, he does a top roll instead. He was in the press position, but he went with the top roll. Victor getting the pin very comfortably outside of straps. They walk directly to the other sides of the table, ready to go again. Yeah, it's one of those things like when you see people start like this, it's like, well, he's going to be pressing, and then he went out that way. It was like, what?
He was like, "I'm going to take your hand with me."
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise move, but I think one of the reasons that it's looking strange with these setups is the fact that they're not having square shoulders when they get started. I mean, he was like this basically. So, it's going to help with every technique that you're trying to utilize if you can start that way.
Right. Oh, yeah.
All right.
I mean, both starting right now, they're both like just slanted towards their side.
Yep.
Looking like they're driving to the far corners.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, both have a very diagonal angle of their shoulders. But I guess if they're both doing it, then maybe it's a little bit, not as much of a concern. But we're about to get the start. It's round 2. Victor is up 1-0 over Clifton here. He's pointing out the elbow of Clifton. Well, no, the center. He's not happy about where the center is. A lot of arguing from all three people here, the referee and both competitors.
His shoulder almost looks cross-center from the angle of the camera.
Yes.
He looks like he's ready to crawl across the table.
He is basically starting in a press, and Victor picking up a foul for not obeying the referee's instruction. Look at the way that Clifton is standing. He's
just like, I'm good. Like, don't pay attention to me.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay quiet and hope you don't notice.
If I can't see you, you can't see me.
Wow. So he gets away with that position, and look at his hand. His shoulder is almost in line with his hand on the start. So let's see if it pays off for him, though. It didn't in the first round. Hands it goes, and wow, a fast hit. Was it a pin? No, it's giving as a slip. They're going to go to the strap.
I see Victor still being very dominant in the strap now.
Yeah, maybe even more so because the manipulation of the hand not as easy in the strap, especially if you get a bad setup and it's tightened into that way. But yeah, you can see both guys having a cup in their wrist as well when the strap's being applied. And I don't know, this is a little bit. It's one of those things when you get a looser rule set, to see people kind of take a lot of advantage of that. And yeah, it can be a bit frustrating to watch.
Oh, yeah. If some thumbs are down for me.
All right, let's have a look here. So they're in the strap. Round 2. Clifton with a great starting position. And he goes in. He's lost his hand, though. Victor's taken the handed wrist. He's rolled into a top roll, but Clifton holding strong. He's been pulled over. He's about 2 inches away from being pinned, but he's holding strong. He brings it back to the center, and Victor rolls again through the fingers. He's 1 inch away from the pin. Oh, it's an elbow foul. Victor was 1 inch away, but his elbow came off the back of the pad, and he picks up a foul. They'll have to restart it.
All right. Clifton, I will admit I was wrong. Clifton really held that for a lot longer than I thought he was going to.
Absolutely. Yeah. You see a lot of the time when people get their wrist flopped back like that, that the match is over. And,
Mhm.
it's very rare that you'll see people even continue to resist in that position. But
Right.
Clifton holding on and refusing to quit, and it paid off for him because he got the foul from Victor, and they get a restart here. And the referee saying he's not calling the match, I am. A lot of arguing going on with the referee and the competitors. We get a start, and it's pretty even here, but Victor gets the hand and wrist again. It's almost a repeat of the last round. Clifton is holding strong, but he's getting pulled out of position. He's trying to get back to center. He wants to get that shoulder lined up with his hand, but Victor doing a great job of keeping him out. Clifton surges there. He almost gets a pin. I think he caught Victor napping there, but Victor able to turn on and bring it back to the center. And another huge hit from Clifton. It almost gets a pin, but he doesn't get there. And both men taking deep breaths are in the center here. And wow, what a pin for Clifton there. He gets the match even at 1-1.
Very cool. Yeah, I think I'm like 10 seconds ahead of you, so I'm gonna try not to react until you get there.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can refresh and catch up. All right. We'll see if that makes any difference. I'm getting a replay of Clifton getting his pin.
They're in their corners right now for me.
Okay. Yeah, I've got that. I'm probably 5 seconds behind you.
Cool. John Therian and helping out Clifton, getting the blood out of his arm.
Yeah. Hitler's handicapped helper, Triple H, says the best Aussie food. Are you a bangers and mash man? Which is sausages and potato, mashed potato. Yeah, that's always a nice, easy, quick meal that you can throw together. Put some ketchup on there, and away you go. Meat pie is probably one of the classic Australian foods. It's one of those things that's a lot of our food is imported from other countries. So it's like, we say, oh, spaghetti. It's like, yeah, that's the Italian. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, pizza or, yeah. I think every food that we eat came from somewhere else originally. I don't think there's too many original Australian dishes.
I mean, you guys got to own Vegemite though, don't you? Isn't that
Oh
y'all?
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but yeah, that is an acquired taste, and the people that try it as an adult are not going to like it. All right, we're about to get the start here for round 3. Both guys with very strange starts, but it's the same story again. Victor busting the wrist back of Clifton. He's surging again and again, but he just cannot get through the bicep and the wrist of Clifton. He has got everything he needs as a top roller, but he just can't get that last 2 inches. And Clifton surges forwards with a press, like a flop wrist press, but outside of the shoulder line. Very dangerous position, but he's throwing everything at it. And wow, what a huge deliberate elbow foul from Victor there. He wants to restart. Surprisingly, because he had everything that he would want as a top roller, but he lifted his elbow about a meter above the table to get the foul restart.
Right. Do you as a puller surge or do you sit on it?
I will surge. If I get stopped, then I'll keep the pressure in that position, and I will wait for a breath of the opponent. Get a start again for the next one here. This is round 3, and it's the same old story. Clifton with that flop wrist press, but he's so far away from his shoulder line, and Victor has what he needs, but a surge from Clifton is almost a pin, but Victor catches it. He brings it back to the center. This is a great battle here between these two men. And Clifton gets the pin with a huge surge, and he surges ahead 2-1.
He really needed to bring that back at that first one, bring it back towards him to get it. He opened him up that second time, which was good, but he's just like you said, he's so far from his arm. It's going to be hard to pin him like that.
Yeah, it's it looks painful the way that he's doing it. He's out like this and surging like that. It's like, oh God, that's like the first thing we teach you not to do.
He missed
But it's
he missed
working
that
out for him.
lesson. He was homesick that day.
Yeah, he's like, what side pressure? No, I just go sideways no matter what. So yeah, what about yourself? Do you surge? Do you get position and hold it?
No, I'm so scared to surge because I know, like, I lose my wrist so much anyway that if I surge, like, I know I'm just gonna go over. So I always keep the pressure applied, and
Okay, yeah.
that's helped me a lot, like a lot of with my transitioning, because I can transition and move around and keep that pressure on their hand, and that's helped me with a few matches.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different styles and techniques, and then you've got to adapt what works best for you. And if it is more of that style that works better for you, then stick with that. And yeah, that's one of the best aspects of this sport is the difference in technique, and each person does things differently to the other. So
Yeah, I know, like, one of my training partners, Scarlett, she surges, and I struggle with people who surge. So that's kind of been my Achilles heel.
Yeah, I think I do a bit of a combination of both, but I will always try to keep pressure on. If I surge and they catch it, I try to get and maintain the position that I surged to. I'm never a fan, and I try to teach people this, not to surge and come back to the center to surge again. It's like you've just wasted all that energy. So we'll get a start to this round. A slow start into Clifton is in that same flop wrist position. He's in a better spot this time, shoulder a little bit closer to the hand. And Victor trying to solve this puzzle. He looks a little bit lost here. He keeps surging with his top roll in the classic positioning. He's rolling into the fingers, but he's just not able to get through the hand and wrist. And Clifton hits hard with a flop wrist press and gets the pin and the victory, 3-1. So a great victory there and a good match between these two men.
Definitely. I try not to be overly critical of refs because I understand that it is a truly thankless job, but it is very interesting to see what they're calling pins and what they're calling not. And I'm not sure if it's just the angle of the cameras or if it's, but it just seems like some of these matches, like, they want it at the, like, you want to dive into the pad, and then there's been a couple where it looks like it's like a little far off and they're still calling it a pin. So, but again, could just be the angle of the cameras. It's not perfect.
Yeah. No, exactly. And we're seeing a lot of the over the shoulder shots with the cameraman with a moving camera. He's trying to change angles, and unless you're dead on, like, that horizontal view and it's fixed, it can be very difficult to tell, even with that fixed view, because you're never going to have a direct straight line to the pin pad, because then you won't be able to see anything else. So you have to be up a little bit to be able to see both pullers and the hands. But yeah, it can skew the perspective for the audience a little bit, because it looks like that wasn't a pin for sure. But then maybe when they change camera angles, it's like, oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a brief intermission here for MAC4. They've been through 8 matches so far. They've got 8 to go. And the big names are coming up on this pay-per-view card. Daniel Everson versus Courtney Hayek will be the first cab off the rank, and then Brandon El Cesar we'll see, Coach Ray, Alex Toproll, John Terrian, Artem Taranenko, Alan Ford, Wayne Wizard with Wayne Wizard.
Wayne the Wizard Withers.
Wayne Withers versus Philip Larson. I was looking at Philip and I mixed up Withers and Philip together, and it became Wizard.
I love it. Hey, Big Country has a new nickname.
Oh, that's great. Yes, it reminds me of one of the Late Show, and he went to say, my next guest is a musician, but he said my next guest is a magician. And then he goes, he doesn't know about the magician part. Just don't mention that. So yeah,
with music.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so we've got a break here for MAC4. And a question here from Triple H, who was handicapped helper. He says, do you guys eat crocodiles like we eat gators in the southern states? Is there an Aussie form of Cajuns? I don't think so. I mean, Cajuns are like your French sort of influence, isn't it? So we don't have that. Well, maybe like Melbourne and Sydney have more of like an ethnic culture, like Greeks, Lebanese, and Serbians and Croatians and that sort of thing. And they have a lot of their traditional meals and that sort of food that gets very popular. You know, your kebabs, your souvlakis, your gyros, and all that sort of thing. So that is very popular. But yeah, crocodile, I think you can eat it. I haven't tried it before. I don't think it's not like readily available. I think you'd have to go to a specialty place to be able to find it. Kangaroo, though, is readily available. You can find that in every supermarket, and it is a very lean meat, but a little bit hoppy.
Interesting. What's been the most interesting thing you've eaten in Florida? Because Florida got some interesting things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't tend to go for the exotic sort of stuff. Yeah,
maybe
my
that should have
diet
been
is.
my question. Are you an adventurous eater?
Yeah, no, I like to look at every item on the plate and be able to say exactly what it is. I don't want things mixed.
They have, you know, those like little like veggie trays, and people like joke about like the things. That's me. Like, please do not have my food touching.
Absolutely. Ray Romanowski is in. He says, what's up, everyone? Great to see you, Ray. We are watching MAC4. They are in the intermission at the moment for the pay-per-view, but we have seen 8 matches so far, and we have 8 to go. And some of the big names coming up: Danielle Everson, Brandon El Cesar, Coach Ray, Alex Toprol, John Terrian, Arnold Taranenko, Alan Ford, Wayne Wizard, and Philip Larson.
You're just gonna keep calling him Wayne Wizard, huh?
Sure,
Ray
why
and I
not?
got to hang out on Saturday. He was one of our refs at the VAL. So.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Yes, I have heard that he does a very good job as a referee.
He does. And
Fantastic.
he's just gotten better. You know, like I saw him when he first started, you know, reffing not too long ago, and he's just progressed. And you know, and it's really cool too, because he's getting to do a lot of the bigger things, like he did the Arnolds and things up north. I think he was at Ray. Were you at Nationals? I'm pretty sure I saw him at Nationals too. So
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you would hope that he was there for the benefit of the athletes. When you get good referees, it makes things so much better as a competitor. And there's nothing worse than being cheated out of a match because your opponent was able to start with a huge advantage. And especially if you paid to enter the tournament, or, you know, you've spent the time to go, you know, to fly to the place, or to, you know, you paid accommodation, all the rest of it, and you get half a second of a match that was in an unfair position. It's very frustrating.
very true. Very true.
So Matt needs to try some Rocky Mountain oysters. Have you had those before, Lucky?
Well, I'm allergic to seafood, so no.
What, all seafood across the board?
Yeah, if it came out of the water, Lucky cannot eat it.
Wow. Okay. And how did you discover that?
What was it? It wasn't scallops. It was shoot fire. Crawfish. It was crawfish. It was a crawfish bake in Louisiana, and your girl was almost R.I.P. And I had
Wow.
and I was like, So then I went, and it was crazy because, like, I remember eating shrimp and getting sick, but I was a very picky eater as a child, so it was my parents, like, shout out to them, they're amazing, but I'm pretty sure they just figured I didn't like it, and so So when I got sick after eating the shrimp, they were just like, okay, she doesn't like it, so I didn't have to eat it anymore. But then like I was at this crawl fish bake thing in Louisiana, and I didn't want to be rude, and I was just like, okay, yeah, let's go for it, and then ended up going to the ER.
Oh, what was it? Your throat swelled up or something?
Yeah, I broke out, couldn't breathe, red hives everywhere. It was crazy.
But did it taste good?
No, because I would not have wanted that to be my final meal.
Yeah. Do you have a final meal? Like if you're on death row and they said, tomorrow you're being executed, but you get whatever you want to eat for dinner, what would you choose?
A meat lover's stuffed crust pizza.
Ah, okay. Which restaurant?
See, I would want them to go back to the 90s Pizza Hut crust recipe, because when they changed the Pizza Hut crust recipe in the early 2000s, I was like, man, go back to the old stuff. That's so good. So I would make them find the recipe. I would make them find whoever used to make Pizza Hut's crust and remake that for me for my final meal.
The stuffed crust, is that the one that's got cheese in the middle?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I've never tried it.
Domino's has a stuffed crust, but Domino's stuffed crust came out after I went carnivore, and so everybody is so nice to me because they're like, it's gross. You would not like it. You would hate it. And I'm like, thanks, guys. I appreciate that because they know how much I love stuffed crust. But Papa John's also has a stuffed crust, and it wasn't bad. But I want the old school Pizza Hut.
The old school Pizza Hut. Did you guys used to have the works with Pizza Hut where you go in, and it was for us back then, it was like $6.95. Yep. You could eat as much pizza and pasta and ice cream as you wanted.
Yep.
And they would have like a table in the middle with like 6 different pizzas on there, and they just kept bringing new pizzas out, and you'd go up and be like, oh, I don't like any of them, and you'd go wait, and then wait for the next one. Oh, what's this one? Go up, and it's like, it's Hawaiian.
Well, see, I don't mind Hawaiian because I take the pineapples off, but I like the residue of the pineapple juice.
Okay.
One of those like on the fence of like when people say pineapples don't belong on pizza. Okay, but pineapple juice does.
Well, you're in a very unique demographic there, I think.
I'm my own person.
Oh, that's all right. My kids love Hawaiian, and I hate Hawaiian because of the pineapple. And I always say that it's been poisoned with pineapple. And I do this joke every single time. I lift up the box and I go, "Oh, that one's got poison all over it."
Right.
And, yeah. And they go, "It's not poison, it's pineapple." And I'm like, "It's poison."
How old are your young ones again, if you don't mind sharing? I forgot.
Yeah, that's right. So 12 is my oldest, Summer, and Scarlett is 9. So yeah, 12 and 9.
Very cool. Very cool. Are they into Armwrestling yet?
No, not at all. No, not interested in anything that I do.
Well, I won't judge you or say that you failed as a father or anything. That's fine.
Oh, that's all right. It's Summer has just started getting into volleyball, which is really cool.
Oh, I love that sport. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's great that because she is more of like the arty sort of person, and she loves painting, drawing, and that sort of thing, and shied away from sports a little bit. But she started high school last year, and they had like a volleyball team, and they were very keen to get her on it, and she tried it out and enjoyed it, and she's been doing that since. So yeah, it's working out quite well.
So does your high school then run from like 12 to 18? Is that how it works in Australia?
We used to be you'd go from reception to year 7, and then that was primary school, and then you would have high school, which was year 8 to year 12. but
Okay.
they've changed it in the last 10 years or something. And now it's reception to year 6, and then high school is year 7 to year 12.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Ray Romanowski says, I've refed so many tournaments. They are all hard to remember. Thank you for the kind words. And he will be refereeing at the Arnold's next year. Fantastic to see. And Brian Johnson's here. He says, hello, Earthlings from Northern New York, USA. I love arm wrestling, and in a 155 pounds competitor, I'm just popping in, and go Artem. Great to see you, Brian. And we are enjoying the MAC stream. They are on a break at this point in time, but we've seen 8 matches on the pay-per-view card. We've got 8 to go. The co-main event, obviously, is Artem Taranenko versus Alan Ford. What is your prediction, Brian? And what about yourself, Lucky? How do you see that match playing out?
I hate predicting the guys, because whoever I predict usually loses, and then I feel like I curse them.
Well, you could say, you don't have to say who's going to win, but you could say how do you see the match playing out?
For Artem and Alan, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Artem's gonna go in for a deep hook, and Alan's gonna meet him there, and then they're just one of them's gonna drag to the other side. I really don't see it going any other way.
Wow. So one of them will win.
I told you I'm not predicting, because then everybody's gonna get mad at Lucky. That person lose. So I will say that it is Canada versus US, and your girl is from the US. So, but I have mad respect for Canada, and especially as a female polar, I have yet to beat a Canadian. So, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Well, there you go. Yes. Well, Artem Taranenko, I mean, he gets the representation from the USA, but he can back it up with that Russian side as well. So he gets to choose the country he's going to represent, but he's representing the USA tonight. And Brian Johnson says, Alan's dangerous, Artem's side pressure. He thinks that Artem will win the match.
There you go.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll see if your prediction comes true, Brian. We will be commentating the rest of the event. They're on a break at the moment, but when they get back into it, we will be able to call the action here. But we've seen a lot of matches already. We had 9 prelim matches, which went by in 1 hour. They flew through those prelim matches, and they were all 3-0, which was really weird. And then we saw 8 matches on the pay-per-view card. Milo Larratt was in 2 of those, and Auden Larratt was in 1. And Milo got a win on the left arm, lost on the right. Auden lost his match to Mayan Sharengas. And yeah, so some good matches in the undercard of the pay-per-view event. But heading into the pay-per-view is where we're going to find those big matchups, and we're very excited to see how it plays out.
And that was Milo, and that was Auden's only match, correct? So only Milo had 2. Right?
Yeah, Milo had 2, and Danielle also is going to have 2 matches.
Correct.
Yeah, so there was a couple. Oh, and in the undercard, Blake Bullion had 2 matches, and no, that's Matt Smith, and then there's Mike Smith. So yeah, but there was a couple of people had both the left and right arm, but yeah, so Danielle Everson will be back. It will be the first match back when they get back from the break.
Right.
And are they back now? No. Oh, it's an ad. I can hear it in the background. It's like, oh, there's talking. And Brian Johnson says, awesome. And Atlantis in real life says he's still lurking in Devon's Forearms Discord. All right. Who is Devon's Forearm, by the way?
I don't know.
I see him in a lot of the streams, but I don't know who he actually is.
He's a moderator for a lot of people too. So I mean, he's not a troll.
Yeah, I do love the era where it was those silly names that came out that were based on the elite arm wrestlers, and like Ernie's.
Nails, index finger.
Yes, yes, Devon's forearm. Spermie's gas. What is it? Spermie's ass is creamy instead of Ermie's Gasparini.
And right now we have Gennady sisters who are terrorizing poor Henry's chats right now.
Oh, okay.
So and there's two of them. It was actually funny because I was over there for a little bit, and one had sent a super chat in USD, and the other one had sent a super chat using Sweden currency. And we're like, so Gennady's sister probably doesn't live in the US and probably doesn't live in Sweden. So we're gonna guess that these are spam accounts.
Yeah. That's great. I haven't seen those, but I'll have to check it out. I know that Henry's been doing a great job with his streams and getting a lot of the top names on there, which is awesome to see. Shit was handicapped helper here, says. Don't worry, definitely not seafood. It's a cattle rancher tradition. Which was that for? Hit was handicapped. Well, he must have mentioned a food earlier.
Oh yeah, I was really talking about the oysters, I think.
Right, yeah, and then he asked if we eat crocodile. So USS Liberty was the one that said we should try the oysters. Gotcha. But yes, thank you for your suggestions there. Oh, Devon Saplenkov, yeah, that one's a great one. Yeah, there's some really clever ones. What was it? There's some like Levan Saganashvili's liver. So good.
Funny.
So is there a match that you're particularly excited about seeing in this upcoming card?
Well, I'm always excited to see the ladies. You know, we had Courtney Hike on the show. Probably like a week and a half ago. To promote this one versus her and Danielle. She's a new puller on the scene. She came from soccer, actually. She's a professional soccer player from Canada. And
wow.
So, or football. I guess they call it football in Canada. We're the only people that call it
we call it soccer.
Okay, there you go. So she is a professional soccer/football player that broke her leg and then like immediately, like still in the boot, jumped into arm wrestling. So she's been on the scene for about a year and a half now. And it's just like showed up and has crushed everything. So Danielle is, you know, we saw Danielle against Alex, and she's just so dominant on the table. And so I think, you know, this is definitely part of me goes like, oh, the underdog, and then the other part of me is like, give Danielle 2-0.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. So what style of puller is Courtney?
So from the matches I've seen, I see her top roll a lot. So I think it'll be interesting because Danielle is very, very good at getting the top roller to cook. And so I think it'll be interesting to see. And I know we talked about it on the show, but I'm pretty sure she said she top rolls. But I know she also says that she can do both. So we'll find out today.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Danielle, with that left-handed match earlier this evening, she was able to contain Alexandra's top roll attempts, and you know, you could see Alexandra was trying different things, and she ended up trying to get inside a couple of times, but it looked like Danielle's hand and wrist was just too strong for her. So we'll see if it's a similar story on the right.
Right, and I mean, even you know, just that you know, she came in at 58 kg, and you know, Danielle at 70, and you know, there's just that arm size difference too, and the hand size difference. And you know, they pulled, you know, 5 years ago when Danielle first started, and you know, Alexandra was able to, you know, do what she does. But I think, you know, when you just have that larger arm, you have that larger hand, it's so hard to fight against when they get you cocked back. You can't do a whole lot with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It all makes that difference with that hand and wrist. If you lose that, it's like, oh man, you can have the strongest arm in the world, but it's not going anywhere. Your hand's gonna stay where it is.
Oh yeah. Well, and I've found that, like coming down to the smaller weight category myself, like going against the girls that I used to pull. I mean, like as soon as we grip up, if my hand gets lost in their hand, there's no out techniquing a hand that just like. And I was asking Mike about it, like, what am I gonna do? He's like, get 4 times stronger. I was like, thanks, bro.
Yeah. All right. Great advice. It's like saying, yeah, just don't lose.
Right.
If you don't lose, you'll always win.
Right. Good luck to you.
Absolutely. And Atlantis in real life is rooting for Coach Ray. He will be in a match up against Alan Goya from Quebec in Canada. So great to see Coach Ray not only doing the commentary work and the MC stuff with the interviews after the matches, but he is competing tonight as well. And Danielle on the commentary booth, despite having 2 matches at MAC4 as well. So the athletes making use of their time and helping to promote the event and make it run well, even though they are competing on that card as well.
Right. And I don't think, like, I feel like that plays into like getting worn down a little. It's like when you ref and pull at an event, like commentating, like, I mean, even though you're just talking, like you're having to like pay attention and focus on other people, and that can be distracting for yourself, having to like watch other and stay focused and stay on top of your game, and then you have to go pull, and then we're back. Yay.
Oh, it has started again. So they are back for MAC4, the top 8 matches on the card. And it will be Danielle Everson up first against Courtney Hike, the match that we were just talking about. And so we'll get to see that as the first match up here. And Hitler's handicapped helper says Mike Todd's double wide elbow. Wow. Yeah. There is some interesting physiques that get around in the arm wrestling world. And Jake Beefcake hyping up the crowd. He's getting more aggressive as the night goes on, I have found. It's like, you better cheer. You specifically.
Right. That'd be so terrifying. I would not want him to be my coach at anything. I would cry every time he opened his mouth.
I was doing some commentary work with Arm Gods when I was over in Ireland, and they had their main pay-per-view card, but earlier in the day they had a tournament, like an amateur tournament, and I had entered into that. And just prior to that starting, Paul Maiden walked up and said, here you go, and gave me a microphone. And I was like, what's this for? And he goes, go and commentate the tournament. I was like, oh, okay. It was one of those clip-on things. And so I sat down with the other commentator and was like, oh, Paul asked me to come over. He's like, all right, then. So we're commentating the event. But I was competing in the tournament. And when it came up to my division, the other commentator was like, do you want to take a break, or do you want to go warm up? And I was like, no, I'll be fine. I'm all right. And then I got called up for my match, and I was like, I'm just going to leave the microphone on. I don't care. I'll make sure I don't like yell into the microphone, which I completely forgot about in the match and went, so yes, RIP to all the eardrums of the people that were listening.
Hopefully we're wearing AirPods.
Oh, I hope they were.
You can send your hearing aid needs in 5 years to MAC4.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so we're getting who is this coming out now? Is it Courtney? It is Courtney. She's making her way out to the table, getting burnt by the fireworks there, and Jodie Larratt is in her corner there. She's giving her some applause as she makes her way out to the table. She looks very fired up for this matchup. So a lot of deep breaths here for Courtney. She knows that this is a very big match for her, and she wants to get everything working in her favor. So looking very serious, she makes her way to the table. And Danielle was already there. I did miss her walk in, but we're about to get a start for this women's matchup here at MAC4. Let's have a look at the stances. It looks like top roll on top roll here, outside of straps. And thumbs are closed. Hands, she's going very high with that hand, is Courtney. Here we go. Oh, early start. No. Hands are still open. Thumbs are down. Look at that hand movement from Courtney there. She wants that high position with her hand. The referee not letting her get that. She does get it this time. She surges hard, but Danielle turns it into a hook. She surges, but she's got turned palm up. She gets pinned. Courtney with the early lead here, 1-0.
Oh, okay.
How did you see that one?
I told you that Danielle would turn it into a hook, but I didn't. Dang, girl. Okay. She said she could do both, and she proved it right there.
Absolutely. You can see the depth of the cup that she was able to get there. And they're about to start round 2. So hands are closed and a very fast pin. Well, we got a replay halfway through that round, but there was Courtney with a very dominant, fast flash pin top roll.
Wow. Oh, man.
Matches in real life says 2 matches in one night is such a disadvantage.
And as somebody who has pulled Danielle, dang, Courtney. That's all I got to say. It's dang, Courtney.
Courtney is looking very dominant here in this matchup. They're going into round 3. They've got their hands closed. They've gone into a hook. This is Danielle as well. They're in the center of the table. She's surging hard, but Courtney able to drag it across. She's losing her hand. She's getting pulled out away from her shoulder. That's a win for Danielle. Yep. She gets the job done. Courtney is protesting it, saying that her hand was above the center of the table, but it was slightly on Danielle's side, and she gets the pin. So it's 2-1. We have a very good matchup here.
Ooh. I always get excited when it's not a 0, it's not a 3-0, especially for the ladies.
Yeah, we want to see that back and forth, and we're getting it here with Courtney was turned into the hook position, and it looked like she was separated. Well, she went to surge, her hand stayed behind, and that 2 or 3 inches of separation was all that Danielle needed to be able to drag her side of the table. We get another start here in the next round. They're inside the hook again. Courtney looking very relaxed. They're very much stuck in the center of the table. Courtney surges, but Danielle catches it. Danielle is playing defense here. She's got to be careful about when she surges. She's being very measured here. And Courtney bringing the shoulder right close up to her hand there. She surges hard, but she loses the hand. She gets back to the middle, but she's palm up. She manages to supinate back to the center. She turns it over, but she doesn't quite get through. And Danielle holding strong here. She manages to pull it back to the center. This is an absolute war between these two ladies here. Courtney surges with everything she's got, and she gets the pin and the win.
Yes.
Wow. Great win there for Courtney over Danielle Everson, and a nice show of sportsmanship there. And what an incredible battle. That's the match of the night so far.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, so stuck in the hook position, and they went back and forth. There was a couple of surges there where Courtney tried to get through, and you saw that arm separate, but she managed to get her body back up again. And both girls having their moments in that match, but Danielle was not able to change the story of it. And we see a very happy and emotional Courtney here. She's giving her post-match speech to Coach Ray, and we're seeing some tears on display, and she's worked very hard for this win.
Very well deserved. Well deserved.
You can see that it really means a lot to these athletes to get those wins, and what a great way to do it in such a back and forth battle. And Danielle, you can see she knew that was an absolute ripper of a match.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that was the first match here on the 8 that we had remaining. So 7 to go. Brandon Elsepple is up next from New York, and he is taking on Eli Lapointe, or Lapointe, depends on how they're going to pronounce this, from Quebec.
Are you familiar with Eli?
No.
Me neither.
But I know Brandon Elsepple is a monster, so
exactly.
Be very, very surprised if Eli is competitive with Brandon, and hopefully we get a really good match between the two of them.
Right.
You say under 200 pounds.
I have mine muted because I didn't know if it was going to bother yours or not, so I can't hear anything.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, so Brandon Elsepple making his way out through the... Is it Brandon? I can't see. Oh, that's... Geez, he looks different. Who is this? Is this Brandon or is this Eli?
All the guys look the same to me.
Because I swear they said Brandon Elsepple, but this does not look like the Brandon I recognize.
Did he save?
I swear he said Brandon Elsepple. Anyone in the chat can let us know. We'll see what he says for the next introduction. All right, so it's super heavyweight division, but I swear the referee also said something about that he was an under 200-pound champion, which is 90 kilos, which is significantly less than super heavyweight.
Right. What is supers? 115 plus? Or one?
For... Okay, so that was Brandon came out first. Jeez, it looks really different.
He does.
He shaved his head. I don't know. He normally, it just normally looks completely different to the way he does tonight. All right, and Eli making his way out to the table. Only one firework to contend with. They've had some issues getting both of them going consistently. And Eli looks very focused here, a little nervous, if I'm honest, as he makes his way to the table. Slow, measured walk, lots of deep breaths, and he makes his way up the stairs to the table. And we're going to see round number 1 between Brandon Elsepple and Eli Lapointe, or Lapointe, depending on how you would like to say it.
I like Lapointe.
Lapointe, yeah, well.
I'm also somebody who says Tarjay, so.
Oh, yeah. Do you say microwave?
No. But I will now.
Yeah. Just put that in the microwave. What?
What?
All right, here we go. We're going to get a start to this matchup here. Brandon Elsepple versus Eli. And Oh, we got to start. They're inside, but the top roll being utilized by Eli here. He's got a great position, but Brandon brings it back to the center. He surges. They can slip apart and they go to the strap. Great battle there for both men.
That's
They
crazy.
both had some good moments.
Yeah, but Eli never crossed that center line, so that's going to be interesting. What happened to the strap?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so it did go inside, and then Eli top rolled out of that position, but was unable to get the pin. Brandon brought it back to the center, and they went back and forth a little bit here, and they turned inside again. And you can see the pronation position for Eli and Brandon slipping underneath in the middle of the table. We'll go to the strap being applied at the moment. So a lot of energy expended by both men in a slip. So we're getting them strapped together now, but you can see Brandon is taking some deep breaths already. And strap just being tightened right now. I do like the fact that the referee is almost jumping in the air to tighten that strap. All right. Here we go. We're about to get the start here. Thumbs are down.
Oh, adjustments.
Yep. Elbows. We're about to get the start. Hands are closed. Top roll position for Brandon. He's not able to get through, but he's in a higher position than Eli. Oh, we get an elbow off the front of the pad for Eli. We're going to get a restart, but a difference in tactic there from Brandon. He did have a dominant position, had about an inch of height in his fingers over Eli, but unfortunately, or I guess fortunately for Eli, he elbow fouled off the front. They've called a restart here. And here we go. Thumbs are closed. And Brandon goes again for that top roll, and he gets through this time. He got that height position again and didn't waste any time surging through to the pad. He takes a 1-0 lead here. Eli looks very disappointed, but he's not out of this match yet. It's only the first round.
He needs to definitely make an adjustment. Because, I mean, obviously he's plenty strong, but he'll definitely need to make an adjustment now that he's there in the strap.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon has figured out something here. He's gone with that top roll both times. You can see there the fingers of Brandon higher than the fingers of Eli, and that is arm wrestling in a nutshell. That 1 inch of difference can make the pin or the not pin. So right there, Brandon utilizing a higher hand position, and he was able to roll through Eli's fingers. So Eli will probably need to post a little bit higher, more vertically, and maybe kick his wrist forwards a little bit, trying to get his hand as vertical as possible if he notices that Brandon is going to top roll again, because that is an easy path to victory once you have found it. And if your opponent's not able to make an adjustment, then it will be an easy night for Brandon Elsessor. So they're applying the strap here, round 2 here at MAC4 Major Arm Wrestling Championship in Ottawa, Canada. Now let's have a look at this referee's strap tightening technique. That is commitment right there. All right, the strap is applied.
Like those when you do like the little water pump things from the old days.
Yes. Thumbs are closed. Here we go. Hands are closed. He goes for the high position again, but Eli had made the adjustment. They get an elbow foul off of Brandon. They're going to restart it, but Brandon surged again with that top roll, but he was not able to get that high position. You can see the difference here, ladies and gentlemen, that are watching. Arm wrestling is a game of millimeters and inches, and there we go. They're about even here. Brandon's going to have a tough time getting through. Oh, and Eli surges, but he's dropped down. He's so far away from his shoulder now. He needs to come back up with his body.
Get behind it. Get behind
About
it.
even in the center of the table, but it looks like an open arm top roll position being utilized from Eli here, but Brandon is climbing as he should. He looks like he's trying to get that shoulder behind, and he adds side pressure here and gets the pin.
Boy, they. Okay, Brandon.
There you go. So 2-0 for Brandon Elsessor so far. And they are getting ready to go into round number 3. And quite interesting change of technique from the first round outside of straps for Brandon, looking to go inside. And then he made the adjustment to a top roll. And you can see the defense from Eli there in that round was very effective in that start position. He was able to utilize, as we said, that kick forward wrist position, the height in his hand. And when Brandon surged, they were even in height, which is why they matched up in the middle. Eli did surge as well, but he got stopped and brought back to the center. And then, strangely to me, he stayed with his body down and let his arm completely extend out.
I would have liked to see him at that point readjust and do what Brandon did, which is get behind that shoulder. Like, if you're already in a transition move, just transition all the way at that point, because then you're sitting down there and you're just going to wear yourself out and you're going to lose your bicep.
Exactly right. So we're about to get the start for round number 3 here. The strap is being applied. Brandon Elsessor is up 2-0 over Eli. And Eli making the right adjustments, but a little bit of a strange tactic that was employed after he surged and was caught. He kept his body down instead of coming back up and keeping the shoulder close to the hand. So we'll see if he's able to mitigate that rise of Brandon again. They're both going high with their post. So about to get the start here. Close the thumbs. Here we go. Close the hands. Oh, they've gone inside here. Brandon looking comfortable, but he gets pulled out. He's on his bicep. His palm up here. He's staring at Eli, shakes his head. Eli's in a good position, but Brandon looks very confident. I think Brandon's waiting for his moment just to roll through. He says something to Eli there. They have a bit of a laugh. Eli surges again. Brandon rolls through, gets the pin, gets the victory. 3-0.
Atlantis, I don't necessarily want to agree with you or want to disagree with you, because I do think 2 matches in one night is a disadvantage. But I also know when, you go to a tournament and you pull both arms, that's essentially, depending on how many people in your class, you're looking at, a super match on both arms too. So, I mean, it's doable 100%. And I also said, mentioned how Danielle's on commentary as well too. So, not taking anything away from Courtney or making excuses for Danielle, but I also know Danielle and how strong she is and how much stamina, especially in grip sport, she has. So,
yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that she necessarily was at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things. It's almost like with that tournament example that you brought up there. If you're going up against an opponent, say 4 rounds into the tournament, and you've had a war in every round and they've flash pinned their opponent, the time you get into that, maybe you would normally beat that person, but you have exhausted yourself before you've gotten to the match. So endurance is a very big factor in the sport. And, if you've had an absolute battle in your early match and you've only got half your energy going into the start of the second one, it can be very difficult.
Definitely. Oh, that was
okay. They've thrown the script away. Jake Beefcake is screaming at everybody on the stage, and he's made a matchup between BLM and Brandon Elsessor out of thin air. So I don't know why they're doing it, but they're doing it, and why not? So
Well,
we're being treated to an
nothing
extra match here.
like let's just, I don't know. I think if I was the competitor that was next, this would make me so upset. I'm not gonna lie, because I would literally be getting in my mind and getting that adrenaline going, and then they're like, "JK, hold on, we have this random match that we're doing." Like that would frustrate me as an athlete. I'm not gonna lie.
It would be very, very annoying, but yeah, I guess they've gone ahead with it here. And Brandon Elsessor, having just come off of a match, he's going up against BLM, who had a match earlier, but it was on the left arm,
Right.
I believe.
I guess I
Or was
should
it
say
right?
correct. No, I'm going to say correct because I shouldn't have said right because it sounded like I was correcting you.
No, that's okay. I can't remember. But anyway, let's have a look at how it plays out. They're in the strap, hands are closed, and BLM going for a top roll. He's got height over Brandon, but Brandon brings it back. They're about even, but BLM is in a better position. He's dragged Brandon a little bit to his side, but they're fairly even here. Brandon Elsessor surging to the pin pad, and he gets the victory. I don't know if they're doing a first to three or if this is the one and done.
One and done.
I think it was the one and done.
Yeah. BLM's match against Matt Smith was best of 5 left hand.
Okay. There you go. Great showing between the two athletes there. BLM having a good position, but Brandon able to contain it and wait for his moment to surge and go through. Jake Beefcake, he's got some announcements here. Let's have a listen. Okay, which should be Curtis Cameron, Pork Chop versus Nathan Leland. And you couldn't put more muscle on a person than Pork Chop. Let's have a look how he goes here.
I know at MAC4, Pork Chop had a really, really good match against the puller from Georgia. And that was very, very entertaining and controversial matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how he does here at MAC4.
MAC4. All right, let's have a look how it plays out here. We get the introductions. Pork Chop making his way to the table. Is he sunburned? Is that sunglasses tan line? I think it is. Must have been out in the sun with sunglasses on. Very good. I'm just looking up MAC3 here to see if I can find who he went against at the last event.
It was Jerome Loud. That's what it was. That's who it was.
Oh, okay, great. Jerome Loud, there he is from America. All right, so his opponent's being introduced at the moment, Nathan Leland from Ontario, Canada.
Ooh. Is he on the High Hookers team?
So I was wondering, and we'll see if Jake Beefcake lets us know. The Battle of the Pigs, he says. Club Tattadinga. Haven't heard of them before, but it is not the Ottawa High Hookers.
Nope. I know Team London, and I know Ottawa High Hookers, and I know Peyton Trains.
Yeah. What about the guys from Through the Fingers podcast? They're in.
Their
is it Red?
is Through the Fingers.
Is that the club name? Is that? Oh, okay.
I think so. That's Brian. But he said that their league is called Through the Fingers. Their promotion is Through the Fingers. So I don't know if that's their team name, but
Because they're Red Deer, I think, is it? They're in.
What? You're
Matt Mask.
Matt Mask is there?
Yeah, he's there with them.
Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, cool.
All right, let's have a look at this matchup here. Pork Chop versus Nathan Leland. It is the left arm. And looks like top roll versus top roll here. Hands are closed. Oh, early start there from Pork Chop.
Ooh.
He's not saying that was a pin, is he? No, okay, good. One foul.
Oh, Red Deer. Okay, thank you.
There we go. Hands are closed. We got a restart. That is a pin for Pork Chop. He's up 1-0. He says something to his opponent there. Nathan Leland. So Curtis Cameron, Pork Chop, he is 1-0 in the front here. Nathan Leland trying to slip out, but dipping beneath the height of the pin line. And Pork Chop straight back on the table. And they've agreed to start in strap. Yeah. Randy, what's the name of the club, though? Okay. Strap. No slap. It's just replay? It's a replay.
It's a replay.
Yeah, that was the early start.
Yeah, they're still fighting for a
Okay, here we go.
grip right now.
And just a pure side pressure pin for Curtis Cameron there. He didn't even use any back pressure at all, just went sideways and got the pin. Round 3 coming up. Pork Chop already back at the table.
I don't know if I like
Why is he called Pork Chop?
Because he looks like a 90s movie school bully that they call Pork Chop.
Really?
Think of like the 90s movies where it was like the school age coming of age. Does he not look like the kid that bullied the main character? And they were like, ooh, watch out for Pork Chop?
Yeah, I can see it. All right, they're getting the strap applied for round number 3 here.
That's probably not why they call him Pork Chop, but that's what Lucky says.
Okay. All right, strap being applied here. Curtis Cameron, Pork Chop, school bully, is up 2-0 here. And he is bullying his way to victory with overwhelming side pressure. And we're about to get the start. Hands are closed, and Pork Chop looks at his opponent in the eyes, but his opponent, Nathan Leland, elbow fouling. We're going to get a restart. You'd almost wish that they'd said just keep going, because Pork Chop looked like he was going to get the pin regardless. And this time they've restarted, and Pork Chop uses nothing but side pressure and gets the pin. 3-0 for Curtis Cameron over Nathan Leland.
It almost felt like Nathan was just like coming outward. Did it look like he just looked like he just laid his arm down? And I don't know if that was just the way that Pork Chop was doing the pressure, or if that he was trying to like come in from the outside. But I don't know. It didn't work, babe. You gotta try something new.
Yeah, absolutely. So Randy says that Red Deer Armwrestling is the club name. Got it.
Thank you. Brian's busy with his show. He's too busy to write me back. Rude.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. And yeah, so he may have been trying to jump into a King's move. That's what Pork Chop says there in his post-match interview. Jake Beefcake voice is getting more gravelly as the night goes on.
It sounds
By
like
the
me as a
end,
teacher on Friday. I always lose my voice on Friday.
I think by the main event, it'll just be grunting.
Right. He'll need the ladies to come up with like cue cards. Caption what he said.
We need the captions, the subtitles.
Right. He said.
Yeah. Please welcome.
There's some people from, I don't want to call them out, but you'll probably know who I'm talking about, from the deep south, that you need translators to understand what they're saying. You're just like, bro, what?
Absolutely. Randy says Brian may also have a club of his own, but I know he trains with Matt a lot. Yeah. An international super match coming your way.
Somebody get that man some tea with lemon. Add some honey too.
All right, 35 years old. Who is this? We've got Coach Ray and Alan Goya. So Coach Ray from Latvia, he's on his introduction at the moment. He's been doing the commentary at the event.
He has absolutely dominated at the tournaments that he's been attending here recently, walking away with golds on right and left. So,
oh yeah, he's world class.
Oh, 100%.
And here he comes, fired up. Walks through the fire and the flames on his way to the table. Nice deep breath. He looks very confident though.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll be taking on Quebec's Alan Goya, or Alain Goya, depending on how you would like to say it. It has an I in Alan, so it might be Alain.
Right. I guess we'll figure out when
Beefcake
either announces it or butchers it.
Yes. So it's good. We missed the opportunity to say that Beefcake was introducing pork chop. The Latvians are incredible. Absolutely.
That was the carnivore match right there. Beefcake versus pork chop.
Versus pork chop. Absolutely. Latvians are incredible, says Randy Snyder Jr., not Randy Snyder Sr. He's probably asleep.
Don't be ageist. You're going to get canceled.
All right, so Alan Goya, let's find out. No, he said
He said what?
He said Alan.
Okay.
So
and Alan I know, Goya. So Alan is coming back on the scene after being off. I think he took a 6 to 7 year break from arm wrestling.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Now he's coming back. So
fantastic.
We'll see.
Looks in tremendous shape. And he is fired up. He yells at Coach Ray as he gets to the table. Coach Ray just gives him the thumbs up.
So nice.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to destroy you.
Yep. All right, here we go. Both men about the same height. Coach Ray has been an international competitor for many years at the highest levels. So Alan has his work cut out for him here. They've agreed to start in the strap. Let's have a look at the stance positioning for both men. The strap still being applied. They haven't really taken their positions as of yet.
Ray's moving around. Focus, please. Jeez.
We know that Coach Ray has a very good press, and it looks like he's going to be implementing that. The shoulder is twitching forwards like he wants to get behind it. And look at the flexed wrist already for Alan Goya. He's manipulated that setup beautifully. There he gets caught on it.
Doesn't move it at all.
Yeah. Now he's asked to move it again. It's better now, but he still has an advantage there. They go inside. Coach Ray looks comfortable here. And Alan pulling hard. He's surging. He's shaking. His whole body is shaking. His biceps are popping out of his shirt. But he gets an elbow foul. They're going to restart it. Coach Ray looks like he's almost asleep at this point. He is that relaxed.
Again, just what they're not calling versus what they're calling.
All right, here we go. We're going to get a restart here. Looks like Coach Ray is going to go inside again. He does, and he holds that position. Alan is holding strong, but his hand is in danger of going past his shoulder. And Ray holding position. And there's small adjustments here from both men. They are in the center of the table. And Alan surges hard. He turns Ray palm up. And he gets the pin. Well done. Great effort there. Wow. Bit of a surprise for that round. It looked like Coach Ray was very comfortable in the position that he was in. But he wasn't able to get the positioning he needed to once that surge of Alan came. And I think that we might even get a restart here. I think there may have been another elbow foul.
There was. So, but that's what I don't understand is he elbow fouled at the beginning, and then when he got the pin, that's when they called it. So, like, if you're going to call the elbow foul, call it when it happens, not after they've pinned, in my opinion.
Here we go. And Coach Ray wastes no time on the restart. He doesn't play around at all. He gets the pin, goes inside and surges through Alan. Looks kind of frustrated there. And you got to feel bad for Alan there that he wasted so much energy in getting that pin and it was taken away from him with an early elbow foul.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to keep my other opinions to myself and wait till I go live on my show.
Are you still going live later tonight?
On your show. So I can keep my show.
And Coach Ray has called for the riser. So maybe he's going to try to press. He wants that extra height. But you can see the replay here, turns it inside and surges through, wasting no time. Doesn't want to give Alan the opportunity to take his hand again. So the riser being put in place for both men. They've both decided to go with the riser here.
Do those risers look shorter than the ones, like the 4-inch ones, or do they look 4 inches? They look like 2 inches.
It's a different riser for sure. All right, let's have a look here as they get set up. And we'll see if Alan's able to get that wrist manipulation position again. He did start with a great wrist position, but it was found by the referee and straightened.
Right.
All right. About to get the start here. Round 2. Hands are closed. They go inside, and Coach Ray surges. And Alan's working hard here. They're in the center of the table. Looks like Coach Ray is almost waiting here for something to happen. And Alan is working very hard. His bicep is popping out of his shirt here. He's turning Coach Ray. Palm up. Coach Ray now on his bicep. He's about to get pinned. Oh, he does. And he gets an elbow foul as well. Oh, they're not going to restart that, are they?
That was a pin.
Oh, what's the call here? Oh, man, I hate that rule. So Coach Ray about to be pinned and gets called for an elbow foul. So they're restarting it rather than a running foul. They go inside again. Coach Ray surges forwards. He has Alan palm up here. He's going with pronation now. And we get another elbow foul restart, this time on Allen. There's a lot of restarts in this matchup. I thought that they would be with running fouls here with Mac, but they have restarted. So they're going to have one foul each. And Allen, again, getting a pin taken away from him in kind of unfair fashion. And he gets a great start, but Coach Ray surges through. He has the advantage position. He tries to roll through, but Allen counters that with his own surge. Now Coach Ray is palm up again. We've seen Allen get a couple of pins from this position that haven't been awarded, but Coach Ray surges back. They're stuck in the center of the table. A slight advantage for Allen here. He's taking some really deep breaths, and Coach Ray just working him, making him bleed out here, and he gets a better wrist position and slams Allen's hand to the pin pad. He's up 2-0. Yeah, great round, but a bit frustrating that there were so many restarts there. And it's one of those rules that I despise in the sport when you're about to get pinned and you elbow foul and get a restart. That's just so ridiculous. But 2-0 for Coach Ray here. And Allen may have used all of his energy in those rounds getting those pins, but they were restarted. So heading into round 3 here, we'll see if Allen has anything left. He did look like he gassed out a bit in that last round. They've probably pulled 6 times to get a 2-0. So were you going live with your podcast later tonight?
Oh, we talked about it, but I don't think we're gonna do it tonight. We went live twice yesterday, so and if I do it too many times in one week, I get in trouble because I forget that I can't say certain things.
Okay, we're about to get the start for round 3. Strap being applied here. And referee tightens the strap. Both men breathing heavy. Coach Ray looks the fresher of the two. Allen sitting in that top roll stance. But I think it's going to go inside again. Coach Ray, a master of getting there. And there he goes. They do stay inside. Coach Ray surges. It gets pulled back to the center. He's palm up again. He's on his bicep. We've seen Allen get a couple of pins that have been taken away from him in this exact spot, but he gets this one. It is awarded to him. He's up 2. So it's 2-1 now. Coach Ray still in the lead, but a great win for Allen there.
Oh. Shout out to Freddie and Danica in the front row. Two ladies that are fans. I'm definitely a fan. 2 ladies that we are fans of. So.
2 ladies you're fans of?
Oh yeah, they're really they're so strong.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's just insane, isn't it? The levels that people can get to in arm wrestling. So round 4 upcoming here. This is a great battle. Coach Ray versus Allen Goya from Quebec, Canada, is putting on a great performance here. And it looks to me like Coach Ray is surging off the start, but then he's almost allowing Allen to pull him back to the center. And he just sort of waits and just sort of tries to react on what Allen's doing. But Allen able to turn Coach Ray's wrist palm up, and then Coach Ray's sitting on his bicep trying to defend with that.
Right.
But he's not able to, and he's getting pinned.
Right. Well, and I know, Ray is so technical when it comes to the way that he pulls. And so I feel like when he's trying to calculate in his mind, like, all right, how do I counter this? He might not be able to do what he wants to do. So.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Well, let's have a look how we go here. They get the start. They're in the strap. It's a repeat of the last rounds. Coach Ray has surged, but Allen has caught it. He surges again. He got closer that time. They've come back to the middle. And again, Allen making the adjustments. He's got to be careful with his elbow. It's floating a little bit. It hasn't been called by the referee. And again, Coach Ray sits in a bicep position and he surges his way through for a pin. He gets the victory 3-1 over Alan Goya. And Coach Ray, you could see he took a deep breath. He looked at Alan in the eyes and surged his way through. Will he interview himself? That is the big
right. Nobody could do it better. Oops.
Well done to Coach Ray there. Jake Beefcake is stepping in to be the Coach Ray of the post-match interviews.
Oh, I can connect to my channel from here. I didn't know you could do that. Did you know I can do that?
Sorry, what was that?
I can connect my channel through this since I have free stream.
What was that? So I'm let me turn the volume down on the other one.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Sorry.
That's all right. What were you saying?
No, that I can stream this through my channel since I have restream now. But I can connect my. I just asked if I wanted to connect my channel.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
Do you mind?
No, go ahead.
Sweet.
Then you can give your real opinion. All right. So we've seen 4 of the matches here in this last 8 that we have. There are 16 that are taking place on this pay-per-view card. We saw 9 on the preliminary card. And you are definitely getting your money's worth here at MAC4. The next matchup, Alex Toproll from Russia will be taking on Tyler Bolzen from Ontario, Canada. So haven't seen Alex Toproll compete for a little while, and I'll be very interested to see what form he is in. And he is being introduced by Jake Beefcake at the moment. 34 years old, is Alex Toproll. Used to be a fashion model, apparently. Okay.
I can see it.
All right. Here he comes, the former fashion model, Alex Toproll.
But they didn't say it was for like a shoe company.
Here he comes, coming to the stage at the moment. He looks a bit nervous, to be honest. He is giving everyone in the room a fist bump, and he makes his way up to the table, gets the microphone attached to the shirt, and it's an interesting posturing here from him. Doesn't seem to be one of those guys that gets really fired up. If anything, he looks almost sad walking up there.
He's emotionally sad, not like pathetic sad.
No, exactly, yeah. Okay, so Tyler Bolzen being introduced now. He's from Ontario. 31 years old. Weighed in at 230 pounds.
Ooh.
So Tyler Bolzen makes his way out. He is in for a match here against Alex Toproll. And he looks very serious as he makes his way to the table. No fist bumps for him. I know that he does. He's making a mockery of what I said now. He's fist bumping every single person that is in reach of him. He's adding high fives to that as well, or double high five even.
Wow.
Now he's high fiving himself on the table.
They must be watching this. They must be watching this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're about to get things underway here. So Alex Top Roll is taking on Tyler Bolzen. So here we go. They're getting set up outside of straps. And as his name suggests, Alex Top Roll in a top roll position. And Tyler also matching that as well. So weight very far forwards for Alex. Oh, and they get a slip. We're going to the strap. Stay at the table.
Why didn't you
Don't
just
wander
ask
away.
for the strap at the beginning, guys? Like,
yeah, that was a very much agreed upon slip there. Okay, strap being applied here. Alex having an interesting body position. It's like his upper body is leaning forwards like he's going to press, but his legs are under the table like he's going to top roll. So maybe that stance allows him the ability to go with either technique. But let's see what he employs here.
Oh, there he goes. He is down so far too.
Mm.
And so when he comes up, he's going to get that height.
You see there, he's leaning forwards like he's going to go inside, but his legs are under the table.
Ooh.
All right, let's see what happens. Thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. He does top roll, though, and he goes all the way through for a quick pin. A very dominant victory for Alex Top Roll there. He is up 1-0. So you can
Tyler
see
had
that.
no height on that at all. He kept his shoulder down, he was not able to get any height there. So that made it a very easy day for Alex.
Yes, you can see the vertical positioning of Alex Top Roll there was the superior technique in the setup, and he almost got the pin on his first surge, but he did get it with the second. So he's up 1-0 here in this matchup on MAC4. There are 3 matches to go. So we're heading towards the pointy end of this card. Ditto says, hey guys, hello to you. Is that one of your followers, Lucky?
That's on your page.
Alex Top Roll 1, he's in the match at the moment. He's up 1-0. So they are about to go into round 2, and they're starting in the strap. And Alex being told off for touching the strap. But the referee doing his jumping in the air, pull down, tightening of the strap there. And any trucker would be impressed with that. All right, here we go. We're about to get the start. So Alex looks like he's going to top roll again. And a better vertical position for Tyler here. He must have recognized he was out in the height game in that last round. They do both get a warning for early movement, but they're going to start again. The thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. Alex Top Roll takes the win again with a very dominant top roll. He is up 2-0 in this first to 3.
See, I'm conflicted because I kind of want Alex Top Roll to hook. But then it's just like, well, why would you call him Alex Top Roll if he's not going to win every match in a top roll?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that was the whole game plan. It was all misdirection.
Right.
Well, it's like Artem Taranenko. He's the top roll king.
Weird. When's the last time they pulled?
Who? Artem and Alex.
They're both from Florida.
Are they? Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's where Alex. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm in Florida at the moment as well.
There you go. So invite them. Yes, ditto.
I did, actually. I spoke to Artem the other day.
Didn't you train with Artem?
He's up in Jacksonville, so I'm not sure who is in his club.
Gotcha. No. I was asking if you got to train with them, or did you just talk with them?
I have trained with the local club here in Miami once. So Andrei Sharkovich runs that one, I believe.
Yep.
And yeah, so I think they've got their training on tomorrow morning. And Ditto asks, did Auden Larratt pull Shriggers? He did, and Maya was able to get the win fairly convincingly over Auden. So Jacob Beavis asked the question as well, but no, Auden did not get the win. He got dominated by the Israeli. So here we go in round 3 here for Alex Toproll versus Tyler. Both men trying to get that vertical position, although it looks like Tyler is going to go inside here. Gets one foul for movement. Okay, maybe you're going to see Toproll and Toproll. No, early movement again for Tyler. That is a second foul. He has to be careful here. He might lose the match on fouls. Okay, he's definitely in a top roll. Legs deep under the table. Alex Toproll gets the top position. He's busted the wrist back of Tyler. He is in a dominant position here, Alex Toproll. He's looking at the referees, and he gets the pin. 3-0 victory for Alex Toproll over Tyler. And he cruises through that one. There we go.
Aw, bro, hug it out.
Oh, great. And Dino says, of course, I was thinking they were pulling right hand, but when I saw left, I knew it was over for Auden. Yeah, he tried to drop into like an open arm top roll King's move a couple of times, which didn't work out for him. So, and what about Voa? Who is Voa?
Voice of arm wrestling, Coach Ray.
Oh, okay. Yes, Coach Ray was the previous match against Alan Goya, and he won 3-1. And it was an inside battle for the majority of the match, but Coach Ray was able to get the victory. There's a couple little controversial moments there where Alan did get a pin, which was taken away for an elbow foul early in the round. So they restarted that. And then in the second round, almost a similar thing happened. Alan got the pin, but Coach Ray elbow fouled as he was being pinned, and they restarted it, which was a little strange that they did that. But so Alan may have been up 2-0 at that point. However, they got the restarts, and Coach Ray ended up winning the match 3-1.
It would have been 1-2.
1-2, yes.
Yeah.
And Jeff O says Alex Toproll. I'm not saying that last name. I don't know how to say it.
Lucky's parents invested in speech therapy for her as a child, which she very much appreciates. But there are certain things that she still cannot say.
Yeah, well, you don't speak Russian. That's a tricky one.
I do not butcher people's names.
All right, let's have a look. What's the next matchup here? John Terry and the Savage will be up next. He is taking on Kirsten from what's MLT? Which country is MLT? Anybody?
I was like, Moldova? That doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't be.
From Malta. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Let's have a look. What's the questions here? Ditto says, did Milo Larratt pull? He did. He pulled twice, and he was successful in his first matchup, which was on the left arm, but he lost the second one. So, and that was 3-0, I believe. He lost the second match. Jeffo says, is that what a Hollywood accent sounds like? That is what an Australian accent sounds like.
Milo got one pin. I thought it was 3-1 on that.
Was it?
The other
in
one.
The Milo match?
Yeah, in the second match. I thought it was 3-1. I could be wrong.
There's been so many matches, it's hard to keep track.
Because remember, he shook the table after he won that other.
Oh, that's right. Oh no, he shook the table when he got the slip.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it might have been 3-1. Or I mean 3-0.
Either which way, he was not victorious.
He done lost.
Dang, Milo. Dang. Dang indeed. All right, they are just interviewing somebody on the stage at the moment, but we've got 3 matches to go.
The 3 main cards.
The main card is about to start here. Jacob Beavers says, was pulling for him. Good on him for winning one. He did a great job. His left arm looked very dominant, but the right arm, he was not able to get what he wanted and did get pinned 3 times. Jeffo says, US people like the Australian accent. Well, that's
amen.
I'm very happy to hear that.
No, French and I talk all the time, and she was like, well, which Australian accent? Because we don't all have the same one. And I was like, that's fair. But I like all the different ones.
They're pretty similar though. Like it's only very small differences really. South Australia is probably the biggest difference comparatively to the rest of the country. That's where I'm from. We speak a little bit more proper.
And Dave and Ozzy sound so different from each other.
Yeah, Jake is from Melbourne, which is in the state of Victoria, and yeah, he has a very what we call ochre accent.
Okay.
Yeah, with that real kind of yeah, boy, yeah, mate, all right, yeah, yeah. So no, I don't speak like that. And Jeffo says, Milo really wanted to win one of those matches. I'd assume it's the left-handed one. Yeah, potentially. Well, if it was, then he will be happy. And we are seeing the
Milo
Savage make his way
against Chris Doucette.
Right. So the Savage John Tyrion makes his way out to the table. Really feeling the music as he walks through. Oh, he went to fist bump someone, missed them, and almost punched the next person in the face.
That would have been so bad for her.
Absolutely. Ditto, no, Artem is the next match up after this one. So John Tyrion is at the table. We're going to meet his opponent, Kirsten, and I don't know how to say his last name. Mahaya. I'm guessing Mahaya.
Merseca. Because the I makes the first C say and the A makes the second C say K.
All right. Well, here we go. Well, I think we were both wrong then. Machida.
Okay.
But
again,
sure.
That's American C's, so obviously Malta C's are different than American C's.
Oh, I see.
Apparently.
Yeah, well, all right. Well, he's making his way out to the table to face off against the Savage John Tyrion, and it is the first of 3. This is MAC Event 4 in Ontario, Canada, with a plethora of matches here, 25 in total. We have seen 22 of them. So we're about to see John Tyrion, the Savage from Ontario, Canada, and he will be taking on Kirsten Machida from Malta. All right, here we go. And John Tyrion jumping up and down on the stage. He's ready to go. They get a nice, friendly handshake.
His arms are so big.
Yes. All right. And they've agreed to start in the strap.
Hey, good job, guys.
Oh, it's best of 7. Okay, so it's first to 4. So the other matches have been first to 3. This is first to 4. So strap being applied here. Look out for the truckies style of tightening this strap from the referee here. There he goes. He's going to leap into the air and put all of his body weight in it.
That must have been a change though, because initially it was all the matches were best of 5. So I wonder what caused them to change it.
Okay, so it must be the top 3 matches on the card are first to 4. So they're in the strap. The thumbs are closed. The hands are closed, both looking like they're going to top roll here. John looks like he has the height, but he's lost the center position. And he surges but loses his hand. And Kirsten is talking trash. He has the back pressure position. Oh, we get a foul restart. So frustrating. So great start for Kirsten there. He managed to pull John's hand to his side of the table, and John was on the defense for the majority of that round, but an elbow foul causes the restart here. We'll get the thumbs closed, and the referee, I think he's giving a foul or a warning to Kirsten there. So hands are open again. Okay, referee is now laughing. So close the thumbs, close the hands, they go. John is in a better position. They get another foul restart. Wow. So this is a foul on Kirsten. So we haven't really got a great start to this match so far. I think this is the 4th restart, the 4th time they've gone for the first round.
They're about to have to pull 16 times to get the.
Right. We've got to start here, and John Terrian has surged, but the back pressure of Kirsten is dominant. He's pulled John to his side of the table, and now he's talking trash. John talking trash back, and Kirsten gets a pin. He's very happy. He's rubbing John Terrian's face in it, and he cheers to the crowd. John Terrian's down 1-0 here against Kirsten. So Kirsten's back pressure is the story of this match. He's able to get the center, and off that first movement, he's pulling back. And it's such a small advantage when you look at the positioning, but it's enough that just that 1 inch further away from your shoulder for John Terrian, who wants to be nice and close, and he's just getting pulled to about there, and it's on his opponent's side of the table, which means that he's always going to be at a disadvantaged position. So,
unless he can get a riser and get up on top of it.
Yeah, that's right. That if your opponent just keeps you there and they get that cup and they just sit back pressure,
you're
sort of sitting out like, your wrist is dumped, and it's like, oh, it's a horrible feeling.
100%.
So we'll see if John Terrian is able to make the adjustment here. Both these guys are talking a lot of trash to each other.
But that's what makes them the main card.
And Kirsten is laughing. He's talking nonstop to John here. All right, strap's been applied. We're about to get the start here. Thumbs are closed. Here we go. Nope. Elbow adjustment. All right, here we go. We'll select top roll and top roll again. And, we get an elbow foul restart. Ugh. 1 elbow foul on John Terrian.
So what is that, number 6 restart for 1 match?
Yeah.
For 1 pin?
Here we go. They've started, and it looks like another elbow foul restart. Wow. John Terrian unable to keep his elbow on the pad, keeps coming off the front.
That's the worst when you.
John Terrian is managing to a press here. It doesn't work out for him. He gets caught and dragged to Kirsten's side of the table again. Kirsten in an open arm position, but he slides his elbow forward, gets more vertical height, busts the wrist back of John Terrian, and he climbs his hand even higher. John Terrian's defending well, but he's got a flop wrist position. He's getting in position to try to surge here, but Kirsten with a very sneaky look on his face as he turns into a press and gets the win. So 2-0 for Kirsten there, and he talks some more trash again at the end of that round. John Terrian with some work to do here.
So where does John go from here?
I do like that he tried something different, that he put the leg up on the leg of the table and tried to go with side pressure. I don't know if he's going to be able to supinate in to be able to get that traditional press position. So it's really the back pressure is what's winning Kirsten this match. And
Right.
maybe that's why we're getting so many elbow foul restarts, because John's being pulled off the front of the pad every start, because just that power of that initial surge backwards from Kirsten is just pulling him out of position, because he's fighting the entire match like out. He's on Kirsten's side at all times.
Oh, smelling salt. You just made my eyes burn.
Yeah. So round 3.
So what's your opinion on somebody pulling somebody off of the elbow pad? Because I've heard it both ways. Like, you're responsible for your elbow, or like that's dirty and they deserve the elbow foul if they're pulling you off the front.
Off the front is a little different to off the back. I mean, it's always funny when people try to disguise that they're pushing the person off the back of the pad. It's like, oh, I was trying to press. It's like, yeah, you were just shoving them off the back of the pad. But I think with the front of the pad, it is your responsibility to keep your elbow there. And if your opponent is able to rise through you to get you to foul, actually, let me call this round here. So they've got to start, and Kirsten in a great position, but we get an elbow foul restart yet again. Jeez. Okay, we're going to get a restart here. Thumbs are closed, hands are closed, top roll versus top roll. And it's in a better position for Kirsten. He hasn't been pulled over. Sorry, better position for John. He hasn't been pulled over to Kirsten's side. In fact, Kirsten's wrist has flopped back. He tried to surge, but he didn't get through. He's changed up for a press and a king's move from John Terrian. That's going to be a foul position. He's humerus bone at an angle beneath the horizontal in defense or in the center of the table. And Kirsten is holding strong in the center of the table here, but he's looking at John Terrian. He comes forwards into a flop wrist press, decides against it. He's now just sort of looking at John. I think he's waiting for John to do something. And he jumps on top of a very fast flop wrist press pin, and he gets a 3-0 lead here against John Terrian. Yes, interesting. I'm not sure what their rule is on the humerus bone angle in MAC, but John Terrian was basically like so,
you've ever seen somebody hang from a monkey bar with one arm? That's what John Terrian looks like.
Yeah, so 3-0 lead here for Kirsten over John Terrian. A better round for him, though. He was able to mitigate that back presser surge from Kirsten there and keep the match in the middle of the table, and rather than on Kirsten's side. Kirsten flopped his wrist and went for the pin. He came very close, but John Terrian able to mitigate that, and using an open arm top roll position, he defended well, and it was a very fast, almost a jab, like a boxing jab. He was like to get the pin, but it dipped beneath the height of the pin line, and that's all it needed to do. So
And you
3-0.
John, because his wrist didn't, it was definitely his finger. So John's hand was definitely like that when it dipped under, because his wrist didn't go under at all. And I was like, but seeing it from that angle with the replay, it's like, oh yeah, his fingers went under.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it goes so fast that you sort of miss it, or the referees might miss it, but they picked it up that time. And it's always great seeing it in the replay and confirming what the call was.
Yeah.
Okay, they're in the strap. This is round 4. And John Tyrion puts the leg up on the leg of the table. I think he's got to go with that side pressure movement again. And he does, but he loses his hand instantly, and it is a victory for Kirsten. He rolls through in a top roll. So a great battle between these two men, and it ends with a 4-0 for Kirsten over John Tyrion.
Oh.
Do you think that Ryan Bowen and I sound the same?
I have been in situations where, like, I've been watching your podcast, and then like another podcast will pop up and Ryan will be a guest, and I won't realize that something has changed.
Yeah, it's very interesting that our voices sound so similar, and yeah, even my own kids get it wrong. That's great.
No, but yeah, no, we had Ryan on the show last Saturday with Chetna.
Oh, and, awesome.
Yeah, it was great. It was a really fun show. They were talking about them two and what they have coming up, and the whole time I'm just like, dang, this is Matt. Dang, he sounds like Matt. So I will say that Ryan sounds like you. You don't sound like Ryan.
Oh, okay. But then to him, you'll say that I sound like him and he doesn't sound like me. That's great. I love it. Jolene Clark is in the chat. She says, whoa.
Hey, Jolene.
Reminds me of that turtle from Finding Nemo.
It's awesome.
You know, the one that goes, whoa. Dude, whoa. And Ben Ladder is here. He says, sure. Not sure what that means. Maybe you can enlighten us there. No? Okay. We don't know what you mean, Ben Ladder. You're going to have to explain that. Okay. John Tyrion being interviewed on the stage. He is a personality in this sport. Unable to get the victory here tonight, but he did throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. And he is a tremendous athlete and a wonderful performer of this sport. So, unfortunately, not able to get the win. Kirsten from Malta doing a fantastic job. His back pressure was the key to victory, and he got a 4-0 win there. So, our next matchup is the co-main event. It is the top roll king, the Russian spy, Artem Taranenko. He is taking on Alan Ford, the man in desperate need of a nickname.
Truly.
He doesn't have one, does he?
I don't think so, because they were talking about... I was trying to think about what they said when he was going up against the Bull at the last East versus West that he competed against, because he and Ryan Belanger, sorry, Ryan, he and Ryan Belanger pulled, and I thought he had one when they were pulling, but I can't remember what it was.
I am looking at his Wikipedia page, and there's no mention of a nickname there. Needs to have a nickname. He appeared on Wipeout Canada. All right.
Yeah, that was cool.
Oh, you've seen that?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, Artem Taranenko is making his way to the table at the moment. The man from Florida by way of Russia. He's nodding and smiling as he makes his way to the table. So he's in for a very tough battle here. This should be a very technical match. Alexander Clark says, great event so far. MAC rules.
Agreed.
All right. Yes, it's probably the fastest I've seen getting through this many matches. We're at match number 24 of 25, and currently my stream's been going 5.5 hours, but they did have about 40 minutes between the preliminaries and main card, and they also had an intermission, which I think was about 20 minutes as well. And Alexander Clark says, lucky Matt, hope all is well. Thank you very much. It's great to see you here. We are enjoying ourselves watching this event. And we're about to see this matchup here with Artem Taranenko taking on Alan Ford. I'm very excited about this one. This was my pick of the night for technical skill. And we shall see who comes out on top. Yeah. Are you asking me who's going to win?
Yeah.
I think Artem will get it.
Nice.
Yeah. As Alan Ford makes his way to the table, all smiles there. And as I said that, he grimaced.
I told you that they're listening and just being petty at this point.
Absolutely.
I feel bad for the other sparkler. The other sparkler said, I'm done. I'm done for the night.
It's been very hit and miss, that sparkler. It's working sometimes and sometimes not. Alexander Clark says, Matt, I'm thinking we should start getting Brett Coots over for Mac or something. A super underrated puller. Absolutely. He would be a tremendous asset to any card. He is a legend in the Australian arm wrestling scene and recently picked up a victory over Lachlan Adair and Matayu Orangi Hitamoris in the same night. Yeah, so he is hitting his prime and continues to get better and better. Looks like he stepped off the stage of Mr. Olympia as well. Or are we going to slip? Geez, they started quickly. I have to change screens from this screen to Mac, and I missed that start.
But it's literally thumbs down, cup, slip.
Yeah, that was fast. All right, so they're getting in the strap here. Alan nodding, looking very confident. Artem has a completely expressionless face at the moment. Just waiting for the strap to be applied, saving his energy. He's
just saying how much trash talk Travis is going to give them on their podcast if he loses. That's what he's thinking about.
All right, about to get the start here. Round one, thumbs are closed, hands are closed, and a great surge from Alan Ford, but it's caught by Artem Taranenko, who turns it over with an open arm top roll. But Alan Ford surges a second time and gets the pin. He is up 1-0 over Artem Taranenko here.
Wow.
So Alan Ford out to a commanding lead. He hit that start perfectly. Artem was able to catch it, but he caught it very low, about 1 inch away from the pad. He dropped into an open arm King's move and rolled his wrist back. He managed to get some pronation, but Alan Ford simply surged again and got the pin. Jolene Clark is here. She says, I didn't see you made me a mod, Lucky. My phone died the other night.
Poor phone.
All right, let's have a look here. So they are in the strap for round number 2. See if Artem is able to time the start a little better.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the strap's been applied. They're about to tighten it. My favorite part. Only when this referee does it. I've never seen anybody jump in the air to be able to tighten the strap before.
He needs
all right,
to engage some more of his back pressure. Maybe Kirsten can give him some ideas.
All right, here we go. Thumbs are down. Hands are down. And a big top roll pin for Alan Ford. He is up 2-0 here. Artem Taranenko with some work to do. He's got to make some big adjustments. Alan Ford looking way too dominant here. Well, what if you were in the corner for Artem Taranenko, what would you be telling him here, Lucky?
Go home, bro. Let's try again tomorrow.
Tell him to just stop losing.
Right. I'd be like, let's win one. Okay.
Yeah. Go out there and win. Oh, right.
I need you to put Alan's arm on the other side of the table. That's your goal for this next round.
If you can do that, then maybe you'll be in with a chance.
Right. I mean, honestly, I think Artem does not have bad side pressure. I don't know if it's gonna match up, but I mean, honestly, if I was to give Artem a suggestion, come up and side pressure, because it's not working this catching to the top roll.
Yeah, it just seems that Alan is timing the starts better. He's more explosive, and Artem playing almost a defensive role because he's missing the start. And we get the strap. The referee really putting some effort into that one. And we are about to get the start here. The thumbs are closed. Top roll on top roll, and Artem slides the elbow really far forwards, but it doesn't help him here. He gets pinned again. His elbow came up about 3 inches as well. But Alan Ford running away with this matchup here. He's up 3-0 here at MAC4 in the co-main event against Artem Taranenko.
I love Alexander's comment. That's so...
Which one here? Artem's thinking, this guy is better than Auden. That's great.
I think that is probably a video that has like 12,000 views and 11,000 of them are mine, because it's Autumn and Artem after the last MAC event, and they ask Artem, like, are you tired? And he was like, no, I'm fine. And On goes, that's terrible.
That's great.
PG version. He said a lot of other stuff, but it was so funny.
That's fantastic.
You'll laugh. It's great.
All right, keep an eye on the referee's technique here, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to know how to tighten a strap to cut off the blood supply to both competitors, that is how you do it. Oh, he tightens it even more.
Wow.
All right. Both hands turn purple, and they get the start. Alan Ford with the dominant top roll again, and he gets the victory. 4-0 over Artem Taranenko here at MAC4. And Artem can only nod his head and shake Alan Ford's hand.
So I will say that, didn't Artem just pull 2 weekends ago? He pulled Bob Brown at an event?
Probably. Let's say yes.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was only like 2 weeks ago. And so, and I know he had to travel for that, and then he had to travel for this. So again, not making excuses, but I think if he had gone on fresh, and then we might have had a different story, because that Artem just looked tired.
Yes, he was thoroughly handled by Alan Ford there. A 4-0 victory in the co-main event. The main event is upcoming next. It's Philip Larson versus Wayne Wizard. He's going to cast his spells and make sure that he gets the advantage in the setup, as he will disappear in a puff of smoke.
This one I'm so conflicted on. It's like when Sarah Bachman pulls like Jocelyn or Gabby. Like, I don't know who to root for because, like, you know, Philip's like the king of Sweden right now, the up-and-comer. But I love me some Wayne Withers. Wayne the Wizard Withers.
That's so good.
So, but I will say that Philip actually followed the Lucky Ones podcast, and I got to follow him back. So I was like,
oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's really weird when the people that you've been watching for years in the sport suddenly follow your channel and you're like, huh?
right.
And Alexandra Clark says, Philip is the real deal. All right, here we go. Main event of the night is coming up now. Philip Larsson from Sweden will be taking on a very motivated Wayne Withers from MS. Is that Massachusetts?
No, that's Mississippi.
God damn it.
Massachusetts is MA. There's a lot of M's, to be fair, though, because we have MT, MA, MO, MI, MN.
What's Maryland?
MA. No, MD.
Yes,
MD, sorry.
Okay.
I used to live there. I should know that. That was a very dark 4 years. We don't talk about the 4 years that Lucky was in Maryland.
Oh, okay. Jolene Clark says she's making brownies and Alex is watching the matches.
Ooh, I want some brownies.
And
they changed the camera angle for Philip.
Oh, did they? Well, he is a monster of a man making his way out. He had that beard when he was 6 years old.
I bet it's like a Samson beard.
There's 3 other people in that beard. That's where he gets the secret of his strength.
It's like a Ratatouille situation. They're whispering in his ears what he needs to do.
They're pulling the levers. They're pushing the buttons. Top roll. Yeah. Here he is. He's at the table now. We're going to see the wizard himself appear on the stage. Wayne Wizard Withers makes his way out. Well, he's got to be introduced by Jake Beefcake first. And Jolene Clark says, we love the metal music. There has been some good choices of entrance music here. Do you have an entrance song?
No. Well, I do, but I can never use it.
What is it, like F the police or something?
No. No, so it's a really cool song, and I love the song. I listen to it all the time, but I don't think I would ever do it because, like, if I lost the match, like, I feel like it would just be terrible. But it's called The Standard, and it's my favorite hype song. So I listen to it when I'm at the gym and stuff, and, like, on walks and stuff. Like, it definitely hypes me up. But
nice.
For my walkout song, I'd probably do Could Have Been Me by Halsey.
Is that hip hop?
No, it's a pop song.
Okay. I'm out of the pop game.
Yeah, well, it's actually from a kid movie.
Oh.
So, it's from Sing 2.
Of course.
Right, but it was redone. I don't remember the group that did it originally, but Halsey redid it. But like the first line is like, don't want to live as an untold story, rather go out in a blaze of glory. It's like, yeah. So that'd be my hype song.
Cool. Sounds good. Jolene Clark says, maybe that's why my top roll has been getting better. From the metal music, possibly? Or the brownies?
The brownies. Definitely the brownies.
On the brownies. All right. Here we go. We're about to get the main event underway here. And it is Philip Larsson from Sweden taking on Wayne Withers, both enormous men in the super heavyweight division. They have decided to start in the strap. And the strap has been applied. We're about to get a start. Looks like top roll on top roll here. And thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. And we get a great hit here from... Oh, he's coming back to the center here. Wayne Withers. Oh, wow. It is a pin, a dominant pin for Philip Larson there. He had to do some work to get through. He almost lost his wrist off of Wayne Withers' first initial surge. So it was top roll on top roll. Wayne Withers got the better of the start, but Philip Larson able to catch that and bring it back in his own top roll position. He rolls through for a 1-0 lead here. Alex would use Hell We Create by Fit for a King. That sounds very much like heavy metal to me.
What would you use, Jolene? Or maybe she can't tell us because I know she has a super match coming up, so maybe she'll keep it on the down low.
Maybe Why Can't We Be Friends? All right, we're about to get the start here of round 2. Both men going high with their hand position. Wayne Withers with some work to do here. He's down 1-0 against Philip Larson, both trying to get very vertical with their hand positions. And we're about to get a start. Referee just pushing the elbow back for Wayne Withers. The thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. Wayne Withers surges but loses his hand. Philip's in a great position here. He keeps surging here and he gets the pin. Yeah.
Wow.
See, that was a great example of what you were talking about before, where it looked like it didn't go anywhere near the pin pad. But maybe on the other angle, we'll see that it did dip beneath, but it looked very high to me.
Yeah. Yup.
And Jolene says she has to think about what song she would use.
Of course, they give us this angle. This angle is so unhelpful. Okay, I see the wrist. I see the wrist a little bit.
All right, let's. They were about to replay it, and then they changed back to the live.
I just think it's so funny when you have like this much strap to tighten. When you get these bigger guys with these huge hands.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, he's giving it his best go here.
And then you got Wayne flaring. That makes it super hard to tighten the strap too. When you have both competitors that flare out the bottom of their hand.
They've started, and again, Wayne Withers losing the hand there, and it is all Philip Larson here. He's up 3-0. It's the hand that is winning him this match. Wayne Withers surging first, but his hand gets bucked back, and he's in a compromised position from there on. So down 3-0. This is the main event for MAC4. We've seen 24 other matches. Jolene Clark says that she would go with probably Sunshine by Beartooth. But if I ever get an entrance song, I would do Why Can't We Be Friends? Just for Matt. Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you very much. I hope you do, because that would be funny. It'd be funny for about 10 seconds, and then people would think it was silly. But I would think it was funny, though.
Wait, Jocelyn was making fun of Toddzilla for having that country song at East versus West 18. He walked out to, or 17. 18 or 17.
About to get the start for this round here. And again, it's the same old story. The hand going back. We're going to get an elbow foul restart here. An elbow foul on Philip Larson. But Wayne Withers, geez, if he has an inside game, maybe this is the opportunity to pull it out. Again, he surges, loses the hand. And it was almost carbon copies of the previous 3 rounds there. Wayne Withers surging to his own detriment. Every time he went forwards, his wrist would buckle beneath him, and Philip Larson would get the pin. So 4-0 in the main event here at MAC4. So we've seen all the matches take place here. Did you have a standout moment of the card, Lucky?
I'm obviously gonna say the female matches.
Of course.
No, I mean, Danielle and Courtney set off part 2 with a amazing banger where they both just showed amazing heart on the table and genuine sportsmanship, which was just beautiful, 100%. You know, Pork Chop's always hilarious to watch. So I gotta give him his props as well. And then, you know, shout out to Coach Ray and Alan for pushing through some questionable calls. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a bit frustrating. I would be feel a little bit hard done by if I was Alan there, but regardless of that, he did put on a great performance, and he will be back. Alexander Clark says, get out the broom. Sweep time. It was 4-0, a clean sweep for Philip Larson there. Jolene Clark says, I didn't cry when Courtney won. You did.
I did. It was. I was very proud of her. I was happy for her. And, you know, not taking anything away from Danielle as a polar at all. But when you are a young polar, new to the scene, and you want to prove yourself, and you're given an opportunity, and you make your way on that opportunity, and you prove yourself, and you're passionate, like that's amazing. I'm very proud of her.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's so many stories that will go along with the performances here tonight, and 25 matches, and there was up and down the card. There was fantastic moments. One surprising element that we saw on the prelims, every match was 3-0, which, as I said before, I've never seen that happen before on a card, but 9 out of 9 went 3-0. So incredible to see that happen. And on the main card, we saw the Lorats able to get on the table for some very interesting matches. Milo picking up a victory over Chris Doucette on the left hand. Auden Larratt going down to Mayan from Israel, and Milo Larratt again on the right arm. He went down to Peter Brana Jr. We saw BLM in his matchup there, and even an impromptu match between BLM and Brandon Elsessor. Curtis Cameron, Porkchop, was victorious. Very dominant display from him against Nathan Leyland. Coach Ray, as we just mentioned, he got a victory over Alan Goya in an interesting battle with some controversy. Alex Toproll was very dominant in his matchup against Tyler Bolson, and John Terrian going down to Kirsten from Malta, who was able to utilize some very, very powerful back pressure to dominate that matchup. Adam Taranenko had no answers for the power explosivity of Alan Ford. He went down 4-0. And in the main event, Philip Larson, too strong for Wayne Wizard Withers.
Yeah. Good job. Beautiful overview.
There you go. Absolutely. Jolene Clark says, Danielle always gives advice too, all the way up to the table, usually dominates and continues with advice. And Alexander Clark says, Milo was accessing his inner Matt Mask on the table. I loved it. He had the death stare. I think if looks could kill, he would have murdered the entire room. So thank you, Lucky, for joining me on the show.
Like Jody. Nobody's ever gonna mistake him for her son.
That's right, absolutely. Well, we might wrap things up here. It's been a long stream. This is a 6-hour stream for me, and thank you for jumping in and helping me out here with the last couple of hours, Lucky. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
That was great. And thank you to everyone in the chat. It definitely makes the event much more fun to be able to watch it with the fans of arm wrestling. And your comments are always appreciated. Gives me something to talk about while the matches are going on. And we will leave it there for MAC4. Check out Lucky's podcast. She's not on tonight, but every Saturday night, usually she has a live stream going. And it's called the Lucky Ones Podcast. So that is Females in Arm Wrestling. And thank you again for your efforts here tonight, Lucky.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll give the outro video, and we'll see you next time.